man comes. See, when my phone's ready, I got that and I got that. So when my man needs back up, so right over.
I let you brothers run it, man. Who wants to speak?
I don't mind speaking.
Go on, let me
Open up. Alright, Shalom.
Shalom.
Giving all praises, honor, and glory unto Yahweh. Ba'ashem, Yahushai, Ba'ashem, Rukah Kodash. Double honors unto the elders and apostles of Great Millstone of Ruwell. Sincere Shalom to all the Akim that are around the globe, teaching this word with faith and truth and sincerity. We're the Hebrew Israelites who are out here once again to prophesy the downfall of this kingdom, which is run by the Edomites, which predominantly the so-called white people on the face of the earth. As I said, we're the Israelites, and the real Israelites are so-called Negroes, Latinos, Hispanics, Native Americans, West Indians, and West Africans predominantly, but you will find Israelites that do look like the other nations because we have been scattered amongst all the nations throughout our various captivities. But if your seed line by your forefathers goes back to the man in the Bible named Israel, and you too are an Israelite, because Numbers 1 and 18 tells you that your nationality is determined by the lineage of your forefathers. Now, I don't have a topic prepared, so I'm just going to flow in the spirit, and Lord willing, everything will be on point and edifying.
I've got something for you, yeah?
Okay, come on.
This
But
is...
I'm gonna speak on something in the
Yeah,
minute.
yeah. I've got a precept to open up with for you, just to see where the Spirit's going to take us, yeah? Sirach chapter 39, and I'll start with 1. It says, "But he that giveth his mind to the law of the Most High, and is occupied in the meditation thereof, will seek out the wisdom of all the ancients, and be occupied in prophecy."
That's a good precept. And that's a pertinent precept for the times that we're in. Just read it again, Bible, because I'll break it down.
Yeah. Second, Sirach 39 and 1 says, "But he that giveth his mind to the law of the Most High, and is occupied in the meditation thereof."
Right, pause there. So, he that giveth his mind to the Most High will be occupied therein, roughly paraphrasing. And that goes to show you why the society's got so many distractions ongoing. I can just see a distraction right now across the road. We were talking about that just before the camp started, but basically everything in this world is made to try and veer you away from the truth. I should say steer you away from the truth. Like, you know, because Satan very well knows Esau is a cunning hunter, and he knows that if we return to our meditations being on Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai, then there's a chance we will be able to see through his matrix, see through his system, see through his setup, and return back to our power, and we wouldn't stay upon him anymore. But he tries to prevent us from doing that by creating all these illusions, delusions, and distractions. You know, your job, your family, you know, women, the opposite sex. You know, if you've got children, they take up your time. You know, money troubles. You know, trying to pay your rent, trying to find somewhere to live. Your car breaks down, you need to fix that. You know, all things that are all scared towards steering people into a more carnal mindset rather than a spiritual one. Please read more on that, please.
Yeah. Occupied in the meditation thereof, will seek out the wisdom of all the ancient, and be occupied in prophecy.
So where is the wisdom of the ancient men recorded? We find it right here in the King James Bible. That the ancient men of our nation were inspired by the Spirit of the Most High, and they wrote things down, and things that were written aforetime were written for our learning. So that's where you find your wisdom, and it's good that your mind should be meditating on those things. I'm gonna get
Precept for you.
Oh, go ahead.
This is Jeremiah chapter 6 and 16. Thus saith the Lord power, stand ye in the ways and see, and ask for the old paths. Where is the good way? And walk therein, and ye shall find rest for your souls. But they said, we will not walk therein.
That's a good precept, because what I found out is when I started to read the Bible myself, I realized that I was a damn fool. That's the thing that I got from reading and studying the scriptures, you know, for the first time. I realized I didn't know shit. And there I was thinking that because I'm living in fucking, at the time, you know, it's like 2011, 2012, around them kind of times, I was studying the Bible hard. We assume that just because we're in 2011 or 2015 or 2022, we assume that we're wiser than the ancient people that came before us, when in fact it's the complete opposite. We're actually more ignorant now than the ancient men were, because even in the ancient world, people had more of a spirituality to them. Even the heathens, because they knew the name of Yahweh and they feared it. But today, nobody knows the name of Yahweh. It's been Esau's kind of hidden it. That's just like the name of Yahweh Shai. It's hidden those names, so people now, they're not spiritual at all. They're completely fucking stupid. And last week I mentioned, I think it was last week, you can see the state of a society when they're having fucking TV debates on how many genders there are. I mean, come on, man. That's like, it's like trying to learn the alphabet and not getting past the letter A. You know, you're spending all your time trying to break down A, but there's 26 other characters to get to. You ain't even touched on them. That's this society, man. So the people are fucking docile and stupid. Carry on.
Yeah. Seek out the wisdom of all and the ancient and be occupied in prophecy. I think he read the last prophecy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So I kind of finished on this now.
That's all right.
You read the last one.
I'm gonna add to that because the scriptures say, "Seek and you shall find."
Actually, there's one more here, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just looked at it. In 2 it says, "He will keep the sayings of the renowned men, and where subtle parables are, he will be there also." Ooh.
Yeah. What the say is that?
Yeah, because I want to say, you said something which stayed with me. You said that back in the day, things were much slower. You know, Bible days, and things took. You know, if you're gonna like roast a lamb, everything was slower. Now everything's microwave. It stayed with me when you said that, because everything's quick now. Microwave, TikTok.
Everybody wants it instant.
Right, because the TikTok now. If you want, my head go. If I watch TikTok, one's enough for me. Because maybe that, you know, that's just because of my condition. But if I watch TikTok, one's enough. But you know, you can watch TikTok. It's like, fucking hell. You can get a buzz off watching TikTok, and you know all the other social medias. And we've got so much now. So now it's fast, but to your point, we're behind.
Yeah.
Slower than the fast, but slower in mentality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point, because Esau done it on purpose, because you've got such a thing as information overload. See, a lot of people can't discern the truth. So like when they hear something and they don't know how to process that information. So what Esau does is he floods them with an abundance of useless and irrelevant information, so that people are so overwhelmed with consuming that, when you try and present something of substance, i.e. the truth to them, they can't comprehend it, because they're already too overwhelmed with all the other bullshit they're processing.
Yeah, that's why the algorithm, I saw a video on that in the week, the algorithm for TikTok is different in China than it is for the Western world. So you know how like 30-second clips and stuff, but in China it's educational. You know, it's like educational, as I said, you can do this, it's progressive, it's productive.
Yeah.
But in the West, it's
It's
bullshit.
folly.
So the same programming is the same method, but one's constructive and one's destructive.
That's a good point.
You know?
Very good point. Like I'm not on Facebook anymore, but sometimes when I was on there in the past,
Oh yeah.
I used to see like people who I knew in the world, and they'd be posting shit, and they'd be posting all the most foolish things, but it gave you an insight into how these people think. Like every day they're posting what they're having for lunch, like taking photographs of the food on their plate, or every day they're taking photographs of their car from, like, you know, 25 different angles, but it's the same fucking car, or they're posting other useless funny shit. But that's, you know what I'm doing isn't really what I was doing wasn't so mysterious, because it's exactly what Esau does. He uses these social media programs to see how people think. That's why, as the brother was talking about, you know, the algorithms and stuff, they will what do? They'll track your interests, and they'll try and put things to you that they believe that you'll be interested in. But you know, there's someone behind the curtain keeping track of everything, man. So they know what you like, they know what you don't like. They know, and they've got you know, charts and diagrams and stuff. Okay, this is how the population are thinking. Esau's doing all that shit to see if really it goes back to the MOTB, because he wants to push his MOTB, but he wants to push it at a time when he knows that people's minds are receptive to absorbing it.
Hello.
Hello.
You right?
It's all right.
He wants to push it at a time when people's minds are receptive to
Might be a
absorbing
blessing
it.
onto it.
Well, Yahweh Shai said they'll suffer the little ones to come unto him.
I've noticed a couple of times I'm watching brothers' camps and young ones, you see, we don't know who they're going to be. That's what I'm saying. We don't know who offspring that they could have been in the past. I think about things like that. Like, let's say out of the mouth of babes, right? And foment praise. So Yehoshua, when he was on the earth, a lot of youths, they would cry out like, yeah, you know what I mean? They were happy to see him. You know, we know about how he felt about the young ones. Let them come on to me. So they got that innocence what the adults don't have, man. You know, they may look at us and see something totally different to what the adults may be seeing.
That's true. And I do remember a little while back, there was a little boy who come up to the camp. I believe it was an Edomite. Came up, stood there for a second, and he goes, "This is boring," and he walks off. So let that be a curse unto him, man. Because, you know, little children, man, we look at them and we think, oh yeah, you know, they're younger children. But the Most High don't see the way we see, and a lot of little children are going to be put to death in times to come.
On the other hand, yeah, that's the balance. With the wicked spirits are back here, and the good spirits are back here. Some of them are young. Some of the good spirits may be so young that they're speaking like, they're speaking, with the baby tongue.
Yeah.
And we don't know what they're going to grow up to be. If you saw any of us, like, with Yum Yum in the flesh, I'm talking about, or us. I was, we was all there, and every now and then we would chime out some. Man used to tell me, man, I'll be sitting there watching some politics. Man, I was brought up in a children's home. Man, tell me, what did he look? Everyone's looking around. I said, that man talks sense. That man does. I would say things like that. And one time they visited my school, and it's probably still up there in the cloud. Right, I was a tearaway, but every now and then I might say some sense. But they asked us, was asking everybody, what do you think this world's going to happen in the end of this world? And what do you think about politics? And I said, the politics are the people are going to end up killing themselves with their own technology. I remember always saying it. Anytime I was asked what people consider questions, I would always say that, and I would always sometimes be thinking about that as a young boy, young man, so-called little baby. But the spirit is still was me.
Yeah. The Spirit revealed it to you. You know what I mean? Even though you didn't know the truth, the Spirit revealed it to you, in a way that you could interpret in your young mind. So you kind of had this inkling for, what's going to happen. But yeah, what was I saying before about, Esau keeps research on what everybody's doing, because ultimately it's about pushing his mark, because he wants people to be primed, ready and receptive to take it. And you know what? You can see the people are already there, man. I'm constantly saying you can see all these people walking around with their smartwatches, tapping with their phones to go on public transport and shit.
I saw a woman do that in a week with the Apple Watch.
Yeah. Esau thinks it's slick, but you probably didn't see it, but the brother done the motion. People are getting mentally conditioned to doing that with their wrist. So when it comes down to, you know what, man, you don't need your watch no more. You can have this implantable. It will be in your body. You can never lose it. No one can steal from you, all this kind of rubbish. People are going to be taking that, especially a lot of you women, man, because if you notice, women tend to carry a lot of junk. Like if you go out with a woman, you can have a handbag, and you'll be amazed at how much shit she can cram in there. And that's how women are. They've got, they open their purse, they've got 25 different cards. They're very, they carry a lot. So now that they'll be able to put it all in one implantable microchip, a lot of women are going to take that. Furthermore, a lot of women's fashion doesn't help them too, because a lot of women's clothes don't actually have pockets on them. Like their jeans might not have very deep pockets. So that's another way why they're going to be ready to take the technology for ease and convenience, because women love nothing more than convenience. You got something?
Yeah, I just looked it up as you were speaking here, and this is ergonomic programming. And it says ergonomics is a measure of the friction you experience when trying to get things done with a tool, aka a bank card or whatever.
Yeah.
You want to achieve a state of flow in which ideas and intuitions are steadily transformed into working code with minimum of fuss.
Ideas and...
It says you want to achieve a state of quote-unquote flow in which ideas and intuitions are steadily transformed into working code with a minimum of fuss.
That's right. That's basically talking about programming. to program used to write before. So they're writing people's minds, conditioning them in a way. You talk about ergonomics there, to facilitate flow. So they want to get people into a flow. How do you say, like their thoughts are going to go in a certain direction. He's just conditioning their thoughts and their actions. And we was actually talking about this before camp about neural pathways. About the more you repeat an action, the faster you can do it. Like for example, juggling. Like I don't juggle, but if I was to try and learn, I'd have to do it very slowly, like one at a time. You know, then gradually, the more you do it, you're building up those neural pathways, which shortens the transport time between the signal from your brain hitting your hands or returning back. So you're shortening those connections. So what I'm saying about the Apple Watch and stuff like that, you know, where people are tapping, they're getting used to just, oh, I'll just twist my wrist here and put it on the reader. I'll just do it. And even with paying at Tesco's, you know, you go, or Sainsbury's or Asda or wherever, you go into them supermarkets, they're mostly self-service now. They don't really have no staff. They've just got one person standing there and like 50 self-service machines. So if you can't see that this is all leading to the MOTB technology, then you're either, I'm just gonna call it straight, you're probably lying, man. Probably taking a backdoor deal not to talk about these particular things, because this is Esau's biggest move. That's why it's such a heavy prophecy. That's why that's the major one that we're focusing on right now, because that's going to facilitate like a domino effect of other prophecies coming to pass. So I'm just going to bring out a precept on the point we're talking about. We'll talk about seeking out wisdom of the ancients. This is Deuteronomy 4 and verse 29. It says, but from thence, let me read that again. But if from thence thou shalt seek the Lord Yahweh thy God, thou shalt find him, if thou seek him with all thy heart and with all thy soul. So this truth is an active thing, man. You can't come into this truth and be passive. Like, okay, well, like church. All you do at church is fucking turn up, man. You just turn up, sit your ass down on the bench or whatever it is, sit there for like 2-3 hours or however long you're in there, and go home. You're not really like taught to study the Bible even like on a regular Sunday. They say, oh, we're gonna have Bible study class on Wednesday evening from 6 to 7. And you come in. Well, really, if you're going to church, you should be doing Bible study all the time. Like not just, oh well, Wednesday evening at 7:30 to 8:30 I'm going to do Bible study. No, man, that's not how it works, because you know what? The Most High isn't gonna. You need to seek Him. You don't need to seek you. And if you're seeking something, that's an active thing. That's not a passive thing.
Yeah, they timetable it in, like Wednesday night, 7:30 for half an hour.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, and for the rest of the week, forget about the Bible. Yeah, so the Most High is looking for those who will shalom. The Most High is looking for those who will seek Him, man, because that shows that you're interested in Him, and He will reveal Himself to you, just like Yahweh Shai. I mean, they're not gonna, and that even applies to wisdom itself. Wisdom is an active pursuit. She's not just gonna come to you and give you all these secrets for nothing, man. No, you got to prove yourself, man. The scriptures talk about if you want a friend, you have to prove him first. What we said?
Yeah, I've got one to back you up. Yeah, this is in Jeremiah 7 and 25. It says, since the day that your fathers come forth out of the land of Egypt unto this day, I have even sent unto you all my servants, the prophets, daily rising up early and sending them.
So the prophets have always been on the earth, man. That's part of the setup, man. Part of the setup that the Most High had is that there'd always be prophets. So for a time, the prophets haven't really been prophesying for very much because we had to discontinue from our heritage. But as Revelation, the 11th chapter talks about, after 3 days and a half, the Spirit of life entered into them, and they stood upon their feet and prophesied. That's why you're seeing brothers waking up all across the world, man.
Right.
It's actually heartwarming when I think about it, because none of us, when we were children, ever thought, or I can't speak for everybody, but I can only speak for myself. Although I always wanted to learn the Bible, I never thought it would ever go this far. I just wanted to understand it. That was my desire from being a child. But who knew that? Oh, what? You mean to tell me that the Bible is actually talking about my people? So-called blacks, Latinos, Negroes, West Indians, Haitians. It's talking about my people? Wow. What, you mean to tell me that the Most High looks like me? He's got dark skin and woolly hair? Wow, man. All these lies, all these years I've been lied to, taught all this bullshit about how I'm only 3/5 of a man, that I can't ever amount to anything, that I'm just, all I can ever be is a thug, a nigger and a gangbanger or a football player.
Yeah.
You know, that's all you could, or, you know, you might be able to do Olympics, you know, sports, athletics. But no, you want to be like But you mean to tell me that you want to be intelligent and civilized?
Wow.
No, you're just a lowly nigga, man. You can't do that. You're just beasts. That's all you can be, you know. Put gold chains and fucking booty shaking women in their faces, and I'll keep us happy. No, man, don't work like that. Go on.
Yeah, if I could just add to this precept actually, because it talks about you saying that we're only taught, you know, to be gangbangers and all these sort of things, which is drummed in us from a young age. You got this what's the word? Stereotyped in us. The adverts, and I fucking hate.
Yeah.
When I used to watch adverts, even back in the day when I was in Winning the Truth, adverts on telly, I always used to block them out.
Yeah.
People used to say, you know, if people was around my house and I would turn it down,
Yeah.
put it on mute.
Until it ends, yeah.
People would look at me and, why you do that for? But that was just in my spirit because I knew it was programming,
yeah.
programming me. But I didn't like the adverts anyway, so that was good. And certain football, people say, oh, like, what team you support? I don't support no team. But it was all,
Yeah.
it was a bit ahead of my time. But the point is, right, the contrary now, the Most High is sending prophets to counteract all that every day, right? So we're hearing about the MOTV, we're hearing about the digital currency. It's all counteracting all that crap that's been drummed in us, putting it out of us. The drills, our apostles, it's very unlikely to go and watch one of his videos. Every now and then very often you're gonna hear about the MOTV because he's drumming it into us.
Yep.
Now, if you're not even a digitally minded person like myself, or into the phones, because I'm always around brothers that are, and watching brothers who get into the digital side of things and the intellectual side of things, the academic side. I'm becoming that now. So
this iron sharpeneth iron.
So this is the importance of why the Most High is saying it. I'll read it again and I'll pass it back to you.
Right.
Jeremiah 7:25 says, since the day that your fathers came forth out of the land of Egypt unto this day, I have even sent unto you all my servants to pray, daily rising up early and sending them, because the Most High understands the importance of repetition. I mentioned drilling.
Yeah.
You have to keep drilling shit into you, and there's times when it may just go for a little while, but when you keep getting back onto it and reading it, brothers talk about the prophecies. Sometimes even a quite established brother was saying, some things you remember, some things you just don't, but you've got to keep reading and keep on going over it again.
Yeah, if you don't use it, you lose it.
Right. Back to you say.
Right, so this is, I've got precepts I'll bring it out, but the point I was making is that if you want to find the Lord, you've got to look for him, man. And if you look for him sincerely, you're going to find him if you're an Israelite. That's just how this setup works, man. You can't be sitting there, let's say you're sitting at home watching videos, watching us teaching and stuff, and you're thinking, oh yeah, well, I'm just going to watch videos and that's it. No, man, you need to get with the program, man. You need to become active in this thing, because the Most High is looking for not just hearers of the word, but doers. The scriptures say the harvest is ripe, but the labourers are few. So very few men are actually going to come into this, man.
That's why the elder apostle Tahar said sometimes, man, right, and it's in measure, but sometimes you gotta be the arsehole, man. You have to be an arsehole sometimes. You know, if a guy's nice, so fuck that shit, man. Because you know that you see them videos of celebrities, they'll have like a kid that's been in the crowd for like 6 hours waiting for them to walk past. Can I get your autograph? And the celebrity just fobs them off.
Yeah.
And then everyone starts giving, oh, why would you be so mean to the kiddo? He just wanted to say hi. Like, you can't have that celebrity starstruck thing with us, man. You know, you in the house and then you just come out, you know, just to watch brothers, but you're not actually, you know, doing anything, man. You're gonna get fobbed off, bro. And we've seen it happen countless of times, man, where people that have been around for a period of time, and then they'll come out just to say shalom,
Yeah.
like you're some superstar. Like what they saw on their computer screen at home is going to be totally different from what they see in real life, man. You don't just come out to the camp to be in the flesh and just stand there. It's really you. Remember that it's you.
Yeah,
I've
I
seen
remember
you. You know.
I've seen you.
What's that all about, man? The Lord is about active people, man. As you quoted, the harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are few, man. You know, you come out here, you just want to say hi and shit, man. You can only run that game for so long.
Yeah, that don't work, man, because it don't work because
It just don't work.
You got to carry a cross.
Yeah.
Right, and part of carrying your cross is labouring, man. When Yahushua had to carry his cross, that was work, man. That wasn't easy to do. Even on a good day, it wouldn't have been easy to carry that cross. But in the Lord's condition, having had his body shred to pieces from being what do they call it? Flayed, not flayed.
Lacerated.
Lacerated, yeah. That would have been a hard thing to do, man. That's why I can't remember, one of the disciples had to help him carry the cross.
It was Simon of Cyrene.
I always get that mixed up with
Yeah, it wasn't one of the 12.
Joseph of Arimathea.
No.
I always get those two names mixed up.
Yeah, Joseph gave the money for the tomb.
Yeah,
Or gave his tomb. And Simon of Cyrene,
he's the one who carried the cross.
the North African Jake, was in town and he helped the Lord. But I just wanted to add to your point there, so like I
Go
get
ahead,
back to you. Oh shit, what was the point, man? Yeah, you was talking about the Lord's cross, right? And doing the work and enjoying the bitterness and the heaviness of it.
Yep.
They offered, a brother brought it out. I think it might have been an elder, I can't remember. I believe it was Elder Yashawamba brought it out. Could be wrong. But they offered the Lord wine on the cross, and he rejected it. And then they offered him vinegar basically, and then he accepted it. They put it, they dipped it in the sponge, and he sucked it.
He puts the spear up there.
And he sucked it from the sponge, right? Now, when you check it, wine, the scripture says that give strong drink to him that's ready to perish, because the wine kind of like it spaces you out, it takes your mind off the pain a little bit, right? But the vinegar, the effect it has on the body, it enhances the pain. It makes you feel it more. So the Lord, he rejected the thing to water it down, and he accepted the thing that would make him feel more pain. So the Lord embraced his cross, man. He embraced all the punishment, he embraced all the pain, man. You know, and it's the same thing now, man. People got things that, oh yeah, it's easier. No, fuck the easy way, man. Do it where you're gonna feel the entirety of it, man.
That's right.
Come out here, man. In season, out of season. Oh, the camp's too long. Oh,
Yep.
bro, embrace it, man.
Yep.
Yahushua embraced it.
How many years was Yahushua? Not how many years. How many hours was Yahushua on the cross?
He was on
6 hours.
No, he was on there for
3 hours.
3 hours straight.
Right. So the Lord was on the cross for 3 hours. So you're telling me you can't come out and stand up on the street for just let's use a hypothetical. Let's say you come out to camp for 3 hours, right? You're telling me you can't do that when the Lord was on the cross for 3 hours, suffering. You know, it's not. Yeah, okay, we're standing on concrete. I know some brothers do have bad knees and stuff. And I'm not talking about those brothers who have legitimate health problems. But you know, laziness isn't an excuse.
Yep.
Just straight up laziness, man. Because you go out there and you work for Esau for fucking 8 hours a day, working in some retail job, not sitting down, but you can't do the work for the Lord.
Yeah.
Look, man, when you're working for the Lord, you're going to get a righteous reward for that. You know, we're not out here for nothing. We're out here because we believe in the prophecies, and the prophecies say that the elect shall receive crowns, man. There's another scripture I want to get, but do you have?
I've got a quick one
yeah,
from me. On the whole embracing what wisdom will do to you, right? This is Sirach 4:17. For at first she will walk with him by the crooked ways, and bring fear and dread upon him, and torment him with her discipline, until she may trust his soul and try him by her laws.
Yep.
Read it again?
Read it again, man.
Yeah, Sirach 4:17. For at first she will.
Salakia.
No,
Before you do, because you talk about she will walk with him by crooked ways. Those crooked ways are a metaphor for difficult paths, man.
Wow.
Not no smooth, easy roads. And a lot of people, when things get difficult, they get scared and they do a U-turn and they run away. So what you got to do is stick with the difficult path. Don't fucking be trying to cut corners and take shortcuts to success. Salakia, I'm going to get to that in a second, but
Yeah.
I was watching a video actually on YouTube recently, because I'm into music and I like to play instruments. So I was watching a video from a piano tutor talking about methods of learning songs. Now, I'm quite experienced in this, so I know how to learn songs anyway, but sometimes I just watch to see what other people say, like methods and stuff. So let's talk about the technicalities of it. Now, this guy was saying, you've been wasting your time trying to learn to read sheet music. You don't need to learn to read sheet music. All you need to do is just memorize 4 simple chords on the piano and you'll be able to play any songs. So he's basically talking about the 4-chord trick. And
bullshit stuff.
it's bullshit because basically when he was playing the songs, like he's playing demos of these different pop songs, they sounded shit. And you know why they sounded shit? Because they lack detail. You see, when you learn melody, you learn detail, intricacies. But when you just play like chord shapes, you're just getting a general vague estimation of what it will sound like. And oftentimes it's out of rhythm and out of rhythm and not always on point. Like you get points where they're going off. Now he's there and he's got like 2,000k subscribers or something, and he's saying, yeah, learn songs this way, blah 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 blah. But what he was doing is he's teaching people a bad method, because a lot of new people who are new to learning the instrument, they'll jump on the YouTube, they'll see what he's saying, they'll think, oh well, this is the quick easy way to learn songs. Yeah, they might be able to master songs, but even people in the comments section were saying, look man, you're going to hit that glass ceiling of race, because you're going to hit a point where you can't progress in your technical skill, because you're not going any further than just the basic chord shapes. So while it might work, it might be a shortcut to success in the beginning, ultimately you're setting yourself up for a long-term failure, because you've already put a cap on your potential of growth.
Right.
So like, I hope that makes sense. That
Well, just change the key. And that whole method is scrapped.
Exactly.
Because people don't know their scales, they don't know, bro, you just change the key.
Exactly. Yeah, you're fucked.
What am I doing?
Exactly, because
You know?
hey, show on.
Shut up, man.
But that's what the brother said was on point. It's important. That's why it's important to learn range when you're learning. Range being like scales, arpeggios, broken chords, learning all that stuff. Eventually it's going to make you a greater musician. So going back to what the brother's reading, if you give it that again, Brother Kashan.
Yeah, this is Sirach 4:17. For at first she will walk with him by the crooked ways
The difficult paths, yeah, go on.
and bring fear and dread upon him.
That's right, because we're not in a place of safety. When you become wise to your condition, you will learn, hang on a minute, we as a prey on this earth, and we've got enemies on every side, not just in the physical flesh, but also in the spiritual too. You know, brothers being assaulted by demons and shit. You know, this shit is real, man. This ain't no flipping joke.
Yeah.
Carry on.
And dread upon him and torment him with her discipline
Yep. So, go on.
until she may trust his soul and try him by her laws.
That's right, and that's how the Most High deals, man. You can't just become a friend of the Lord without going through shit. You know, the Most High called Salaki, do you need Samson?
What's that? With a wire?
A wire for the
Yeah,
Samson?
I'll go.
Oh, for what, man? Yeah, the Most High is going to try you before he claims that you're his friend.
This too, just in case.
Hold on, a precept.
Hope I'm not getting in the way of the camera.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
You know how to- you know how to-
It would go in there. It would go in there. Shot.
Can you raise it higher?
No, don't go higher. But if you want something, if you want this to be higher,
I use this. It'll be all right. Come on.
if you want that to go higher, you can.
Keep going.
Come on.
Yeah, so as we were saying,
Yeah.
wisdom's
I'll
going
put
to
that
try
on
you
there,
before she
or you
makes
can
you
put
her
it on
friend,
here.
before she reveals herself to you. And that's how the Most High deals. You can't just say, "Oh, I know God," and think
So you
that
know what?
you can't just say, "Oh, I know God," and think that you're
need to
on
put
good
my
terms with the
control on
Most High.
this.
No, it don't work like that, man. When you come to serve the Most High, you need to prepare yourself for temptation, because it's going to put you through a lot of shit to try you and see what manner of person you are. Because that's what trials and tribulation does. It shows what character a person has. Because if a person is in the good times,
Try not.
Do you think they're not going to be a nigger in the bad times? They're going to be even worse when bad shit happens to them. But if you have a disciplined spirit,
Yeah.
you'll be the same in good times and bad. You're not going to vary. Because what the scripture says, double-minded man is unstable in all of his ways. Do you have a precept?
Yeah, I've got one for
Go
you,
ahead.
yeah. 2 Timothy 2. Get the dust off this one. 3 says, Thou therefore endure hardness as a good soldier of Yahushua and Mashiach. No man that warreth entangleth himself with the affairs of this life, that he may please him who have chosen him to be a soldier.
That's right. So we've been called and chosen to be soldiers in this truth. And what are soldiers? They're very disciplined. So we need to keep ourselves very disciplined to the best of our abilities. You know, it's not hard to go off, man.
Yeah.
You know,
In this kingdom, especially.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not hard to go off, man. So we've got to keep our minds disciplined.
Yeah.
You know, that's why it's good to meditate on precepts.
Right.
You know, a long time ago, one of the brothers said one of the worst places to bring out precepts is at camp. And at first you might think, what are you talking about? Worst places to bring out precepts at camp? No, the real place you want to be bringing out precepts is in your everyday life. Because that's when you need to apply it the most. When you're at camp, you know, this is a bit of a controlled setting. But when you're out in the real world, that's when you're really being tested as to what manner of person you are. So that's when you need the precepts the most.
If I could just elaborate on what you just said, because now the point is valued, but to bring out precepts at camp is really just bringing out precepts is good. Point blank,
Anytime is good.
period, because it reaffirms something in your mind. When brothers were saying do videos, do more than 3, and then 1 a day. Now to me, I had a condition I had to overcome, and I eventually started being able to do it. Now, when I was doing those videos, just doing them, right, it reaffirms the precepts back in your mind. So bringing out bringing out precepts at camp.
I'll let you know exactly.
He was making a point that you should be bringing them out, all the time, all around the clock. So that's the positive side to bringing out precepts. So
That's true, yeah.
it reaffirms it in your mind. We're talking about the neurological pathways.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Now, the soldiers, it talks about, read that part, I'll go up a little bit.
Okay, that's all right.
No man that weareth himself with in the affairs of this life, that he may please him who have chosen him to be a soldier. Talking about the distractions. The distractions are in the flesh, man. We're going to have distractions in the flesh.
That's right.
Talking about ailments. Now, sometimes things happen, but a lot of the soldiers, or you got mighty men, warriors, in the sports arena, they may even go into the arena with an ailment, but nobody don't have to know. Yeah. So coming to camp, you may have an ailment. They say never complain, never explain, never complain. Now sometimes they may complain after they've lost, but there's some hardcore, what you call them, Yahushua, right? Yahushua said he wanted to. You just broke down that he wanted to feel all the pain.
Yeah.
So you got men in the spirit, you got men who are like that in combat too.
Yeah.
They would have a broken arm. There's one. I'll give you one example. Danny Williams. He was in the fight. He was beating the guy. His arm came out of the socket. It's up on YouTube, and on paper he lost the fight, but he carried on fighting with that one hand, and then eventually he knocked the guy out with the arm that was still working. He knocked the guy out with he beat the guy with one arm and one arm out of his socket because he was persistent and he wasn't focused on the pain. So that's the advantage of being in that soldier or your Yahushua. I would even say your Yahushua mentality, because he's the top soldier of all soldiers, man.
That's right.
Stoic. It's like blotting out pain. That relates to being a stoic.
Yeah.
And you was breaking down about the person that's into the music.
Yeah.
I finished this last precept, last verse in 5 says, if a man also strive for the mastery, yet he is not crowned, except he striveth lawfully. So now, if you jump out the fire or jump out the race, you see a lot of races, marathon runners, sometimes they don't complete it for whatever reason. You ain't gonna get the full the crown, man.
Yeah.
Or you come to camp and I'm not. Things could happen, but as far as I'm here, I like to be here from the beginning to the end. Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm already in it. Whether I've got a back pain or a leg pain or not, I'm here now why not just stay to the end?
You know how to flip it,
You know,
man.
because then, you know what I mean, you feel like you may get sense of achievement,
You know how to do
you know,
that.
Yeah.
for yourself, but also you're pleasing the Most High, your whole life from your try, man.
That's right.
So that's the benefit of you mentioning the word discipline. You know, you want to start something and complete it to the end.
That's right, because the world's full of fake friends. You know, people who say, "Oh Lord, yeah, not Lord." People will say, "Oh yeah, I'll do this and I'll do that," but their talk is cheap. That's why the Most High will try you by your words, man. That's why if you say you're going to do something, it's good to fulfill your word, because that shows what integrity. And you know, ultimately, how do we find the Most High? How do we seek Him? You know, by seeking after wisdom, by being disciplined, and going through trials and adversity, and not throwing the baby out with the bathwater when things get tough. Because if you think about it, Abraham had to go through it, man. At the time, he had to go by faith and not by sight. When he was told to leave his father Terah's house, could you Genesis 12, Bible, shut up,
Yeah. Genesis 12, yeah?
yeah,
Chapter 12,
one from one.
from the top, yeah?
Yeah, because Abraham had to fulfill his trial. So we'll go through this stuff.
Right. So, reading from the top, Genesis chapter 12 says, Now the Lord had said unto Abraham, Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, and unto the land that I will show thee.
Right, so the Most High never told Abraham exactly where he was going. Now imagine that, right? The Spirit of the Lord's telling you, look man, you got to leave your kindred, your family, your father, and go to a place where you don't know where the hell you're going.
Yeah.
But you got to go there by faith. That's like, that ties into the scripture that the brother Urami just read about. Wisdom will go with you by the crooked paths. You know, that was a difficult path for Abraham, and it wasn't easy. Keep reading.
Yeah. 2 now. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing.
Even that in itself was a trial, because Abraham didn't have his chosen son, which was Isaac, until he was what, 99 or 100, around that age. So Abraham had to be faithful that the Most High would eventually fulfill his promise, because I think Abraham was 75 at the time when he left. Keep reading, it will tell us.
Right. 3. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse them that curse thee. Curse him that curse thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. So Abraham departed as the Lord had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abraham was 75 years old
There you go.
when he departed out of Haran.
Right. So let's say you're 75 years old and you don't have your chosen son until you're, say, 100 years old. That's what, 25 years? That's 25 years of walking by faith that the Lord would fulfill his promise to you. I mean, that's a long time to be walking on faith, man.
Right.
And that's why I want to read this precept to back that up, because this is 2 Chronicles 20 and verse 7. Art thou not our God, who didst drive out the inhabitants of this land before thy people Israel, and gavest it to the seed of Abraham, thy friend, forever? So the scriptures record that Abraham was the Most High's friend. So that means that Abraham was tried and he was proven. Because what did the scriptures say? If thou get a friend, you should prove him. And going back to what we were saying in the first place, that's why we go through hard times. In this truth, we don't have easy walks, because all the trials we go through, it's all that proving ground. Now, what else was I going to bring out? Hang on. There's another one here. Isaiah 41 and 8. But thou, Israel, art my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend. And there's a third one, James 2 and verse 23. And the scripture was fulfilled, which saith, Abraham believed the Most High God, and it was imputed unto him for righteousness, and he was called the friend of the Most High God. So that's really what we're seeking after. You know, to be on good terms with the Most High, not to be estranged from Him anymore, not to be divorced from Him anymore. And what's going to happen? We're going to be reconciled to the Lord when our Lord Yahushua makes His return.
Oh, you said it's the four.
What do you think?
Yeah, this is in Zechariah chapter 4, and I'll go to 5. It says, "Then the angel that talked with me answered and said unto me, Knowest thou not what these be? And he said, No, my Lord. Then he answered and spoke unto me, saying, This is the word of the Lord unto Zerubbabel, saying, Not by might, not by power, but by my spirit, saith the Lord of hosts." Yeah. Yeah, because although we're in this kingdom, we're serving the Most High. We're in the flesh. You're not on your own, man. You know, you're not on your own. You got the spirit, man, which is otherwise known as the comforter.
Psalms 23 by Bishop.
Yeah.
Read that by
Yeah. So we're accomplishing this, you know, because the spirit is willing, but the Most High is backing us up to do what we do, man. You know, to be soldiers, because being a soldier ain't no easy task. A soldier of your whole way of shy ain't no easy task. And we don't get trinkets. You know, when they get all them kind of pension and all them benefits of being a soldier, we don't get that, you know, every day and every week and etc. But we have a bigger goal, and we will get the crown at the end. But the Most High is backing us up.
That's a good point, and that's why I brought up Abraham, because he had to walk for all those years by faith, not by sight. And even when he did have his child, remember he was tried then. What did the Most High tell him to do? To slay his own son, Isaac. So let's just tell him, you walk 25 years on faith alone. Then when the Lord finally fulfills His promise, you have the joy of a child in whom your seed shall be called. Then the Most High tells you need to slay your own son. Now that shows that Abraham loved the Lord more than he loved his own son. And that's how we have to be. You know, in life in general, man, there's a lot of things in the world we can enjoy. Hobbies, pastimes, you know, family, friends, what have you. But at the end of the day, the love of Yahweh always has to come first. And when you put the Most High in His right position in your mind, that's when everything else starts to fall into place. Now, it's not always easy to do, easier said than done, but that's part of the trial, that's part of the affliction. Now, backing up what the brother just read as well, in reality, we're like robots. In that man's goings are part of the Lord, and how then can a man understand his own way? So, everything that you do has already been preordained. Whether you come to camp or whether you don't, whether you come into this truth or whether you're not, it's already preordained. However, with that being said, what we really want to do is tap into that spirit, because our spirit wants to be righteous, but our flesh is what makes us go off. So by tapping into that sort of the more spiritual side of things, you will find yourselves being more spiritual. And that's part of the, again, the difficulty, because we're living under illusions. Because as I said, there's no such thing as free will anyway. But sometimes in our mind we think, oh God, but if I do this or if I do that, no, really it's all up to the Lord. So that's why sometimes you actually have to take a step back and just like, you know what, man, I don't need to worry so much. I just need to meditate on the scriptures, and the situation will play out the way that the Lord wants to play things out. You got any more? Yeah, just a few more, and I'm going to speak on a different topic.
So this is in Matthew chapter 24. Matthew 24, that's the end of the topic. 24 and 13 says, But he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved.
Endure means suffer hardness. You know, so we've got to have to suffer hard things, man. And that's what makes that's hard, because if you're all soft and wibbly wobbly, like you're just absorbing everything you get. But if you've been through things, you become tough. It's like what do they call it when you have the calluses on your hands and stuff, and you scrape your hands because you've been lifting heavy weights or whatever. You know, you become tougher, you become more seasoned to it. So we're like becoming essentially we're stones anyway. stones in the temple of the Most High, but we've been made hard through our trials that the Most High's put us through.
Yeah. Because Bruce Lee, to your point, Bruce Lee used to do that. He used to punch sand, get a bag, pull it up with sand, and just keep punching it. Bruce Lee. And some boxers, under what boxers who are into that, martial artists, they do that, and they keep doing it until it just hardens your bones. Some boxers, if you ever look at their bones or their fists, it's just like it's really tough, hard. Some of them can actually break balls, and that's real. It's not fiction. When I was younger, I'm going to the one of my, I call him my father, took me to watch judo, and I was young, man. Before I joined, they was just showing you man breaking boards, man doing all that. That's
Karate shops,
yeah. It's not fiction. They actually, and you can go and check the footage. They actually got hard fists, hard hands. Some of them got fucking hard heads. And I ain't trying to say to you do that with your head, but you got some that will do things with their heads.
Yeah.
If you've seen it in the martial arts movie, some of it does work. And it goes deep as well, because a lot of them meditate, and that's dangerous too. You heard of Tai Chi?
Yeah, I've heard of Tai Chi.
To do with meditation.
Yeah.
And I was always invited to go and do Tai Chi, but the time when they was telling me to do it from young, because I was very athletic, and then the Most High always kept me away from getting into that too deep.
Yeah.
I would mess around, but he never let me get too into that too deep. You're inviting demons into you.
Right.
When you meditate, it's like all them kind of demons.
Opening yourself up to this other spirits.
Tigers, because they worship the animals. The tiger, the dragon, and all that. And you actually become that demon. That's why you actually see them doing certain things. And you think, wow, it's real.
For what for bringing that up. So I'm just going to change topic now a bit and talk about the NHS, the National Health Service here in the UK. A video was shared in the chat amongst brothers yesterday, which, Lord willing, if I remember, I'll do a video on it and put it on my channel. But basically, you had a woman in a hospital operating room, laid on the table, and one of the doctors was, she was lying on the table, her head was on the side. There were doctors operating on her, but there was another doctor standing there, and he pulls down his trousers and inserts his dick into her mouth. Now that's happening in hospitals. People who are going in for surgery, they're put under anesthesia and they're being, molested, having all doctors have sex acts on them.
Yep.
Now the scriptures say, never trust thine enemy, for as iron rusteth, so is his wickedness. This is the world we live in, man. And you got these fucking people who believe that the NHS is set up for their help and benefit. Now the reason why I'm bringing that topic out is because you can look at that video and be like, oh well, that's bad, man, that's bad. But you know what, Esau slipped, because when he brought out the news about Jimmy Savile going into the hospitals and raping people and going into the fucking mortuaries and committing acts of necrophilia, everybody's focus is on him alone. Like everybody's thinking, oh, Jimmy Savile. But there's other guys doing similar things and worse.
Cliff Richard,
who's still out there.
His name was that. Cliff Richard is the Queen's darling. You heard of Cliff?
I know Cliff Richard, Summer Holiday.
Yeah, all them, them cheesy songs.
And you ran away.
But his name came forward,
I know.
You know about that?
Yeah.
All right. Speak on what you're going to say.
No, because he fled the country, didn't he?
Yeah.
After they searched his home, he ran to another country. So he was telling me, why, if you ain't got nothing to hide, why are you running, man? Because they can't, what do they call it when they bring him back over here? They can't go, they've got no jurisdiction over there to go and bring him back to this country to face trial. Now, but my point is, and another one, see, Esau uses these deceptions, man, as a smokescreen, as I said. So while everybody's focused on dead man Jimmy Savile, there's guys still getting away with doing this shit in the medical system. Yeah. Likewise, this whole fucking stupid Madeleine McCann thing, I always got pissed off about this, right? They bring this fucking girl, this little Edomite cracker girl who was supposedly kidnapped, but she was killed. They keep bringing up this story year after year, right? What about all the kids that are going missing now? What about all the kids that are being ritually sacrificed now? See, that's what I'm saying. Esau will put one case on the news, blow that up, and everybody's like, oh, it's so bad, poor Maddie, oh, it's bad, it's terrible, Jimmy. But all this stuff is still going on, but why everybody's still focused on looking in the other direction? So this is a stupid
Oh,
society,
yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Absolutely stupid society. People don't know. It's like people don't even know how to think and process and be like, what's going on here? Because this stupid Maddie thing, right? Oh, she went missing in what, 2006, right? And they got the same fucking photograph of a little girl from 2006.
So I just let him just get.
People, children grow up. You're telling me she's gonna look, let's say hypothetically she was alive, how are you gonna find her with a fucking child's photo when she's nearly a damn grown
I
woman?
mean, I don't want to seem like.
Don't
I
make
take
no
it over
sense.
the thing.
And why aren't you looking for all the children that are going, as I say, going missing right now, man? Children are getting kidnapped left, right, and centre all the time, man. When I was growing up, man, every fucking summer there'd be a case. Oh, and two young girls went missing, were abducted from outside their home on Wednesday. Police have started a manhunt and have been sweeping the area. They're now going for about 2 weeks. Then you usually find their dead bodies they'd usually find their dead bodies in a ditch somewhere in the forest. That would happen every fucking summer, man. Now, when you look at the society, and it's very rare that the killers will be caught. So what's going on? Like, how is it that you got a society where children can just go fucking missing and nobody's found?
It's got one.
Okay.
Nobody's found accountable or responsible, man. Like,
Yeah, they just wait until it dies down.
that's why we can't thrive here. We need to get out of here, man. Because if you have children here, your children are always at risk. You can't let them run up and down the street, ride their bikes and stuff, because there's so many fucking predators around. You send them to school, right? And we used to have, when I was a child, they'd have what that's called curb corners, where you have some random guy, usually an Edomite, will pull up at the school at like 3:30 when the children are about to leave. He's not there to pick up no children though of his own because he ain't got no kids, but he's just sitting there. And he'd say to you, oh, do you want some sweets? You know, my mum would always say to me, if anybody says to you, do you want to come and look at my puppies? Like they'd say, oh, do you want to look at my puppy? It's in the car, just come and have a look. They literally sit there outside the school doing that shit, man. That was back in the 1980s. And they used to make, on the TV, they used to put what was called PSAs, which is public service announcements saying, you know, beware of strangers and don't talk to strangers and shit, man.
They made us.
Yeah, go on.
They made us sit down in the school, big room assembly, and every so often we had to watch the slides. I don't know if you live with you.
Yeah.
They put us through the slides and they showed someone, you know, all kinds of things, man, to give you an idea that how creepy it was. And they showed little girls and they showed like, I remember going on, I was scared, man. I had bad nightmares about it. Showed dark rooms and a woman locked up, a little girl locked up in a dark room and a shadow approaching it. Now remember that slide though, you know, I got a precept from it.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Hebrews chapters 12 and 16 says, lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. Right, so that word there, profane.
Yeah, outside.
Oh, the
Go
leader.
on, you got it.
So as far as that, maybe I can't say too much on it, but when it comes to these NHS people, I learned from a young age, I'm not going to be, they call it the kosh, innit? When they knock you out, make you unconscious. I was always saying I'm not going to be unconscious around these people. You're referring to that video what was up there, because you know brothers know how I get down. I'm just very extreme. I'm not saying everybody has to do how I am, because I'm extreme about certain things. But that what you just said, that woman was unconscious, man. What is the point? I mean, let me carry on reading, because I'm going to get upset, man. You know, lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. For he knew that afterward, when he would have inherited the blessing, he was rejected, for he found no place of repentance, though he sought it carefully with tears.
That's right.
He rejected. Now he's profane. In other words, just say in a nutshell, anything he's capable of doing, anything.
Yeah.
And I don't care who you are, I don't care what fucking background you got, I don't care your education, I'm talking about ease.
Yeah, that's right.
The education that you got, surgeons, it's all out there, it's been out, it's not new, you know. It's just now because there's social media now.
And people are recording it, yeah.
That's all. So I was aware of that from a very young age. I was worried when, you know, I saw people I had to go and visit, I had to make sure I keep checking up on my parents, you know, and I said I'm not going to be put under no kosh. I was very extreme about it, and I was willing to, anyway, I don't want to go into too much detail, but I said, whatever happens, I'm not fucking getting under no cushion around them people.
And it goes,
Because they're profane, man.
that's right, it goes deeper than that, right? I don't want to say, how do I word this, not to get the video taken down.
Abaratazar, with the Most High blessing, he never let it happen.
Yeah.
You know, 'cause it wasn't of my own strength, the Most High. I needed strength to do it.
The next thing I'm going to say, I'm going to have to word it carefully, but you had people coming out saying that during the C19 thing, that they were actually killing people in hospitals, man. Like, you think you're going in there for them to make you better, but they end up murking you off, man. How are they doing it? Was it with the ventilators? Saying that when you put someone who's got it on the ventilator, they can't breathe.
Suffocates you.
So they have
suffocates you.
asphyxiation.
Yeah, it suffocates you.
Yep, and I'll tell you right now, I was working in that environment at the time, and there was a form that patients had to sign once you go on it. If you do go, or if they decide to clip you, they don't have to inform your family. And if it's looking like your CTD circling the drain, meaning that you ain't gonna make it, you have to accept that your family can't come and say their final goodbyes, man.
Yeah.
So you're in there by yourself, suffocating all alone. You know, that's a sacrifice, man.
There you go. That's exactly what it is. Sacrifice. Because they needed those people to be slain to forward their agenda. Just like with 9/11, Esau done it in one day. Well, not in one day because there was the war after that. But when 9/11 happened, that was a huge blood sacrifice to bring about a new era of Esau's agenda. So with the C19 thing, there were a lot of people who were sacrificed for that to bring about this phase of Esau's agenda.
The devil goes deep, man. You see, we go deep on the right-hand side. They go deep on the left-hand side, man. Because I remember, I'm not going to say the establishment, but an ICU unit was being built to accommodate people that was about to basically really bad with the C19, right? And potentially would die. Now, they had to reconstruct that particular part of the hospital to accommodate that new ICU unit, right? Now, according to the ventilation system, it would have been more constructurally better for the entrance to be one direction. But the general manager and higher up people, names we've never heard of before, they insisted that the building would be facing a particular direction. And when you check it out, because you know I talk to people in the job, man, it was facing another major. Basically, it was facing that building over there. I don't want to say the establishment.
Yeah, I know the one.
You know,
the Satan's Needle.
Satan's Needle. But constructually, the integrity of the building would be better if it was faced where the ventilation was. But they had to rejig the whole thing so that everyone was bed was facing that way, man.
Yeah.
You know?
That's powerful, man. For why for showing that, man? Because Esau gets into all that shit, you know, about landmarks.
Yeah.
There's certain ley line
That's
points.
a ley line right there.
Yeah. That's why you got certain monuments or demonic structures that are positioned in certain places in the earth. It's like if you look at the American the map of America, like cities, the way they're laid out, you actually see like I can't remember exactly which part it is. But there's certain areas where they've got the roads laid out where if you used to look at it from a bird's eye view, you see the shapes of owls and stuff like that. So roads are constructed in certain ways to make certain shapes at certain points. Esau's not stupid, man. Now we can prove that with the scriptures that there's certain points in the earth that are special, because there was a point where Jacob was traveling and he saw Jacob's ladder. Let's get that.
You know, you do a topic like that. Yeah.
I've looked up the word when you're ready, yeah? Let me know when you want to bring it out. I've looked up two words in the
What you just said before?
yeah, what I just read.
Right,
two words. When you're ready.
Yeah, I'll get to it in a second, right? So this is the point, right, about certain points in the earth having spiritual significance. This is Genesis 28, starting out verse 10. And Jacob went out from Beersheba and went forward to Haran. And he lighted upon a certain place and tarried there all night, because the sun was set. And he took the stones of that place and put them for pillows and lay down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed and beheld a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of God ascending and descending on it. And behold, the Lord Yahweh stood above it and said, I am Yahweh thy God of Abraham thy father, and the God of Isaac. The land whereon thou liest, to thee I will give it, and to thy seed. And thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west and to the east and to the north and to the south, and in thee and thy seed shall all the families of the earth be blessed. Now that's an important point, because that shows that that's holy ground. That land over there in Israel, it's not just it's not just earth. That's sacred territory, man. That's holy land, right? And Jacob awaked out of his sleep and said, surely Yahweh is in this place, and I knew it not. And he was afraid and said, how dreadful is this place? This is none other but the house of God, and this is the gates of heaven. So, powerful land, man. Now we're going to get to your breakdown. You got the words?
Right, so these are words that we looked at in Hebrews chapter 12 and 16, right? It says he's a profane man, or he's a fornicator. Two words we're going to look at, right?
Okay, go on.
A man who prostitutes, fornicator. A man who prostitutes his body to another's, lust for hire. So we hear about prostitutes, you might think of a woman first of all. A woman might come to your mind, yeah? But it's saying a man who prostitutes his body to another's, lust for hire. A male prostitute, a man who indulges in unlawful sexual intercourse or fornicator, right? Because even in Jamaica, you got what they call them, dread for rent. You might have heard about them. Which are rent a dread, yeah.
Okay.
You know,
I've heard of that. Yeah.
Right, it's over there, and you know who goes over there to get them.
The old ass Edomite woman.
Right, you've heard about it. Rent a dread. So if a woman has had an experience with a black man, right, an Edomite woman or any woman, but it's a lot of the Edomite women, they want to experience what's it like to have a black man. Is that stereotype? The stereotype. Is it true what I hear? Right? Go and rent a fucking dread, man. But bomber club, bun that. That's what you call that prostitution, man.
It is, yeah.
And I ain't for that shit or gigolo. I got people in my family. That's why I'm so brothers who know me. I don't like the Edomite. They're not, and maybe they don't know why. But I got people in my family that was all into all that shit. My older brothers and shit. You know what I'm saying? Look at that kind of money there. Look at that big body. Come in and flash it in my face. If you get with a woman, that's what she can do for you. No, you know that blood clot. Bomber clot I deal with. So I grew up with all that, and some of my cousins too. You don't want to know where I grew up. I come out of the mud, man. Right? So that's what that is, yeah?
Yeah, go on.
That's indulging in unlawful sexual intercourse or fornicator. Men do that shit too. And you can do it as a man over here in Babylon. You can do it and get paid for it. Some men are probably gonna do that shit when it gets, when the lockdown comes around again. I don't know. I can't speak for them, but
yeah.
I know what this world is like, right? So this is the other one, profane. Yeah, profane.
Go ahead.
Accessible word, get straight to the word. Yeah. Of men ungodly. There's other words there, but straight to the point. Ungodly.
Yeah,
they're ungodly. I wouldn't leave my You hear about what they call them? When you leave with your little child with somebody, what they call them? Daycare centers. And you leave. Don't leave them with no fucking Edomite woman, man, or man.
Yeah, they're abused.
That the scriptures tell you, man. I know. I've been around. I know. I grew up in around care and all that. And most I made sure that I had a kind of the man who was my care worker, my key worker.
Yeah.
Was into martial arts. The most I was thinking about this. The most I made me have that man there in the children's home when I was growing up, protecting me. That was my stepfather in the spirit. My father in the spirit. Some brothers call them guides. It was an angel, man. Because no one could fuck about with none of that. Things might have been happening though. You understand? In care, because we know things are coming out all the time. But anything goes with them. They're ungodly, man. Don't leave your children with these fuckers, man. If you can help it.
That's right. I actually saw a video. One of the brothers, I believe. I don't know if it's someone who put it up on one of the brothers from GMS. No, it was one of the brothers from GMS. He put up a video about what children in America have to do when they're looking for families when they get a certain age in foster care. Like they have to go up and they'll stand there, and all these people come and they'll look them up and down. It's like kind of like you imagine them being on the auction blocks back in slavery. And these people come and they look them up and down. They'll be like, oh well, he looks nice. I'll adopt him, right?
Yep.
and these children, they're so desperate to be adopted
Yep.
that they don't realise that they're really going out of the frying pan into the fire, because a lot of the people who go and adopt these children, they're not adopting them just looking to do a good charitable act. You had this teacher there, this one Edomite guy. He's like, oh yeah, I'm hoping that he'll be a good fit for me in my lifestyle and stuff like that. He was going up there to look for a little someone to groom.
Yep.
But he's going there under the guise of being a teacher. But you could clearly see this Edomite spirit was off, and he was looking at this Jake boy, like he's licking his lips and shit. He wanted to take him home. So this is wicked, man. Like, a lot of people need to get their head out of the sand. All these fucking people who are so-called professionals, who you trusted and you thought, you know what, they've got our children's best intentions at heart. It's the complete opposite, man. It's the complete opposite.
Yep.
You finish with the words there?
The brother done a video, I'm going to mention him, Elder in Central Camp. This place, I'm going to find the video, I'm going to mention it because I think it's worth me mentioning it. He goes into detail about it. Let me find the name of the video, I'm going to mention it. Bring it out.
So Esau's whole system is built upon wickedness and witchcraft, but it's masquerading as if it's actually good for the people. But you know what? The people don't realise because they're ignorant of these things. What did the scriptures say?
Yeah, this is the title of his video, Elder Rakar Ramar, you know the one. Yeah. This place needs to end. When he was going into it, I had to brace myself because I know what my spirit's like, but I had to finish watching it.
Yeah, you've got to get riled up.
Because, you know, but he goes in about what you're talking about, the subject we're talking about.
Well, this is the thing, it has to end, man. Let me give another example of the wickedness of Esau, right? So, I've got cats, and Esau's now made it a law that if you don't microchip your cats by 2024, like July, that if you try and take them to the vet, you'll face a £500 fine per animal. So it's basically making it to the point where if you want to get any kind of veterinary care for your animal, you're not going to be able to take the pet to the vet if the pet hasn't got the chip. Now I've been conflicted about this because I don't want to put microchips in my pets, it doesn't make no sense. But then at the same time, what if they get sick? So I have to basically rely on the Lord because let's put it this way. I'll put forward the question, would a microchipped animal be destroyed? And I'd say yes. You know why? Because the Most High we're not going to be in the kingdom of heaven with microchipped cows and microchipped rabbits and microchipped cats and dogs. No, man, they've got to be destroyed. It's going to be a completely fresh, clean slate, a new earth wherein dwelleth righteousness, man. So I don't think I'm going to do that, and I just have to trust in the Lord that hopefully they won't get sick, and if they do, I'll have to try and treat them myself to the best of my ability. But I'd rather do that than acquiesce to Esau, because it's just another one of those things. Just like when he said, oh, you know, if you don't get the clock shot by this certain date, you're not going to be able to go to the cinema, you're not going to be able to go to the restaurant, you're not going to be able to do X, Y, or Z. It's all that fucking fear-mongering and coercing. So he's doing it with, you know, the clock shot, now he's doing it with your pets, next it's going to be with your ass, man. If you don't take this microchip, you're not going to be able to access your bank. You're not going to be able to even log onto your computer or use your phone, because all these devices are going to be interconnected. You're going to be off the grid essentially, and we've got to be prepared to take that, man. That's the L we have to take.
Yeah.
But in taking that L, that's actually a victory, man.
right.
That's how we will overcome the beast, man. So fuck him and his microchips, man. Why the hell do you want to put microchips in animals anyway? Fucking piss me off, man. Carry on.
But this is another one in Psalm 58, because I finished on the Hebrews. Hebrews 12.
Yeah.
So this is in Psalm 58 and 2. It says, "Yea, in heart ye work wickedness, ye weigh the violence of your hands in the earth. The wicked are estranged from the womb; they go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies."
That's right, because what you want to talk about, shall I?
No, you gone.
Right, that's right, because what you'll find is that in the spiritual realm, the wicked cease from troubling. So there's peace in the heavens. So right now, you ain't got Edomites going at it with Jake in the spiritual realm. But as soon as they leave that spiritual realm and they come into their mother's womb, they're estranged from the Most High. So when these Edomites are in the womb, they're cut off from the Most High. Whereas Israelites, what is it? Let me get a precept on that. Jeremiah.
So, you know, like, that's just how it works. I mean, it's fucked up. That's what I'm doing. Because it's so obvious. And that's why
This is Jeremiah 1 and verse 5. I should read Psalms 58:3 again, my Bishop, and I'll read this.
Yeah. So Psalms 58:3 again.
Yep.
Says, the wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies.
Right, so as soon as the Edomite baby comes out of its mother's womb, the first words that are coming out of his mouth are pure lies, man. In the Hebrew, he's talking shit, man. But on the other hand, us of the elect, Lord, we of the elect, it says this, Jeremiah 1 and verse 5, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee, and before thou camest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee, and ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. So before we were even in our mother's womb, the Most High knew of us. So the difference between a Jake in the truth and an Edomite is that as soon as the Edomite hits his mother's womb, they're already disconnected from the Most High. But someone of the elect, they're already connected to the Most High. They never lost it from the spiritual realm. So they come on this life and they live a certain amount of time. And if they're of the elect and they're going to be of this ministry, they're going to wake up and the Most High is going to put the spirit back on them and they'll start prophesying. That's how it works. So you got any more on that, or is there anything else?
I've got another one for you.
Bring it out, Baba.
This is in Proverbs chapters 4 and 13 says, take fast hold of instruction, let her not go, keep her, for she is thy wife. Sophia.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's take hold of Sophia, which is instruction, wisdom. You're talking about wisdom at the moment.
Yeah.
14. Enter not unto the path of the wicked, and go not in the way of evil men. Oh, I met someone the other day, man. I cut it short though. Anyway, back in my old area, a very infamous area, and I was just passing through and I saw one of the old homies that I knew from back in the day, and he was just talking. And he was saying what he's into, the social media, and he said, you know what I do now? And we were talking about stuff, back in reminiscing. And he said, what you keep looking over your shoulder for? Nothing's going to happen to you because you're walking with me. I was thinking, oh, he said that. I think the Spirit made him say that. Get the fuck away from this guy.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah? I hear you. So, certain people, yes, you can be entertaining, you can be polite, courteous with them, but let me read this. 14 says, enter not unto the path of the wicked, go not in the way of evil men, avoid it, pass not by it, turn from it, and pass away. For they sleep not, except they do mischief, and their sleep is taken away unless they cause some to fall.
Yep.
Now, we've got ambitions, we've got a hope. If you ain't in this truth, man, you either got amnesia, or you're on something, you just ain't got no ambition, man, or you don't know where you're coming from. So what I said to the person that I knew from back in the day, he's telling me things that this person went mad, because this is rough out there, man. If you're at the temple, like E, it's like your future is the same as theirs. So this person went mad. I knew him back in the day. I remember him from when he was really young, gone mad. And I was playing like David Cavill. I was playing like Columbo, playing a little bit, playing myself down a little bit. Because he said, I heard that you became a Jew. The words are in the, they don't know all the details, but I was playing it down a little bit. So I said, no, he's not a Jew. But then I asked the question. I said, I asked him a question. What I said to him. So I said to him, if you keep doing the same, because he knows what I used to be like. I said, if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, it's like they call that insanity, and expecting different results. Because he's on that spirit of in and out of jail, in and out of jail. I know his mother. Yeah. So they haven't got no ambition, man. But I didn't really get too deep. I just mentioned about the 12 tribes, and I put him into contact with certain brothers and GMS and stuff, without getting too drawn in with him, because, it says that avoid it, pass not by it, turn from it, pass away, for they sleep not except they do mischief. demon will jump on that guy to get to me
Yes,
if,
that's
if
right.
I be around for him too long.
That's right.
And definitely don't invite.
Like I said,
You might say, oh, I know him from the world, and yeah, he was me and him were cool back in the day. Things are ramping up all the time, man. Year by year, things are ramping up. Most High's taking and making a separation for his elect, and Satan's got his elect.
That's right.
So this guy, in a nutshell, has got a target on his back. He's done things. He dropped some things what he done to me. When I asked him, I said, why did that guy go mad? You know what he said to me? He said, for all the things that he's done in the past. He was right.
Okay.
Jake ain't foolish. Remember, we are spiritual men. I don't care what you're into. A man you can talk to a man as long as you keep it light, not going too deep. You can talk to a man. Jake on the whole is spiritual. He said he called reaction. I said, yeah, you call that what goes around comes around. Because them two homies was close, right? And he was in the home that I was in. The person that's gone mad now was in the children's home that I was in. So I knew him as like he was my little brother.
Okay.
I looked out for him and stuff, but I saw what he was into. They grow big, you know, like twice the size of you, big. They don't know what they could be on anything, steroids. Big motherfucker. So they'll be good on road. You understand? They look the part on road.
Yeah.
If I knock them out, I bang them out, and I knock them out now. That's what they're on.
Yeah.
If I bang a man and he showed me what he does on social media, I said, okay. I kept it light though. So he said, yeah, he's gone mad now. Me and him were close. He's gone mad now. He's become. And I'm going to say, probably in there, they give you anything. When you're locked up in the job, they can do anything to you. They give you anything, and that's probably what fucked him up. But at the same time, the Most High let that happen because of all the wickedness that done. Stab up, man. You know, some of the younger generation, what they call them, there's a word for them.
Chefs.
No, what's the name of the gangs then today?
I don't know about him in
You know when you look on somebody, postcode gangs, that's it. Postcode gangs. You might have heard of it.
Yeah.
So it's around your age, a little bit older, around that age, isn't it? Postcode gangs. And if you're a certain age, you're going to be drawn to it. So this is what's going on the street today. So they're taking steroids, they're going to the gym, they're going out on road, looking the part. Some of them are fucking informers. You can't trust them. A lot of them have got targets on their back. Say hi and bye. Say what you need to say. Keep it pushing, because if you get caught too much involved in that little circle, I was talking to him. There's probably cameras looking from all places. Who's this guy? We've never seen him before. Oh, do we have him? You know what I mean? Because these men are all logged on their computers, man.
That's a good point, because just recently we had an incident in the Truth. Last week we had that scuffle that broke out between ISUPK and IUIC. And the elder apostles have put out a decree that we're not supposed to have anything to do with these other groups. Why is that? Because we don't want to be counted as part of them. And they're not part of us, we're not part of them. So on a smaller scale, you bumping into this guy from your past, that's the most I
All my sincerity and honesty and all my sincereness to talk with him. Yeah? You want to say something else?
No. I was just going to say, that's the most I showing that you can't be with that guy.
Yeah.
Like, you can say hello to him on the street, but don't ever go like...
Don't bring him to your house.
Don't bring him to your house,
I
don't
wouldn't-
go to his house.
Everybody has their own, way of they do their thing, but I don't give a shit. I'm fucking extreme. I don't give a shit. I'm extreme. If I cut them off, I'll cut them off. I ain't got no fucking time to play dilly-dally business, man. I know where I've come from, you understand what I'm saying? But let me carry on reading.
in this economic climate,
16, yeah, this is in Proverbs chapter 4. 16 says, for they sleep not except they have done mischief, and their sleep is taken away unless they cause some to fall. For they eat the bread of wickedness and drink the wine of violence. What's that? What's the wine of violence? What's the bread of wickedness?
So I can read that once again.
It says, for they sleep, for they drink the bread of wickedness and drink the wine of violence. What the world offering today on social media? Corruption, philosophy of this world is, as the brothers them say, is the philosophies of this world. The wine is the philosophies of this world. So is the bread.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
The bread
their
of violence, yeah.
and that's their staple diet. So it'd be very difficult to penetrate what's in them. That's why I keep it light.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? It's very difficult to penetrate what they're already full of. They're full of junk food, bread of violence, wine of violence, full of rubbish, man. What if you ask them, what you gonna go and, when I finish speaking to you, what you gonna go and do after Nick now?
Yeah.
Some fucking bullshit.
Probably gonna buy
Ain't gonna
drugs.
be nothing sensible. So I got away. I felt a little bit bad, you know, because you know when you know someone from there that big, that smart, and you know
Yeah.
them and you know their mother and all that.
Yep.
But the most I said, get the. He was pulling me away, man. It's like as if it's almost like the same with my brother. I don't know about you, but I'm close with my brother, but I'm distant, I have to distance myself from my brother.
Precept.
You know.
This is Sirach 11:29. Bring not every man into thine house,
Boom.
for the deceitful man hath many trains. Now, on what the brother's saying, it's true because you'll bring a man to your house, you'll be sitting there, you might sit there for half an hour. If he gets up and he leaves, when he leaves, the demons that are on him, they're still sitting up in your house, man, waiting to jump on you. That's why whenever you move into a new house, I remember this from when I was young, man. My mother always used to say, when you move into a house, you need to pray over it, man. You know, you need to what is it? They burn sage.
Yeah, you can
Say
burn
prayers.
sage, put a blessing on it, barak.
Yep.
Yeah, but when we put a blessing on something, it's not like when the church do it or anybody else do it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's like that.
The real thing coming from the true scriptures, man. You need to pray over your house, man, because there's demons. Like even your next door fucking neighbours, you don't know what's going on next door. What kind of spirits they're doing? They might be doing fucking rituals in their yard, and you wouldn't even know. I had some fucking creepy ass Edomite neighbours when I was younger, man. No idea what goes on in their house, and I don't even want to know.
Yeah.
And they do. There's another thing they do as well. Sex rituals, where you get these married couples. They call it swinging.
Yeah, I heard about it.
A lot of that shit happens, man. And also, there's a fucking forest near where I live as well. And at night, you get all these weirdos going in the forest and doing all kind of freaky shit, man. There's so much wickedness around us, and we can't be ignorant to it. What do the scriptures say? Be ye circumspect, because your adversary, the devil, goeth around as a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. So all around us, man. Look, even in the location we're at right now, we're next to this freaky pub, and on a Saturday night or whatever, you get all these freaks coming out, men in high heel shoes and dresses and shit. Right next to us, man. And just a bit further down the road, you've got another Batty Man pub. You know, you're surrounded by wickedness on every side. Got any more precepts?
Yeah. Let me finish off this one.
Fine.
In Proverbs 4.
Then I'm saying this.
Yeah. So I read 17. For they eat the bread of wickedness and drink the wine of violence. 18. But the path of the just is as the shining light that shineth more and more unto the perfect day. So more and more, the Spirit is coming on you, man. Yeah, and you may, I don't know, but you're gonna start to feel like it's almost like a magnet.
Because you know, a lot of the
If
time,
you get two,
yeah.
right. You get two magnets that stick together, and you turn both of them upside the wrong way around. They repel, and I'm starting to get that, you know.
With people in the world.
And maybe brothers are, you know, feeling the same way. It's like more and more I feel like I need to be aware. It's like,
Real talk. You just reminded me of my childhood, man.
Yeah.
When I was at school, I hated it because I knew I wasn't being taught what I wanted to learn, and I wasn't progressing, and I was underachieving. It's just like every time I went there, every day it's like, oh, you're a failure at this and you're a failure at that. It's like it's really demoralizing.
Yep.
Now I've got a mental health condition, and it started to. It didn't like appear straight away, but there's a gradual case of it manifesting itself in my life. Now it was spiritual because it was around age 15 or so. I started to feel like I needed to get away from people, like the guys who I was at school with and stuff like that. I couldn't hang around with them. The spirit was just like you're saying, the magnet repelling. I was thinking, nah, man, I need to be alone. So I used to start skipping school. So I'd only go to the lessons I wanted to. But my point is that from back then, the spirit was on me to like distance myself. Like, okay, there's guys who are cool. Yeah, you know, I'll say hello, whatever. But no, we're not. In my mind, we're not friends. We're just acquaintances. That's how I was with a lot of the guys when I was at school. So I used to be very aloof. But it's back to what the brother's saying. It was the spirit of the Lord coming on me, making me get away from certain people, man. Because now them same certain people, they live fucked up lives, man.
yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, one more time, 19 of Proverbs 4. The way of the wicked is as the darkness, they know not at what they stumble. Because now, what just come to mind was that movie, They Live.
I remember that with Roddy Piper, yeah.
Yeah, Roddy Piper, John a Carpenter,
The John Carpenter movie, yeah.
the director, and he had a fight. Roddy Piper had the fight with Keith
Richards.
Keith
Keith
David,
David.
Keith David,
Keith David,
the big black guy, and they say there's one of the top,
Longest fights. Yeah.
one of the longest fights and one of the best fights in the movies. Why was he fighting with him? He wanted to try and let him see what. Can't you see all those things? What I could see when I put the glasses on.
Yeah.
He became physical, carnal.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, man. If you try and sit down with these people and say, look, man, look, I'm in the truth.
Yeah.
All them other religions, I'm talking about being around them all the time. All them other religions is wicked. I've been there, done that, got the t-shirt. They ain't gonna, most like, if he's blinded their minds, don't matter what you do.
Yeah.
They ain't gonna see it. And
I wouldn't even put the glasses
we've all
on.
probably been there trying to do that with our family and certain people that we may think, oh, he's cool.
Yeah.
You're gonna end up getting into a fight, man.
Yeah.
Because you see what you can see, they can't see it. And just most sides open up your, what they call that?
Pineal gland.
Your spiritual eye, man. You're gonna be there, trying to extract blood out of a stone, man. You can't get blood out of a stone.
That's
And
the
that's
point.
what happened. That's why I ended up leaving Jehovah's Witnesses. And that was a stepping stone for me to get into that camp and then eventually into Great Monster.
It's funny, you reminded me of something that the elder Umar said to me a long time ago when I first started coming around. And I was saying to him, asking him a question about, well, why can't some people get it? And he said to me, but you know what, Puff? You could break this truth down to the smallest atom and feed it to this person's one piece at a time, and at the end of the day they'd still turn around and not get it. But it really comes back to the Most High having sealed these people's minds, because it's not the Most High's intention for all Israel to be saved. So therefore there's only a small remnant of people who are going to get this truth. If you don't mind me asking, sir, where are you from?
And at the same time, that's listening.
I'm from Uganda.
You're from Uganda. Have you ever heard about the Israelites before?
I read the Bible every day. I know all the tribes.
You know of the tribes? Yeah. You know you might be part of this?
I think I do remember actually now. And you said that
Well, the issue is
the last week you spoke to.
where you're coming from and what you're saying.
So where are we coming from and what am I saying?
This other guy, this other guy.
No,
Do you believe in the Bible?
What are you talking about? I said.
No, I'm not accusing you, forgive me, I'm just having a conversation. Do you believe in the Bible?
I do.
Okay.
The 36 scriptures, I mean the books and the 12.
66 books
66 books.
and the
I
12
know
of the Apostles.
everything about it. I've read the Bible whole through. I mean the 12 tribes from Jacob. That's what you're doing there.
Yeah.
From Jacob, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
Which is in the Bible.
yeah, I know that. Yeah, before Jacob, he became Israel.
Yes.
That's right.
That's right.
Good. So, 12 tribes. Where does the Messiah come in? The 12 tribes.
The Messiah came from the line of Judah. Matthew, get me Matthew the first chapter, please.
I know where you're going.
Matthew 1:1 tells you the
Yeah,
lineage.
yeah.
Okay. So did that answer your
So
question?
basically, I don't want to disrupt what you're doing.
That's all right.
You're doing a good job. Don't get me wrong. Listen, Paul said something that the gospel shall be preached whether in season or out of season. So my one is just to wonder the emphasis of the 12 tribes.
What do the 12 tribes mean? Is that what you're
Yeah,
asking?
that's because it seems like it's the emphasis you have.
Well, the emphasis of the 12 tribes is because salvation is going to be for the elect of our nation.
That is in Revelation chapter 12, isn't it?
Revelation chapter 7
Yeah.
talks about the 144,000,
Yeah.
12,000 from each
12
tribe.
tribes, yeah. So now it's like
And
you're
14 as
saying
well.
it's the 12 tribes, isn't it?
Say again, please.
You're saying it's the 12 tribes, isn't
Yeah,
it?
the Most High is looking for
From
the 12
Revelation
tribes.
12, isn't it?
Yeah, from descendants of Jacob. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So it tells you the 12 tribes.
Yeah.
Are you trying to say that you're looking for the 12 tribes?
Well, yeah, because our people are scattered all throughout the world. So now
I
it's,
believe you.
Yes.
Listen, I believe you. I believe you. But there's one thing that you have to also focus on. As much as you're looking for the 12 tribes, how about bring people to the root cause of why the 12 tribes were created?
But what he don't know is that he been
oh, you're asking about
How the
Why?
12 tribes, not why, but how the 12 tribes were created, because that's where salvation begins from.
well,
Yeah, because
it's not really a deep thing because it goes back to our forefather Abraham.
Thank you. So from that season of it, did Abraham knew have 12 tribes?
Say again, please.
Did Abraham knew he would have 12 tribes?
The Most High told him. Give me Genesis 12 from verse 1 again.
Did he know he would have 12? Because he had two sons, Esau and Isaac. So Isaac is one who becomes
Ishmael and Isaac.
Ishmael and Isaac.
Yeah.
So Abraham had two sons, Ishmael and Isaac. And then
Yep.
Isaac gets Jacob
Yep.
and Esau.
Yeah.
And then from Jacob comes the 12 tribes.
Yeah.
But look from behind. Did Abraham know that this was going to happen?
Yes, he did
Yeah, he
because
did.
he's promised.
We got it.
Right.
This is in Genesis chapter 12. I'll start from the top. It says, Now the Lord had said unto Abraham, Get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred and from thy father's house unto a land that I will show thee.
Right. So Abraham was told to depart from the land he was in, which was I believe Ur of the Chaldees at the time. Was that? To get away from his father. Carry on.
Yeah. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee
Right.
and make.
Hold on a second. So the Lord said he will make of thee a great nation. He didn't say, I'm just going to give you one son and that will be the end of it. He said, I'm going to make of thee a great nation.
That's
So nation,
that's the question that is there.
so your question
He,
is?
he never told him how many tribes were going to come.
No, he told him that his children will be as the sand of the sea.
That's in
But they're all
Genesis.
good, yeah, but they're going to
He
come
said
from
it's
12
gonna be a
tribes.
nation,
59.
isn't it?
Yeah, but it will
Nation.
come from 12 tribes. Get me Matthew, the one where, I think it's Matthew, the one where the Lord says,
Don't go there,
watch-
don't go there, please.
hold on a second.
I don't want us to
Hold on a
be
second.
holding it, yeah.
Quench not the spirit. I'll get it. Hold on a second.
And it's also in Genesis 49 as well, the 12 tribes.
Yeah. Right, I'll just read a precept to you. Hold on.
Listen, believe me.
Yeah?
I believe what you're doing, but what I want us to know is this. One single thing
Yeah?
is that as you are demonstrating and showing the 12 tribes, some people are going to ask these questions. I'm just giving you those hints.
You're free to ask
That's-
questions.
That's what
We
I'm
welcome
saying.
you. Welcome you.
I'm not arguing.
Yeah, we know,
Look.
we know.
Hold on, Arya. This isn't an argument, right? I'm not trying to make you look silly or anything like that.
It
I'm
doesn't
just
matter.
answering your questions, right? Because you're bringing these issues up and I'm addressing them, and I'm addressing them with the scriptures because where the scriptures command us to go precept upon precept, line upon line, very little.
I know the script that is yourself.
Yeah, so-
yeah.
If you're not with that program, then you're actually against the Most High, because this is the way He deals. There's everything's
You
done
know the
decently
meaning
and
of
in order.
Messiah.
Hold on.
You know the meaning of Messiah.
He's asking.
Do I know the meaning of Messiah?
Yeah, because that's what you're saying. If I don't know the meaning of Messiah, I'm against it.
No, I said Most High, not Messiah.
Oh.
Yeah, forgive me if you misheard me. So, I'll just quickly read this. This is 1 Thessalonians 5 and 19. Quench not the spirit. So there's a certain spirit amongst us here as we're dealing with the scriptures. You shouldn't quench it, you should let it flow. Because that's how you will learn. Like, so back to your question. What was your question again?
I'm saying, I know you're doing a good job in reminding people about 12 tribes, which is okay. They're all scattered everywhere. But what I'm saying is, can we get to the roots? Do you know the roots of the 12 tribes? That's why I was asking you
Yep.
about Abraham, which you read the scripture through.
Yep.
And then you spoke about some scripture there. I don't know which one. But my emphasis is this. I'm gonna say this. Can I be liberal?
Yeah, be as open as you want. We're not fake up here. We're
Yeah.
open to
The
questions.
thing is, we're having people that are preaching the gospel in the name of Jesus. Yeah.
But we're not preaching in the name of Jesus.
Yeah, but let him say this.
So like,
yeah.
People preaching on the side of the Jewish, like you guys are doing, and some are preaching in the name of Jesus. And my question has always been on one area. You see, Jesus didn't have a tribe.
what do you mean?
Although he was born under a tribe.
I got a precept for him, you know.
Hold
Yeah.
on. Hold on.
When
Go
you ready,
ahead,
when you
read
ready.
that scripture. Let me have it here.
Hold on. So you're saying that the Lord didn't have a tribe?
No, because he didn't have a sense of saying, I belong to this tribe. He never declared it in his own words.
Yeah, I'm there.
Oh, he did. I got this.
Did Jesus say, I belong to Jews or to whatever?
Yes, he did.
Where?
What you got?
Hebrews 7 and 14.
Can't. We're there. We're there.
Okay, come.
Jesus saying he belonged to one
Right.
tribe.
This is. I'm gonna get your one. This is Matthew, chapter 6.
What did he say?
Matthew 6 and verse. So Matthew 10 and verse 6. It says, "But go ye rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel."
Is that Jew?
Yes. So who are
No,
the
it's
lost
not.
sheep?
It's house of Israel.
All right. What does the word Jew mean?
Those are the 12 tribes. House of Israel, not Jews.
But hold on. What does the word Jew mean? Where does it come from?
Jew is the person who was Abraham, and when he was changed, when they changed his name, he became Abraham, the elect.
No, that's not right. The word Jew.
There I stop my argument.
Right. Okay. May I correct you?
Yeah, because
The
the,
wo-
thing is,
The word Jew
where
comes
did
from
the
the head
12
tribe.
tribes come from? That's why my question is.
Right. The word Jew comes from the head tribe, which is Judah, which in the Hebrew would be Yahawadah. Right. So
I
that's where the term
understand
Jew
Greek
comes
words,
from.
everything
So
you're saying, I know it.
All right. If Jew is just one of the 12 tribes, so you're saying, but where did the 12 tribes come from? The Lord didn't have a tribe. Well, guess what? Everybody has a tribe. Everybody on this earth comes from
Everything
particular
agreed.
nation.
Everything agreed.
Right.
What you're saying.
So Genesis 10 tells you the
Listen, you
nations.
guys, you should do your job. Just don't focus on me.
Oh,
I have to go.
Yeah, 7 and 14.
We can still go into it.
Hold on. My man.
Come back,
Come back, man. We
It's
ain't
wrapping up.
We ain't finished with you, man. Come back, bro.
It's
Just one
wrapping
more
up.
scripture, and then you
I
can
don't
do
want to
your
waste your
thing.
time because
Just
you
one
guys are
scripture.
doing a great
We're going to
job.
read one scripture so you can go.
Yeah.
Come back, man.
Hebrews chapter 7 and
Oh, you gotta read it.
You read it. You read it.
No, you read it, bro.
Hebrews chapter 7 and 14 says, "For it is evident that our Lord sprang out of Judah, of which the tribe of Moses spoke nothing concerning priesthood."
Right, say again, read
For,
again.
for it is evident that our Lord sprang out of Judah. Yeah?
Right, so Judah.
That
And
is,
it's there. That's Judah, that's the top head tribe. The tribe of Judah, which is the head tribe.
I understand.
And it's saying it's
And
evident.
and it's the same tribe where the king came from, isn't it?
Yep. The
King
Messiah.
David came from.
Right. And the Messiah.
and the Messiah
You
came
call
from.
him Jesus.
That's fine.
His name is Yehoshua.
The lineage is evident. But what I'm saying is this: is how are you going to help those that should join the lineage because they don't know where they're coming from?
Yeah.
Well, that's why we're out here.
That's why we're out
To
here.
teach our
exactly.
people.
That's why I want to leave you
And,
guys.
and we are coming from the Bible.
Do you think you're Israelite? You know, do you
Me?
think you fit on
Me,
that?
I'm a Jew.
You're a Jew. You're a Jew. Okay, hold on. Where you going, Mel? And the wicked flee, man. This guy's
So
funny.
yeah,
man.
well, the scriptures say the wicked flee when no man pursue it.
Let's still read through.
You
Let's
know,
still,
you know what this guy's spirit is, yeah?
Yeah.
He used to be a teacher or something.
He's a former part. I can see it on him.
He's a
He's
pastor, or
man.
like some high school teacher, and he thinks he could come up here
a school of 30 and give you lesson objectives.
Yeah.
Today's lesson is
Like my friend
yeah,
that I told you about.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
But you know
You
what?
know, too, he really didn't want to compensate, so he made excuses.
But the thing
He
is,
said, don't go there. Don't go there.
Oh boy, look at this.
You say? That guy, through the spirit, I think I recognised him. He might have come up when I've been out teaching with Elder Dowd on a Thursday, and I believe he might be the same guy. I might be wrong, but I think he's a Christian. But I shone the light on him because I saw him standing there, and I thought, you know what?
We're gonna cut him though, while we're still we're gonna go through it a little bit. What he said, because he said Israel, right? He said that the 12 tribes are not from Israel. So who is Israel, right? We can go through it, right? Bring out a couple of precepts. 39, 32, Genesis 32. Yeah. Genesis 32. Who was Israel? Genesis 32, and we start with 28. It says, I start with 26. And he said, let me go. We know about the rest of it, yeah? Let me go from the day breaks. And he said, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me. And he said unto him, what is thy name? And he said, Jacob, right? Out of his own mouth, right? He said, Jacob. And he said, thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel, right? But Israel, for as a prince hast thou power with God, and with men hast thou prevailed. Right? So he said that the 12 tribe came out of Israel. This is what he said. So who is Israel? He said the 12 tribe didn't come out of nowhere but Israel. So who is Israel? Yeah? Thy name shall be, he said, let me go forth from daybreak. And he said, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me. And he said unto him, what is thy name? And he said, Jacob. Right. So he changed his name from Jacob. Yeah? So who was Jacob? Let's see. His name is Israel. His name was changed from Jacob to Israel. Now, so that is Jacob we're talking about.
Yes.
Jump up now to 49. Read the top verse. This is for people who are maybe, they want to. The questions that he asked, maybe they're asking the same question. Yeah? Or of one, it says, and Jacob called his sons. So this is Jacob. Yeah? This is Israel. You can still call him Israel, so you can understand. I'll say, and so Israel, yeah, or Jacob, yeah, called his sons and said, gather yourselves together, that I might tell you that which shall be before you in the last days. Right, I'll read a couple of these, because the point is already made, man. But we can carry on.
Go for Judah. Jump down
Alright,
to
let's
Judah.
jump down to
Deception
Judah.
shall not depart from him.
Right, jump down to Judah in 9. Oh, I'm going to read 8. It says, Judah, thou art... Yeah, 8. Judah, thou art he whom thy brethren shall praise. Thy hand shall be in the neck of thine enemies. Thy father's children shall bow down before thee. Right.
Yep.
So who was Judah? We already read it. Let's just carry on anyway.
Yep.
As if he's still here. Yeah?
And then after, get Matthew 1:21 by Pusher.
Right.
One.
So Judah is a lion's whelp from the prey, my son, thou art gone up. He stooped down, he crouched as a lion, and as an old lion, who shall raise him up? So you want me to go to Matthew now?
Yeah, Matthew 1:21
We
by
already
Pusher.
read Hebrews 14, so the point is already made.
Well, this is the thing. It's not the guy's asking a question. It's not hard to prove with the Bible, but he's acting like we were going to burn him with hot water. So how can you claim to love the Lord?
Nothing.
When I ask him, do you believe in the Bible? Yes. But yet when we're trying to read the scriptures, like don't go there, don't go there. Well, there you go, man. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways.
But it's good that he did it, even though he may not want it, because that's sometimes how the seeds are, the seeds are being thrown out there and they're going to land where they land. So there may be someone who's asking that said question, who's out there, man, So
Matthew 1:21.
1:21 says, and she shall bring forth a son, thou shalt call his name Jehoshua, or Jesus, because he calls the name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins.
Who? Does it say all people?
Right. Yeah.
It's specific. It says he shall save his people, not all people. So that guy is trying to come in a Christian spirit, because really what his problem was is that, can anybody outside the 12 tribes make it? That's basically what his problem was, because he's, that Christian mindset that everybody can be saved. Well, guess what? That's not the program that the Most High set up. So really, you either roll with the program or you get rolled over. His ass is going to get rolled over, man, because look, man, this isn't about what we want. It's the Most High set things up in a certain order. Now, talking about that order, he's saying, where did the 12 tribes come from? Well, we could get into the fact that the 12 tribes is composed of the 144,000, which represent the original spirits created. Obviously, Yahushua being the first and only begotten spirit of the Most High, and Yahushua brought forth his elect. So those same elect came back, which will be forming the 144,000 in the spirit. But that's too deep for that guy to get into, because he doesn't want to get into the Bible. He wants to get into his feelings, but I'm a Jew. But what does the word Jew mean? How can you call yourself something you don't even know what the fuck it means, man? It's not like you're a little boy. If you was a little boy 6 years old, yeah, I'm a Jew, I don't know what it means. Fine, fair enough. But that's an old ass man. And I'm not saying this out of any kind of pride, but really that guy should be teaching us.
Old bottles.
But again, that goes to the point of the elect being the older spirits. Even though we're in young bodies, we look like young men, our spirits are ancient. So really, things don't appear as they seem. Things don't really appear as they seem. That's why that guy was more juvenile, even though physically he was older. So really, we're old spirits coming back on the earth.
Yep.
Right, so yeah, so you read Matthew 1 and 21. I mean, there's so many ways to cut it.
Exactly.
But the thing is, he knew he was going to get cut, because this is why I'm pretty sure I've seen this guy before, either at this camp or the other camp I'm at with the elder, because he was acting. Yeah, and he knew what we're about. He knew we were going to get into the scriptures. If he was just some random passerby asking a genuine, sincere question, you wouldn't be getting like, hey, don't go there, don't go there. He was all shook.
He already knew what he was going to do with it.
Yeah.
He knew that.
It's good that someone like that comes up though, because it still sharpens you up, and that's how we came into the truth, man. Probably on the back of someone's insincerity. Someone's insincerity, like it goes deep, man. But
the scriptures say, let all things be done unto edification. So we can take a character like that and turn it into something that, Lord willing, will be edifying to someone who watches this video, maybe, perhaps. Because that's the whole point of why we're out here. We're not out here to make people look stupid or whatever. We're actually out here. We're actually out here to try and edify our people. And he was asking me the question, but what about those people? How do they know? How can they be found? This is the way the Most High wants them to be found. By this word, this gospel being preached unto all nations, and then the end shall come. So the Most High, and another thing, a guy came up on a guy, I can't remember who it was, but someone asked the question on Thursday when I was out teaching with the elder. And the thing is, our program, it's not our program, the Most High's program is perfect. It's not going to fail, because the scriptures say, I will sift the nation of Israel among the nations, but not the least of the grain shall fall. So imagine when you're sifting the grain, nothing's going to fall out that's not supposed to fall out. Everything's going to be accounted for, because that's part of Yahushua's job. His job was to, Matthew 17, Baba Kashar, Aria, if you don't mind. Not Matthew, John 17. Because it talks about the Most High giving the elect to Yahushua. And he's kept them.
Yeah, John chapter 17.
From verse 1.
Top says, these words spoke Yahushua, and lifted up his eyes toward heaven, and said, Father, the hour is come. Glorify thy Son, that thy Son also may glorify thee.
That's right, so this is Yahushua speaking.
As thou hast given him power over all flesh, that he should give eternal life to as many as thou hast given him.
Exactly. So that's not to everybody.
Boom.
Eternal life isn't for everybody. Eternal life is going to be for all the nation of Israel. But it's going to start with the elect. We're going to get the gift of eternal life. Lord willing, we make it. We're going to be granted that gift. But all the others of the nation, they're not going to enter into the kingdom of heaven on foot. That's what I want to say. If we're of the elect and we're not martyred, but even if we are martyred, we're going to come back with Yahushua and the chariots.
Right.
But if we get beamed up and saved from the coming destruction, we're going to come down off those chariots and we're going to enter the kingdom, like literally be the first to enter into it on foot. Now the rest of our nation, they're going to have to come back through the loins of the elect. They're going to have to be born into the kingdom. They're not going to be part of that transition. They're going to come back into it. And they'll be in their right mind. Even that guy who came up there, he'll be in his right mind in the kingdom. But read that again, Baba Kasha Arya.
Yeah. John 17:2. As thou hast given him power over all flesh, that he should give eternal life to as many as thou hast given him.
Right, as many as thou hast given him. Now that ties into Revelation, the 7th chapter, which goes into exactly what that man was asking. But what about the 12 tribes? Look, man, the Most High set it up in order. Like even the disciples, they asked the Lord the question, Lord, we've done all this. What should we have in return therefore? What did the Lord say? You shall sit on 12 tribes, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. So the disciples are going to have some of the top positions, because even within the elect, there's going to be ranks. And that's how the Most High always works. Not every prophet is of the same rank and order, but that's how the Most High has got his set up. And that's what he's raising up right now, which is the tabernacle of David, being brought back in its to its correct and glorious estate, which is obviously fallen due to our own transgressions. You can continue, jump in whenever you're ready.
Yeah, and speaking about what you just mentioned about everlasting life, right? I want you to read this article, because what I did was I did a brief sit down on it, and I just want to go into it some more, because maybe we can extract some more, information on this, and edification for the most part of the scriptures. So yeah, get me this one right here, because I've sent two of them on the
So like
chat.
my phone's on there. Can I read it from your phone?
Yeah, you can read it from there.
One. So, oh man, this is
And
disgusting.
then get me Proverbs 10 and 28.
Proverbs 7:28.
10 and 28.
10 and 28.
Right, so this is from the Mail Online. That's just vile. Biohacking technical.
Yeah, read it a little bit louder, brother.
Come. Right, that's just vile. Biohacking tech mogul 45 is injected with blood of his 17-year-old son as part of latest attempt to reverse aging. This doesn't even look like their father and son. They look like sodomites, man. It says the extent. No, but look at this picture. That's the first thing I thought. They're sodomites.
Yeah,
man.
I know. You know what though? These Edomites, they be doing like worse, like in family and everything. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So it could be that too, man.
Right. It says the eccentric mogul and his anti-aging crusader received his young son's plasma. Ryan Johnson has spent millions annually to bring his biological age down to 18.
Get another precept. where it
A
says,
well-known
"The
eccentric
Asian people
tech
should be as a
mogul
tree."
with a zeal for looking
Oh, yeah,
younger
yeah.
has
Well, hold
taken
on to that, though.
the drastic
Yeah.
step of swapping blood plasma with his father and young son.
Going out.
Brian Johnson, who is a world-famous biohacker, so it means he's hacking his body, who became notorious for spending millions of dollars every year on a cadre of doctors and medical procedures that purport to carry the fountain of youth.
Yeah. And what I want to go into, man, speaking of what you just read there, is this whole notion of, because I mean, I've been speaking about this before, articles concerning on how Esau is trying, in much effort to get to that point of where they can basically, have that form of everlasting life. You know what I mean? And which is understandable, because when you really think about it, these devils, this is all they have. This world, this kingdom, this existence is all they'll ever know, and they want to know, and they want to hold on to. So let's seek for some kind of leeway so that we can maybe stay a little bit longer, because if we give this up, if we die and we give this up, then who knows? He knows may take it, and this is the mentality. You know, the spirit I'm talking. You know, and it's all to do with them trying to what? Obtain, which is whether they know or not, to obtain what the sons of God already have, and what we're gonna get back in return. And it's this idea of living forever, which is only for the sons of God to obtain, not for the sons of the wicked to obtain. You know, so yeah, read that, brother.
Yeah.
Proverbs 10 and 28 first, though.
Yeah. Proverbs 10 and 28 says,
we got some more on that.
Yeah.
the hope of the righteous shall be gladness, but the expectation of the wicked shall perish.
Yeah, exactly. So whatever they expect to fulfill, I mean, they may fulfill a couple of things here and there, but it's all going to lead to the Lord's official ways or agendas being fulfilled in this case, right? So Esau believes and thinks that they're going to go far and beyond their time limit, as it is also written that they think that their houses shall continue forever, right? But what they don't understand is that the Lord has given them a set time to try. That's in Job 14 and 5. If you can, brother, pull that out as well, right? Yeah, so that what Esau wants to do, Esau wants to believe in this idea that if they can get this technology going, then through that technology, which is their power, they can expand and live for eternity. You know, they can expand more on what they already have and live for eternity. That's what I wanted to say, Richard. You know, so read some more on that, brother, while he's
Right.
getting the precept.
It says, Mr. Johnson, who received the blood transfusions from a healthy, anonymous doctor in the past, has now accepted plasma donations from his 17-year-old son, Talmage, and his 17-year-old father, Richard, who said the transfusion of ultra-healthy blood felt like winning the lottery.
Right. Go on.
The trio underwent the transfusions at the Dallas clinic, in which the senior father and teen son have a liter of their blood removed, of their blood removed and converted via a machine into its piece parts.
Go on.
One batch of liquid plasma, then a batch of red blood cells and white blood cells and platelets.
Go on.
The collection is then fed into Mr. Johnson's veins with the goal of rejuvenating and repairing cellular damages wrought by the aging process.
Yeah, so that's what they figured out, that this can repel the your body overall. But that's the wrong way of going about it, because we know according to the law that the law and blood is unclean. If you can, brother. The law and blood is unclean. So what Esau is doing, Esau is working very hard and figuring out ways how they can pretty much ascend to or above the boundaries within this physical realm. And one of the boundaries they want to break is living within a limited amount of time, because what they got is a whole lot that they're going to very well lose. So let's figure something out so that we can stay alive. And primarily is the rich among these devils are just trying to seek for more than what they already have, because they know that there's way more to life than what meets the eye. So they're trying to find out different things, how they can better their situation, how they can prolong what they already have and prolong their lifespan to hold on to what they got. Okay? Go on, brother. Yeah, that's all right. And then we'll get back to this.
It's the book of Genesis 9 verse 4. And it says, but the flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. Is that the one, yeah?
Yeah, that's right.
And surely your blood of your lives will I require.
Right.
At the hand of every beast will I require it.
Yeah, because really, again, the blood is the life thereof. I think that's what that's going into.
Yeah.
Right? That's why you shouldn't eat the blood. But when you go into the law on a woman on her monthly,
That's the one.
it tells you that she's unclean. What makes this woman unclean? Because she's releasing blood.
Issues with blood, yeah.
That's why it's unclean. But what these devils are doing, they're taking blood from someone else or their family members and injecting it inside of themselves under the intent that they can repair this cellular structure repair their body, and they can renew themselves. All right? And all of that, what they're doing, man, that's just all left-hand side witchcraft, and it's going to lead to nowhere. Now, it may help a little. It may help a little bit, but it's not gonna. It's not gonna have them break the boundary of pretty much having to expand their life. It's not gonna do it. All right, because the ultimate thing of the matter is that the whole idea of everlasting life is only for the saints. It's only for the Israelites. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing. So they're trying to get what's already given to us already. That's ordained for us to get that. You know what I mean? So yeah, with that, brother, read that again.
Yeah. So this is you want that one? Yeah. Job chapters 14. Oh, you want the
You can read that.
Yeah. Job chapters 14 and 4.
5. Yeah.
4. I start from 4.
Yeah.
Who can bring a clean thing out of an unclean? Not one.
Right, go on.
Seeing his days are determined.
That's it. Seeing his days are determined. Now, when you look up that, I speak on this quite a bit. When you look up that word determined, the word determined is karatz. Not karat, but karatazam, excuse me, which means to cut. So there's a cut portion of time that the Lord has given Esau the Reuben. So this whole idea of we're going to find something that can expand our lifespan, you ain't going to find anything, Esau. You're going to do what you got to do within your portion of time to fulfill God's will on here on this earth. Once that's already said and done, then you're going to be out of here. Okay? Go on, brother. Let's read that again.
Yeah. Job chapters 14 and 5. Seeing his days are determined, the number of his months are with thee.
Right, the number of the months are with the Lord. So even the Lord has a set time that he knows among these nations. And in this case, the so-called white man. The Lord already has, what is it? He has the time. Let's read that again so I can get this down correctly.
Yeah. Seeing his days are determined, the number of his months are with thee.
Right, go on.
With thee, thou art appointed his bounds that he cannot pass.
Right, so again, the Lord knows the amount of time that Esau has. So Esau won't be able to supersede that time limit. Bounds that he cannot pass. Okay? So, and I mean, like I said when I spoke about this briefly, I understand why Esau is doing everything that he's going to do, because all of the riches that he got by injuries is going to be given back to the saints. Because this whole notion of living forever, it's not these regular devils is worrying about that. It's these rich devils, because really they have a lot to lose, and they don't want to lose it. It's kind of like the Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians. They believed if they died and they buried, all of their resources, that they'll have all of them resources in the afterlife. They had that mentality. So Esau has that mentality and thinking that, okay, well, we can hold on to this if we find some kind of loophole to break the boundaries of the limited life that they have. And it's not going to work, because the sons of God, if you can, somebody give me Genesis, read the other precept that I call for, then we'll go there.
Yeah, you asked for this one as well. Isaiah 65 and 22 says, they shall not build and another inhabit, they shall not plant and another eat, for as the days of a tree are the days of my people.
Right, that's your everlasting life. So we're going to go back to that, because we had that before. Now let's go and read the book of Genesis 5. Genesis 5, and I believe you can start with verse 9 or 10, where it talks about, where it lists the that almost reached 1,000 years. So read that again one more time, brother.
Yeah. Isaiah 65 and 22. They shall not build and another inhabit, they shall not plant and another eat. For as the days of a tree are the days of my people.
Right, are the days of my people. Who is the lost people? The Israelites. We are the Israelites. Go on.
And mine elect shall long enjoy the work of their hands.
Yeah, so it's going to be the elect that's going to receive this ability of living forever. Where are they going to get this from? Yahweh Shai. He's the one that's going to grant us everlasting life. So Satan is not going to grant nobody everlasting life. Satan can only but grant you death.
That's right.
That's all he's been given to the people that's under his guise. It's death. So we're going to get that if we cleave unto Yahweh Shai. The man that died on the cross for our sins, whom the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ. Go on, is there some more now?
Yeah, that's what you wanted, isn't it? Yeah.
Come on, that's all. That's all. Yeah.
So
So
Genesis 5 and 5.
yeah.
Genesis 5 and 5 says, and all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and then he died.
Mm-hmm.
And jumping down to verse 7, Seth lived after he begat Enos 807 years and begat sons and daughters.
Come on,
And all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died.
come on, go on.
And all the days of Enos were 905 years, and he died.
Come on, go on.
And Canaan lived 910 years, and he died.
Mm-hmm, go on.
Mahalalel lived 895 years, and he died.
Mm-hmm.
And Jared lived 962 years, and he died.
Yeah, keep going.
And Enoch, he was translated, so he didn't die.
Mm-hmm.
His son Methuselah lived, all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died.
Yeah, so I think
He's the
Methuselah,
longest living man.
he's the longest living man. But all of them almost reached 1,000 years. And these were what? Men among which were within the elk of the sons of God. So they had that ability to live as long as a tree did, as we just read. So the Lord is going to give us that power again to prolong our lifespan. So our existence is going to what? Be legendary. We're going to have that God-like status. So when you read Genesis 6, let's read Genesis. I'll let you
That's
get
right.
yours, brother. When you read Genesis 6, it talks about the Nephilim. Now, what's the Nephilim talking about? The angels that have fallen. All right, they were giants on the earth.
Do you want it from the top or from the point?
From the point.
Right. So it says, Genesis 6 verse 5, and there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men,
Right,
and they bare children to them.
right, and they bear children to them. So that was the first sin. So this is why the Lord said, I will not strive with man. Go on.
And they bare children to them.
Mm-hmm.
The same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown.
You going?
And the Most High God saw that there was wickedness of man was great.
Mm-hmm.
I think the verse you want is above. My spirit shall not strive.
Yeah.
Verse 3, 6 and 3, Genesis 6 and 3. And Yahweh said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for he that is also flesh.
Mm-hmm.
Yet his days shall be 120 years.
Right. Yet his days shall be 120 years. So the Lord dwindled the lifespan of man because of sin. In this case, the sons of God. That's why it says in the book of Psalms, I believe it's in 82 or 83, where it reads that ye are gods, but ye shall die like men.
Yeah, yeah.
Meaning that our lifespan will be dwindled. We would decline as gods from being just mere mortals like the other nations, the sons of God. So if the sons of God have been reduced under these boundaries, the boundaries of having a limited lifespan and just being confined under the laws of physics, how in the hell are the sons of the wicked going to obtain that gift of having to do so when they didn't even have that ability to begin with? So if we had the gift of long-lasting life, then the sons of God are going to obtain that again in the end of time through Yahushua. So as I'm going to say again, if we've declined so greatly to be under these boundaries of a limited life, they're going to have to suffer that too, because they're not over us,
Yeah.
we're over them.
Precept.
Go on, brother.
Psalms 90 verse 10. The days of our years are 10.
Mm-hmm.
And if by reason of strength they be
10 is 60. Go on.
No, 70. 3 scores 60. Plus
Yeah.
10 is 70.
Plus 10 is 70, yeah?
Right. And if they be by reason of strength 80 years,
Which is 80. Go on.
yet is their strength labor and sorrow.
Right, which there's strength, labor, and sorrow. So we have a short span of life right now, beginning with the sons of God. So now let's go and get James 4:15. Now, how probably can get that?
Yeah, you got it?
And try to read with power, brothers.
So like it.
That's all right.
Book of James 4 verse 14. Whereas ye know not what shall be on the morrow. For what is your life? It is even a vapor that appeareth for a little time
Right.
and then vanish away.
And this is our reality. We're here for 1 minute and we're gone the next. And when you break it down, like you was reading in the book of, what is it, Genesis 6, where it talks about that the Lord will what? Decline man, his lifespan 220 years. When you compare that to 1,000 years, because it says 1 day to the Lord is 1,000 years.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's like under what, 3 hours? A little under 3 hours? 125 years to the Lord is 3 hours, basically. Right? So that's that short span of time. We're here for a moment. Our life is like a vapor. You know? But what the Lord is going to do, the Lord is going to what? Change us and bring us back to that original form, but even better, because at the time I think it was in the flesh. We're going to be what? Extraterrestrials, and we're going to be living forever. Hence you get the term everlasting life, what Yahweh Shai said. You know? So that's what these devils are trying to obtain. They're trying to obtain everlasting life. But as I'm going to say again, Satan can't get you everlasting life. You know?
Is he looking for a precept? Ahab, are you looking for a precept?
No. Let's
Oh,
finish.
if I could just add to what Elder was saying, because you know you got these, back in the day they used to do the mummy, if I could just elaborate on what you're saying, Elder, yeah? Back in the day they used to do the mummifying, right? The ancient Egyptians used to do the mummifying. Nowadays, there's a load of them. There's a load of things that they're trying to do. Where I remember even like around 1980 in the 80s, we was watching it on the telly where they were saying they have these fridges where if you go in that fridge, it will preserve you and you can come out like 10, 20 years later and you'll be all right. So they're saying if we cut off someone's head,
I remember that too,
yeah. This was like 30 years ago, 30, 40 years ago. They was trying to get everlasting life via their technology.
Well, you know, I wasn't even around 30 years ago, so.
You know.
But what I will say is
So
I
it's not
remember
new, so it's not new though.
Come. But what I can say is I remember reading articles like that.
Yeah.
You know, where they actually say that they could cut the head off. How you explained it.
So they actually was rich people that was saying we want some people that will try it out, and there was people that say they volunteered to have their head cut off because they believed it. They were so delusional that they believed it was going to work. Go in the refrigerator and then deep freezed, and then 30 years later come out and they'll be all right. So this is the kind of delusional mindset. That's how desperate they are for that everlasting life.
Yeah, and you know, too, like I said earlier before, they need to have the delusion because they don't want to lose it, man. They don't want to lose what they got. They got too much and they don't want to lose it. It's a lot. It's a lot when you think about it. It's a lot to do knowing that you're gonna have a lot to lose. So they rather just try to hold on as much as they can. That's Esau, hoarding, man. Just keep holding on to things that doesn't belong to him anyway, because he stole it. But just so that he can continue to be comfortable, he'd rather stick around as long as he can to hold it. But as we just read in the book of Job 14:5, that his days are determined. That's what's written within the counsel of the Lord, which shall stand. Yeah, so you're reading, right?
Hold it. I just we hold it.
Oh yeah, what did you have, bro?
I'm holding the precept on what you just said. This is Luke 17:33. Whosoever shall seek to save his life shall lose it. But whosoever shall lose his life shall preserve it.
Yeah, which primarily that's talking about, Israel, but we can use that too to a degree. Esau is trying to save his life, but he's going to wind up losing his life. The life that he got, he's going to lose it. All right, because his life is in the hands of the Lord, just like our life is in the hands of the Lord. So, the reason why we're here on this earth anyway, to live the life that we live, is to what? To perform the purposes of God. So once Esau performs his purpose, as it is written, the Lord have created all things, yea, even the wicked for the day of evil, right? Then that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. He's going to get going. He's going to be moved to the side. The Lord is gonna move this nigga around and put us on the throne. Oh yeah. Tell you what.
I was reading from the article before.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what? I'll tell you what, brother. Continue to read on with the article.
John, you want me to read it? Or shall I read it?
He can read it.
Right, okay, I got you. Which article? Which book do you read?
Yeah, it's on the chat. It's this one over here. This is all.
This is about the blood transfusion.
Yeah, man. So yeah, continue to read on, brother.
Yeah, I've got this Wisdom of Solomon. I can read it from the top. From the top set of chapter 3. But the souls of the righteous are in the hand of Yahweh, and there shall no torment touch them. In the sight of the unwise they seem to die, and their departure is taken for misery, and they're going from us to be after destruction, but they are in peace. This is the point. For they be punished in the sight of men, yet is their hope full of immortality.
Right, and that's just the point. For their hope is full of immortality. So these would have to apply to the righteous, the Israelites, or the elect, because the ones of us will die under the intent of believing in this truth, as it says, right? They that die in Yahweh shall be resurrected first. So what are they going to be resurrected to? Everlasting life. They're going to be changed in a different form. They're going to be extraterrestrials, and as well as they're going to have the new covenant within. So that's what's going to make us perfect and obtain that ascension. All right, or obtain ascension, so to speak. Yeah. So continue on with that, brother.
Yeah, so we got to this part here. It says Brian Johnson had his pristine plasma removed, processed and injected into his senior father, while Johnson's teen son donated his plasma to his father in the latter bid to reverse the aging process.
Go on.
And it says the latest transfusion session including Johnson's son and his father, is not yet his first foray into plasma transfusion.
I tell you what, we got the gist on that. There's another article I want you to read as well, because this one really hits home to the point. But that I just wanted to just briefly get onto that. So lock in. Yeah, could you live forever?
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Satan's not happy now. He's saying you can't reach the site.
You see, because we getting the nerve, man.
It's not working out here. Let me try it again. Let me try it. Oh, here we go. Right. Mail Online. Could you live forever? Experts claim humans could achieve immortality in 2030. And one futurist even says we'll be able to attend our own funeral in a new body.
Now check this out. It says a futurist said this. So what does that make him, in other words? A soothsayer. Now doesn't it say in the Apocrypha? Doesn't it say in the Apocrypha that dreams, soothsaying, and other things it elaborates on, it says that all of that is vain. Right? So we're going to get into that, but let's continue to read on.
So it says, Ray Kurzweil, who has an 86% success rate with his predictions, thinks that advances in technology will quickly lead to age-reversing nanobots. While it sounds far-fetched, scientists have been looking for years into ways we can regenerate ourselves or upload our minds to a computer. Mail Online takes a look at the strangest ways humanity could attain eternal life. And it says the idea of uploading your mind to a computer has been theorized for many years now, but it has been mostly remained the stuff of science fiction.
We can stop right there, because they've said that they've theorized this for all of these years. And that's just really how far they're going to take it. It's just a theory. It's just an imagination, like the saying goes, in your wildest dreams. So in Esau's wildest dreams, that idea would only exist. It is not going to become actualized. All right, because what this futuristic guy is saying, which he's nothing more than a soothsayer, what he's saying is vain. And we're going to show you through the Holy Scriptures, as always, that what these devils are saying is all vanity anyway. All right? Like this whole idea of the New World Order and them doing what they're doing, what they're going to do within the New World Order, it's all thoughts of vanity. Because none of these things stand up to, or none of these things are within the counsel of the Lord. So it's not going to happen. But what's within the counsel of the Lord is that they're going to what? Unleash the mark of the beast system. That's as far as they're going to go with it. Once they do that, then the Lord is going to smack this to dust. I'm talking about this kingdom I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Go on, brother.
Touching on a few points that you made. Revelation 22 verse 14.
Mm-hmm.
Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have the right to the tree of life,
Mm-hmm.
and may enter in through the gates into the city.
And what is that? That's this knowledge. So this knowledge is what? The tree of life. So in order for you to obtain everlasting life, you got to have the knowledge. Right. And this knowledge is only given unto us, the Israelites, the saints. So that Daniel's 7th chapter can what? Actually happen. What does that say? I'm referring to a particular verse where it reads that the saints shall take the kingdom and possess it forever and ever. So if we're living within a limited lifespan, how can we, dominate the kingdom forever? It won't be able to happen. Like it also mentions in the scriptures too, that the house of David, the throne of David, there will be no end to the throne of David. How would that be the case if we're limited beings? So we would have to what? We would have to be transformed into a different, our life is going to be transformed into a different meaning. And that's the everlasting life standard that the Lord has prepared for us. So them precepts can be fulfilled. Okay, a little bit more, go on.
For without are dogs and sorcerers and whoremongers and murderers and idolaters, and whomsoever loveth or maketh a lie. I want to touch upon the point of sorcery, because Esau is conducting sorcery to try and extend his life by drinking the blood of his children or his grandchildren or whatever it is. They read in that article. Esau's trying to do it some other way. But the scripture begins by saying, for without. So that means that they're going to be outside of that blessing that we're going to receive, which is to the eternal life. Esau's outside that, man. He's the profane man. He's outside the temple. And no matter what he does, he can do all these fucking Frankenstein-ish experiments. He's not going to be able to change what the Most High has ordained, man. Back to you,
Well, beautifully said. So what they're trying to do, once again, is all to do with vanity. It's just an idea. It's just a thought that will not be actualized. Now let's hit me with that, brother.
All right, let's go to the book of Ecclesiasticus 34. Let's start from the top.
Yes.
The hopes of a man void of understanding are vain and false.
Yeah, and doesn't it say in the book of Daniel that the wicked, it says that the righteous will be made white, and they shall understand, but the wicked will not understand. Doesn't it say that? So let's read that again.
Ecclesiasticus 4 verse 1. The hopes of man void of understanding are vain and false, and dreams lift up fools.
Right, and dreams lift up fools. Doesn't it say that Esau was a base man, and yet they were fools, violent in the earth? Doesn't it say that? And they're still base men, but they live, in an above standing, above their means. So, physically, as we can see, they're not living in the base situation, but they're still base people because of what they know and who they are in the spirit. Go on, brother.
Verse 2. Whoso regardeth dreams is like him that catcheth at a shadow, and falleth after the wind.
And falleth after the wind. Go on.
The vision of dreams is the resemblance of one thing to another,
Right.
even as the likeness of a face to face.
Yeah, and you know what too as well? I think you briefly mentioned this as well, because they do the sorcery and the witchcraft, they got these dreams coming to them, right? So they believe in these dreams and these false visions that, such and such told me this in the vision. Oh, this spirit revealed this to me in the spirit, a false spirit, of course. So now they feel obligated to what? Go through and fulfill a particular agenda, right? To see if they can fulfill that dream. But in those dreams, they're being deceived. They're being deceived, as it is written, that with the Lord there is strength and power, and for the deceived and the deceived are his. I'm roughly paraphrasing the scripture there. So these devils are being deceived through these pseudo visions. Go on.
Of an unclean thing, what can be cleansed? And from that thing which is false, what truth can come?
Right. With that which is false, what truth can come? Because what they believe in is lies anyway. So if it's a lie, how can a lie be the natural? To be substantiated as truth. Go on, brother.
This is Sirach 34 and verse 1. The hopes of a man void of understanding are vain and false, and dreams lift up fools.
Right, and dreams lift up fools. So these devils ain't nothing but goddamn fools. Now when it comes to wickedness, they're wise on that. All day, every day, baby. But when it comes to righteousness, when it comes to truth, they don't know about that. So that's what makes them fools. Now doesn't it also say in the book of Psalms 14 and 1, it says that the fool have said in his heart that there is no God.
Oh, that's it, yeah.
And the people that's going to say these things out loud are these devils. The same people that believe that they can transcend the courses of nature, and they can become gods, right? And go on above these boundaries that we've succumbed to, that the sons of God first has succumbed to. Yeah? They're not going to listen, man. That's not going to happen. That's all hogwash, man. As the old saying goes. Go on, brother.
James 1, verse 17. Every good gift and every perfect gift is from above,
right,
and cometh down from the Father of lights.
Right, and this good gift that we have is his knowledge and his understanding. We've been given the gift of faith, and we've also been given this truth, which is a gift. And we are the sons of God, the saints, aka the Israelites, which are the saints. Somebody give me Psalms 48 and 14.
Let me finish Elder.
Go on, bro.
With whom is no variables, neither shadow of turning.
Right, there is no variables and shadow of turning. So this knowledge and this understanding, the Lord ain't going to change anything.
Nope.
There's no, in other words, like, excuse me, I didn't have to say other words. There's no changing of the doctrine. So whatever the law said, that is what he's going to do.
Okay, if I can add, it says every good gift and every perfect gift come from above, right?
Yep.
He's talking about the Israelites; they're going to be saved, and the negative side to that, the Esau, they're going to be they're going to be done away with. You know what I mean? And that's a good gift. You know what I mean?
Yep. That's right.
Yeah.
So there's no changing, man.
There's no changing that, man.
Whatever the Lord said, that's what he's going to accomplish. Isaiah 55 and 11, Numbers 23 and verse 19. You know the story. So these devils, they think that they could just try to figure things out and try to change certain things about where they're going and everything. You're not going to change anything, because all of this existence is moving accordingly to the ways of the Lord, the way that it's moving. And everything that Esau is doing is all under the influence of the Lord's Spirit anyway. On the left-hand side, that is.
Imperfection.
Imperfection. You got the left hand and you got the right hand. The Lord has his hand in all counsels. The counsel of the righteous and the counsel of the wicked. As it is also written in the book of Proverbs, somebody get me that too, man. Where it says, how does it go? It says, for there is no counsel that is against the Lord. I'm roughly paraphrasing. Because if there is a counsel, then the Lord has his hand in it and he don't know.
Psalms 48 says.
Yeah.
And 14. And it says Psalms 48 and 14. For this is our power. For this our power is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide even unto death.
Right, he will be our guide even unto death. And that stands for the elect first of hand. Because he's with us because of the truth. All right? But the Lord, just like we just read in the book of Genesis, 6, where he said that I will not strive with man, right? Guess what? He's going to be with the elect. He's going to strive with the elect. And that's how we're going to live forever. Because the power of man is the power, the power which comes from the Most High. So that the portion of his power is going to be upon us. All right? Just like right now, we have a form of spiritual power because we're able to give the correct interpretation.
Yeah, that's true.
So the other parts that we're going to get from the Lord, the other forms of power we're going to get from the Lord, and one of them being that I'm talking about now is the ability to live long, everlasting life. All right? But yeah, he's our guider when it comes to this truth, though, officially. Yeah, so go on, brother.
Go Proverbs 21 and 30. Go Proverbs 21 and 30.
21 and 30. I don't remember.
There's no
going
counsel
back.
nor wisdom against
Yeah,
him.
yeah. That's it right there. Con.
Right, Proverbs 21 verse 30, there is no wisdom, nor understanding, nor counsel against the Most High.
Right. There's no understanding, nor there is any purposes against the Most High. Just like I said, because if there's any counsel, then the Most High has his hand in it. Like you have, for example, you have these individuals, they get together and you know, they discuss matters in secret. Like for example, you have the Bilderberg meeting. You have the what is it when it comes to foreign affairs, the Trilateral Commission, right? And as well as you have down here in the UK, you have the Cobra meetings and everything. All of these people that get together in secret, they discuss things, they do sorcery and witchcraft. They channel the demons to get answers and all of this stuff, right? Guess what, man? All of that is on the left-hand side of God. So there's no escaping the Most High. So what they're trying to do, thinking that they're doing things on the wisdom of the Most High, they're not doing it. The Lord already knows it.
What precept?
Go on, brother.
Sirach or Ecclesiastes 19 and 22. The knowledge of wickedness is not wisdom.
And that's what makes them fools. Now let's go back and read what you just read, Mahab. Sirach 34. And then we're going to get back to that. We're going to read the whole thing. Because a righteous man or man of wisdom is going to hearken to the knowledge of the Most High. But if he disassociates from that, what is he going to become? A goddamn fool.
Right. Back in Ecclesiastes 34, verse 5 now. Divinations and smooth sayings and dreams are vain.
Right, and divinations and what soothsayings are and dreams are vain. So let's go back and read this again, Baba Kushal. We're going to get to that, brother. We're going to get to that. Because this guy's a futurist. I want to read the whole thing, what he was saying.
So continuing on, it says the idea of loading your mind to a computer has been theorized for many years now, but it has mostly remained the stuff of science fiction. Nectome, a US-based startup, is trying to change that by devising a way to preserve the human brain so that its memories can be uploaded to the cloud. The firm has figured out a way to preserve the human brain in microscopic detail using a high-tech embalming process, according to the MIT technology review. It uses a chemical solution that can keep the body intact for hundreds or thousands of years as a statue or frozen glass. You can think of what we do as a fancy form of embalming that preserves not just the other detail but the inner detail, said the robot Mr. McEltree.
And this is, I don't cut you too, brother. This is why they're trying to this is why they funded a whole lot of money to invite AI, because AI is going to help them to establish this point where they can actually be able to do this kind of stuff.
Oh, brother, but can I say this in the
Go on,
spirit?
brother.
When I was coming on the train, I saw this so-called white man, Ian McMahon. He was sitting with his family, and he had an implant in the middle of his head. He was bald-headed, and you could tell it was an implant because it raised up. That's the spirit, honestly. Right? So I said, wow, look at that. You know? He had an implant, it raised up above his head. Right?
What kind of implants mean is it?
Like what Easter wants to do when I put
MLTB implant.
whatever it is. Yeah? I don't know what kind of sickness he has or whatever, but he had something in the center of his head, in the middle.
You know, he probably was a paralyzed guy, and they showing him around. Because I was reading an article about a guy. He had something on his head, but he was paralyzed from.
Yes.
Huh.
I just wanted to mention it. It's like,
No, that's all right. That's all right. That's cool. What are you saying now?
Yeah, the FDA, they just approved
Oh yeah.
the chipping trials on humans. The heads, so 2024. Anyways, continuing on, it says, speaking to prospective customers, Nectome's position, its service says, what if we told you we could back up your mind? But the key to being able to recreate a person's consciousness involves accessing the organ's connectome. A connectome is the complex web of neural connections in the brain, often referred to as the brain's wiring system. Nectome, which has been referred to as a preserve your brain and upload it company, has figured out a way to embalm the connectomes as well. However, in order for the technology to work, participants have to be willing to be euthanized, which led to it losing a contract with the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in 2018.
So in other words, you gotta lose your seed in order to get this. This is how you know this is bullshit, man.
So you have to agree to be euthanized, which means to be put to death.
Yeah, yeah.
Who's going to be the first one to
That's
try that?
basically what that is.
Yeah.
God, exactly, man. Because pretty much, right? Like you go back through your seed. So if you have to lose your what is it, your seed and all of that, then you don't come back. You're dead, like you said. This is ridiculous. Go on, brother.
So he said the prestigious institution claimed the technology is in its infancy and there's no guarantee that they can recreate consciousness.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, exactly, because it ain't gonna happen. If it was gonna happen, then they should be guaranteed. They should have a guarantee of mine that they're gonna actually make this happen. But there's no guarantee, and you know what too? We already know that it's not guaranteed that it's gonna happen, and that it's guaranteed that we're gonna obtain that instead.
That's heavy.
And we're guaranteed that it won't happen for them.
Yep.
So despite the kind of knowledge that they have to be able to perform this, it ain't gonna be done. Because you can have knowledge in your mind and you can perform a particular thing or two, doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna be done though. Things are only done and allowed if the Most High has a hand in it, if he's allowing it. That's how it goes. That's nature, man. Go on, brother.
2 Corinthians 4 verse 18. While we look not at the things which are seen,
Right.
but at the things which are not seen. For the things that which are seen are temporal.
And I'm glad you brought that out, because this existence that we're experiencing right now is only but for a moment. Every single thing in this existence, anything that is good, only what lasts for a moment. You could be in a relationship in this existence. That doesn't last forever. That lasts only for a moment. You could have a damn good job. That only lasts for a moment.
Yeah.
Right? Anything that is good to men lasts for a moment, because this realm that we're existing in is only but for a moment. But the realm to come, which the Lord is going to establish, all of the good that happens to men is going to be forever. You see what I'm saying? So in this existence, you got these devils. They're trying to what? Get technology to where they can actually tap into everlasting life. You can't do that. This is a realm of just being. This is a realm of just a moment.
Yeah.
Go on, bro. You know what I'm saying.
Again, 2 Corinthians 4 verse 18. While we look not at the things which are seen, but at the things which are not seen.
Right. So just to simply put it, man, everything in this existence, this world, is only but for a moment.
Yeah.
That's it. Going on.
For the things which are seen are temporal, but the things which are not seen are eternal.
For the things that are not seen is eternal. That's the spiritual realm that we don't see, and as well as the kingdom that we don't see. These things are eternal. All right? So that's just the whole bottom line of it. So these devils, they're trying to what? They're trying to live a long life forever and ever in this realm which only lasts about for a moment. Come on, man. It's a failed attempt. Yeah, so that's all I want you to get on that. Yeah, so let's read some more on this one.
So it says, continuing on, despite the setback, the same year a prominent futurist predicted that electronic immortality would be available to humans by 2050. Dr. Ian Pearson said that human intelligence, memory or senses could be connected to external technology.
Did he say 2050 or 15?
50.
Whoa, tell you. Going up, man.
Yeah. I think above it said 2030. Now they talk about
the 20.
Yeah,
you know why they adding the 20 more years? Because they're not guaranteed. They're not sure they're going to be the
that 20-year buffer.
Yeah.
And it says, rather than creating a backed up copy of your mind, most of your intelligence would simply be running from a place outside of your physical brain.
Go on.
That's the that wasn't Facebook doing that?
They're trying to do the metaverse.
Metaverse, yeah, where you can go to work virtually but you're just laying down in a pod. But you're living your whole life on the meta.
God.
Wow.
And that's also what Elon Musk is trying to tap into with the Neuralink.
Yeah. So it says, rather than creating a backed up copy of your mind, most of your intelligence would simply be running from a place outside of your physical brain. In a blog post he wrote, one day your body dies and with it your brain stops.
With that, your brain stops going.
But no big problem, because 99% of your mind is still fine, running happily on IT in the clouds.
And that's what, and like you mentioned, that's why they got the metaverse, man, where you're only there in a virtual sense, but physically you're not even there. And that's another thing they want to do. They want to take you from the reality and bring your mind into the virtual reality. You know, go on.
Just to back up the elder, that's why even on a low level, now in the offices, everyone's on Zoom. You know, I remember in an old job that I used to work, everyone was there in present, but in the office conference room, we still had to go on Zoom. Why?
That makes sense.
You're right in front of me. Why do I need to tap onto a laptop to see your face when I can look across the fucking desk and see your face?
Talk to you,
You know?
Yeah, because they're just trying to get you conditioned to do it in that kind of setting, because that's going to be the new setting where you're going to be in a virtual reality with everybody else that you're working with.
Yeah, so it says 99% of your mind is still fine, running happily on IT in the clouds.
Computer viruses.
Assuming you saved enough and prepared well, you connect to an android to use as your body from now on. Attend your funeral and then carry on as before. Still you, just with a younger, highly upgraded body.
And they're only going to do this on the computer, right? If I'm correct.
Yeah.
Come on. Well, that's not everlasting life. So I should be able to go into the computer to live longer. That's bullshit. That's how you know, Manny Cat. Listen, Esau ain't got the spiritual power to do that.
And you know it's beautiful, Joe? That same tree there is going to be hewn right down, boy.
Right.
It's going to be cut right down.
It's going to be cut down.
You know what they named it, the cloud? Because the scripture says, there shall they be with the Lord.
In the
clouds. So they think, oh, it's eternal. Let's put it in cloud.
God.
You know?
And there's another way of saying that they're the Lord too.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
The clouds.
If I may, Baba Bashar. See, this is all very stupid because Esau's not dealing with the spirit. You know what I'm saying? What are you going to do? You're going to download the spirit via the internet onto some hard drive? You can't do that. See, they're not dealing with this, the way that the Most High set things up, man. Your body perishes, but your spirit is eternal. But I guess Esau's trying to find a loophole because he doesn't want to meet his maker.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
And that's another good point too. They want to stay here and hold on to their riches. And another thing, they don't want to meet their maker. Because when they meet their maker, they know they're going to have to they know they're going to have to deal with a problem with that. They know they're going to be judged over the things that they did. Everything that they've done, they're going to be judged accordingly. That's in the book of, Ecclesiastes 12 and verse, I think it's 12, man. There's some other place too where Paul was saying it. Yeah, go on, man.
And it says, he adds that this type of immortality has dangers too, as it would require the use of a purchased or rented android.
But you know that we've read what we had to read.
Yep.
What he's saying is basically that we can live forever through virtual reality. That's pretty much what he's going to.
Yeah.
You know, but if there's some more key points in there.
I'll read this last paragraph.
Okay.
It says, or these last two, and it says, as it would require the use of a purchased or rented android and cloud space ultimately owned by a tech company. These companies could thus enslave workers after their deaths by maintaining ownership of the mind.
That's the thing.
Oh man,
That's
they
the
go
thing.
far beyond that.
Yeah. So they want to use the meta to pretty much be able to control your mind. They want to connect your mind to the gadgets, and this is why they want to implant you with microchips. This is where the MOTB comes in. I don't think I should have said that, but hopefully they'll let it fly. But yeah, but like I'm saying, that's why they wanted to connect everybody with these nano things, man. Because this is another form of how they want to have more control over your mind.
That just proves, Elder, that Esau, they're never satisfied, right?
They never
They want to
satisfied.
charge you coming into this world, and when you die now, you have to pay for your funeral, true, yeah?
God.
Then they want to go above, beyond that now, as the brother said, and when you're dead, now they're going to use you. But look what they do with, what I heard recently, what they do with music. They're making music, they're making money off
with the AI.
with AI, making people making money off them, right?
Using their voices,
Yes, yes,
imitating their voices.
That shows that this is the devil. Like even the Most High,
yeah.
he cuts you some slack, man. When you die, you chill out, man.
That's it.
But Esau, when you're dead, they want you to still be enslaved.
It's-
in death, man.
There's no blood in you. They still want you to be.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
So nothing's lost. Your life, your life form isn't lost in their data.
Wow.
So they got you wherever they got you, man.
Precept.
So this man wants to be like the Most High.
Yeah, man.
Go on, bro.
This is the beautiful precept, which is why this thing that Esau's talk about will never work. Ecclesiastes 12 verse 7, then shall the dust return to the earth as it was, and the spirit shall return unto the Most High God who gave it.
Right.
So they're trying to what? They're trying to upset that setting. They wanna get your spirit. They wanna get your there's another word I'm looking for, but I'll just use that instead. They wanna be able to obtain your spirit and keep that in the data. That's why they're formulating this great reset, man. Because the great reset really represents restructuring every single thing that the Most High made and how he made it. But they don't have the kind of godlike power. I mean, they got power, but they don't have godlike power to accomplish such a thing. They don't got it like that. Anyway, let's go back and read Sirach 34.
Right, we're down in verse 6 now. If they be not sent from the Most High, Yahweh, in thy visitation, set not thy heart upon them.
Yeah, and none of these visions that they got in their mind wasn't sent from the Most High, period. So if they weren't sent from the Most High, then it ought to be disregarded. That's as far as that goes, man. Because it's not true, it's a lie. You know? Go on, bro.
For dreams have deceived many.
And that's what we can stop right there, because the scripture says the deceit that deceive are his. For the Lord will send them strong delusions that they should believe a lie. Because the truth is not in them. So that's these devils. So they're only deceived to the point of what? Having to fulfill God's will, and that's it. They're not gonna go and fulfill all of that what we just read. That's not gonna happen. At all. Yeah, so there's only any other precepts you brothers can bring out.
And to end the elder, this is the short thing here. And they have failed that put their trust in them.
Ooh, and they have failed that
Failed.
They have failed that put their trust in them, these pseudo dreams, these false visions. Now, are we gonna fail? No, because the visions that we read to you is real. The visions that we read onto you, they were already mapped out in the spiritual realm. And I want to prove what I just said right there. If you can, brother, give me 2nd Ezra 9. Because all of the things that we talk about concerning the end of this world, it was already mapped out in the spiritual realm. It was written. It tells you that. And by the way, it was written. Basically, all of this was set up by the Most High. So all of your soothsayers, your witches, your warlocks, they're only just getting false visions and dreams. You know, now some of these things can happen in real life, but it has to be allowed by the Most High. Because we know that the Most High is the Father of spirits. So these witches, they think, okay, well, I'm serving Satan, or I'm serving these different various dark spirits or energies, whatever. But what they don't understand is that the Lord deals with both perspectives. Remember, the Lord said, I create good and I create evil. That's what he said. So if the Lord creates good and evil, wouldn't he have created evil and good spirits too? Come on now. And if you created something, wouldn't you have control of what you created? It's just like, for example, man, when you're dealing with these different diseases in these different labs, most of these diseases in these different laboratories have been found out and concocted by virologists, right? And the truth be told, they can release these so-called variants. I'm not going to use the main word because they could cut the lockdown, or they could hold it. So they have control and power over their variants, which they've concocted. because they concocted it. Okay, so the Heavenly Father has formulated and created all of this which is in this existence, so he's going to have control of that. He's going to have control of all of this stuff, man. From the least to the greatest of all men. The scripture says that, what is it? Man's goings of the Lord, and how can a man then understand his own ways? Come on, man. All right? And that the Lord, what? Has his hand in the hearts of the kings. So you can't escape the Most High. Anyway, without talking, let's get some more precepts.
Good for you. 2 Ezra 9. 2 Ezra 9 and 4. Then shalt thou well understand that the Most High spake of those things from the days that were before thee, even from the beginning.
Yeah.
For like as all that is made in the world hath a beginning and an end, and the end is manifest, even so the times also of the highest.
Right. So he's speaking about the things that we're seeing right now, the signs of the end. All of this stuff was written in the beginning of time before we was even thought about. All right? So that shows you that, okay, if the stuff that we still see, which is really the effects of the end, then we're going to start to see other things that have been written that, you know, that we don't see yet. All right? We're going to see all of this stuff. But see, these soothsayers, these so-called futuristic guys, whatever, they're just seeing things because Satan's delivering them messages. That's not true. And they're being deceived. All right? Go on.
And it says, even so the times also of the highest have plain beginnings in wonders and powerful works, and endings in effects and signs.
Right, in signs. Like Yahweh Shai speak about the signs. Let's go and let's read those signs. Yeah, or you can get Luke 21 as well.
You just finish up. And everyone that shall be saved shall be able to escape by his works and by faith whereby ye have believed.
Right, and even that's been preordained. The works that we're doing, the words that we speak, all of that's been preordained as well. So it looks like, okay, mankind has free will and stuff. Listen, that's just that's a false belief system, to believe that you have this notion of free will. You don't have no free will. Because if mankind had free will, then how come men or women in general are doing things that they shouldn't do? You know, how come people are born in a particular way and they're living according to ways that they didn't want to live. They're doing things they don't want to do. So there's a higher power that's in charge of men's lives. And when it comes to the rich, and when it comes to those that are in power, they're doing things without understanding that it is all through the Lord on the left-hand side to fulfill his will. Go on, my brother.
Luke 21, verse 25. And there shall be signs in the sun, and in the moon, and in the stars, and upon the earth, distress of nations with perplexity, the sea and the waves roaring.
Right, so it says that the signs, and you're going to start to see what? The signs of the moon and the stars, right? So doesn't even the elements that he made and created, don't they bow to his commanders in the scripture say that? So what are we talking about? So if these elements which is greater than us, if they're bowing down to the creator, then would we bow to the creator in his goings? Of course.
Imagine Yahweh Shai, he caused the wind to cease, that storm to cease. Yeah.
Come. Like it also reads, who also gathered what? Who was able to gather the wind in his fist? Go on, bro.
Men's hearts failing them for fear and for the looking after those things which are coming on the earth.
Right, so Luke wrote this. So if he wrote this and saw the picture vividly, the vision that he had, and he was expounding on these things, it's a vision of things to come, so that when we read it, we can look out for the things to come. And that's why we're prophesying. To prophesy first of a vision, you have to have it within you first. And this is why we're confident in saying and comfortable in saying that America is going to be destroyed through this nuclear war. All of these different countries that have the nuclear missiles, they're going to use these nuclear missiles and they're going to destroy themselves. All right, and you're going to have the time of Jacob's trouble. In the midst of that, you're going to have the economic decline. It's going to be a global crash of the system. And there's going to be all kind of chaotic scenes going on, right? That we're going to bear witness to. You're going to have the government storming against the people, and the people storming up against the government. All of these things that we're saying was written before time. So what does that tell you? That the visions that we have are true, as it is also written that we have a sure word of prophecy. Okay, So it's certain that what we're saying is going to happen. Go on, brother. So we're not the soothsayers over here. The difference is that you have the difference between the prophets and the soothsayers. The soothsayers, they get their dreams from ill spirits. We get our dreams and our visions from the Heavenly Father.
That's right.
Go on, bro.
For the powers of heaven shall be shaken, and then shall they see the Son of Man coming in the cloud with power and great glory.
Right. So again, he saw the powers of earth being shaken. Now, doesn't it say in the law, when the Lord makes a second return, the earth is going to quake before him? So the powers that are right now, and it's not talking about some imaginary powers that no one knows about. It's talking about the powers right now, like your banking elite and all of these supreme people, which you don't even know about, that control the media, that can control your politicians, that are able to what? Establish trends for the people that go under. Shalom, my brother. Right? It's talking about these elites, man. So when they see the Lord make his second return, they're going to be shaken in their boots, which is to symbolize the Lord is going to shake their asses out of power. Now that's written. And it was seen as a vision too. And as well as I'm going to say this as well, the prophets had similitude visions, which denotes the Esau's end. So it's true. Go on, brother.
In verse 28, and when they see these things begin to come to pass, then look up and lift up your heads,
Right.
for your redemption draweth
So
nigh.
we see these things and lift up your heads for your redemption draweth nigh. So what's written in the scriptures is that we're going to be redeemed. The nation of Israel, the so-called blacks, Latinos, and Native American Indians are going to be redeemed. That's what's written in the scripture. So we're not the soothsayers in this case now. All right. So when we say out loud in our own mind, oh, I feel like I'm gonna be delivered, right? Or we've received the vision that we're gonna be saved. We know that the vision is true because it's written in the book of the Most High. All right. So we're not making things up. They have to make things up under the hopes of living to continue to hold on with their miserable life that they already have, even while they're living in their luxury. Go on, brother.
And he spake to them in a parable. Behold, a fig tree and all the trees. When they now shoot forth, ye see and know of your own selves that summer is now nigh at hand.
Yeah, so when we see the cause, when we see the effects of the end, then we're going to know and understand, okay, we're approaching the end. And there's various things that the scriptures speak about in proving that we're going to be in the end. It says in the last days, menstruous women shall bring forth monsters. That's children that have major deformities, or in some cases mild deformities, or deformities of the mind where they have mental issues. We're seeing that in the last days. In the last days, it says that children shall be disobedient to parents. We're seeing that as well at an alarming rate. You know, people shall be what? Be lovers of their own selves. We're seeing that. People taking a lot of selfies, including these women for the most part. Okay? Also, it says too that in the last days that you're gonna have certain men, they're gonna bear witness to the truth, but won't come into the truth. Just to name a few things. But all of the things that are mentioned in the scriptures, we're seeing it play out right now in this time, in this generation, to prove that the Lord is on his way. And when the Lord comes back and delivers us, we're going to be the ones bearing, the example of having everlasting life. Something that they're trying to work hard to get. These devils I'm talking about. Go on, bro.
So likewise, ye, when you see these things come to pass, know ye that the kingdom of our power is nigh at hand.
It's nigh at hand. And that's how we know it to be it's nigh at hand, because we see the chariots in the sky, we see the signs and the wonders and the stars and the moons and everything else that we just read. And there's certain things that's not written in the scriptures that we know to prove that it's in the end. But that's just about it. So it's clear and it's comfortable for us, it's safe for us to say that we're in the end. Just by how the world is going and how people are acting out there. Enough of me talking. You got some more precepts out. Okay,
How do I end?
Going on.
Job 20, verse 23.
when he's about to fill his belly,
Yeah.
the Most High shall cast the fury of his wrath upon him.
Beautiful. And that's another
Beautiful,
point that I
brother.
want to build on as well, because it says when he is about to fill his belly. What does that mean? Meaning he's almost about to officially complete his New World Order system. So when he is about to fulfill it all the way and through, what is the Lord going to do? Let's read on.
The Most High shall cast the fury of his wrath upon him, and shall rain it upon him while he is eating.
And what is he going to rain upon the wicked? Let's get that in the book of Psalms. What is it? 11. I think it's 11 and 7.
When he's in the fullness of his sufficiency. Is that the one?
No, Psalms 11 and 7. Because the brother just read that the Lord is going to rain terrors upon him. So what's the terrors that's going to be rained upon him? We know what that is, but you just want to. I want to get this precept here.
Yep.
No, it's not Psalms 11 and 7. Let me do this. Somebody. No, 11 and 6. I was one precept off.
Psalms 11 and verse 6 says,
Come on.
this is the one I was thinking of, yeah. Upon the wicked, no, isn't the one. Upon the wicked he shall rain snares, fire and brimstone, and a horrible tempest shall be the portion of their cup.
That's the missiles. So that's what's going to be rained upon the wicked. That's what's going to be rained upon the society of this devil, the Edomites, the so-called white man, to be in this case. And let's just specify the so-called JOO. Their society is going to be obliterated with missiles. So that's what's going to happen to them when they're about to what? Fill their belly. When they're about to what? Complete their enterprise. Go on.
When he, Job 20 verse 23, when he's about to fill his belly, the Most High shall cast the fury of his wrath upon him, and shall rain it upon him while he is eating.
While he is eating. So the missiles are going to come down on the system like how the brimstones came down on Sodom and Gomorrah. And a lot of people are going to die. Remember, this is going to be what? The second death. So a large portion of people are going to be wiped out, obliterated. Like we just went into yesterday through the Spirit. The Spirit brought this out. And what we found out is that, oh yeah, if you can, let's go and read it again. Revelation 14. The last verse where it talks about the how blood shall rise up to the horse's bridle. Yeah. And it tells you how much blood is going to be on the earth. And we did the math, and it came up to be about. I'll get into that later. We'll read this first.
Go straight to the last verse.
Yeah.
Revelation 14 and 20. It says, and the winepress was trodden without the city, and blood came out of the winepress, even unto the horse bridles, by the space of 1,600 furlongs.
Yeah, so a furlong is what, 600 feet? So times that by 1,600, what did you get? 960,000 feet, approximately. So that's how much blood is going to be on the earth. So it's going to be like a bloodbath out there. Okay? So that's what I want to bring out right there. So that's how you know that this death which is coming, a lot of people are going to be out. Just like how the Lord destroyed a lot of people during the time of the flood. Oh yeah, let's pull that out and get 2 Peter 3 and verse, I think it's verse 11. I think it's verse 10 or verse 11 or 12.
Yeah, verse 10.
Come where it says, oh man, where it says, yeah, how does it just put it out?
I'm there. You go on, bro.
2 Peter 3 and 10. It says, but the day of the Lord will come as a thief in the night, in the which the heavens shall pass away with great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat.
And it says the heavens. So when it says the heavens, you know it's talking about the whole earth. This realm, this whole entire dimension is going to be having to experience the wave of fire. So this is going to be the Lord showing that he's going to cleanse the earth again. Remember, the Lord said that I make all things new. Didn't he say that?
Yeah.
So how is he going to make all things new? He's going to use the agent source of fire to do it. Go on.
It says the earth also and the works that are therein shall be burned up. Seeing then that all these things shall be dissolved.
Right, seeing in all of these things, the life forms and the things that have no life, all going to be burned up. Go on.
What manner of persons ought ye to be in all holy conversation and godliness?
To fear the Lord. Go on.
Looking for and hasting unto the coming of the day of the Most High, wherein the heavens being on fire shall be dissolved, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat.
Right, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. So all of the elements, like I said, that you see life form or not, is all going to burn up, because the Lord has to what? Make all things new again. Because the earth is filthy right now. You have all kind of metals floating in the air, and you have the plastic that's in the water, and the water's what is it condensing in the clouds, and the clouds is holding that water, and the rain comes down and everything, and what's coming upon us is just the foul water, ridden with plastic.
I remember, Elder, we brought out the shark sit down. The guy who was rinsing his nose, and there was a parasite in the water.
Oh yeah.
And it got to his brain, killed him.
Well, that's a beautiful point. So that's showing you that the earth is defiled. It's defiled. So the Lord has to what? Use a different agent this time to cleanse it. Like it says that the earth is defiled under the inhabitants thereof. That point right there proves what we're talking about. Going on.
I was saying he can get his hands on the water, but not on the fire. You know, fire is not such a tameable element. You know, he fucked up the water system, so as the elder said, you don't use that fire.
Yeah.
Plus, the Lord did give the rainbow, you know, to say that he wouldn't destroy the world with water.
The flood anymore. Yeah.
There's just one more, you know, to let me finish this.
Yeah, going on.
This is 2 Peter 3:13. It says, nevertheless,
get the meat of
we,
all of that bone.
according to his promise, look for new heavens and a new earth wherein dwelleth righteousness.
Right, and that's just the point. We look for new heavens and a new earth wherein dwelleth righteousness. So we don't really care about what's going on here. We don't really care about none of this stuff in the world, because this world is going to be destroyed. Everyone's going to die out here that has no connection with the Most High power through the scriptures, and that's going to be the end result. And when we're delivered, the elect are going to be what? Frightened, because we're going to see how the Lord is going to cleanse the earth and how he's going to bring it back again. You know, so another wave of death is coming. So all of you brothers is teaching, man. Continue to teach, continue to put videos up, and you guys that are watching, man, you know, watch but watch under the intent to probably get involved in this ministry, because you don't want to get caught slipping. Because when the Lord brings it in, that's it. The Lord ain't gonna bring things back to normal. That's it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You brothers that are not as diligent, you gonna have to start getting diligent, man, and stop this playing around business, because you only playing yourself at the end of the day. Go on, bro.
Read it again. Second Ezra 9:7. And everyone that shall be saved shall be able to escape by his works and by faith, whereby ye have believed.
So it tells you right there, everyone that will be what? Will be able to escape by their works. So you don't get off scot-free. The only way you're going to get off scot-free destruction is by your works. That's it. So if you just playing around with this thing and you ain't putting in that work, then hey man, I wouldn't want to be you, bro. I wouldn't want to be you. So this is why this is another reason why we gotta keep doing these videos, to uplift brothers' spirit. Because sometimes, you know, brothers may be weak in the spirit, right? But that doesn't mean he's an evil brother. It's just that, you know, brothers have weak levels of faith. But you gotta utilize that faith. You gotta pray to the Lord to get more faith.
Yeah, it's true. Because the scripture says something about a level of portion. The Lord gives you a level of portion of faith. You know what I mean? So some brothers going to have stronger faith than others.
Yeah.
But as you said, it doesn't mean that you have a weaker faith, that you're
It
a
doesn't
bad
mean
person.
you're a wicked brother.
You're a wicked person. No.
Because you only need a little bit of faith, like the scripture says. What is it? Grain of a mustard seed.
Yeah.
That's all you need. You don't need a combustion amount of faith, a combustion abundance amount of faith. You don't need that. You just need the portion of faith that the Lord gave you, and you use that. You know, because I don't cut you because we don't have a choice, man. You don't have a choice. Like when you see the fire coming around, and you get in line, you do what you gotta do. Let's just say you're in a building and you see, you know, a large portion of fire devouring the building that you're in. Guess what? You're gonna fall. You're gonna go out the building.
9/11.
Yeah, just like exactly 9/11, man. A lot of them niggas fell out the building, thinking that oh shit, they're gonna escape. You know, they're gonna escape death, which they did. But they, you know, they
Escape
didn't
the
escape
fire.
death,
They escaped.
but they didn't want to get burned.
Yeah.
You know, so that's what this truth is like. In this truth, it's been revealed to us that we know that the fire is coming. So with knowing that, we ain't got no choice but to get adamant with this truth. There's no point of I wanna fall back and just you know, play it easy. No, you gotta get to work, man, because the fire is coming. Anyway, let me stop talking.
Yeah, Yahushua, I got a piece of food. I was just thinking as you were saying, Yahushua told that guy to follow him. And he said, oh man, but I gotta go bury my dad. The other one said, let me go say goodbye to my family.
Yeah, man.
You know, the Lord said to him, man, don't even worry about it, man. You just do what you're doing. Too many excuses, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So that's just the thing, man. Like, we don't have an excuse. It may look like it, but you don't have an excuse. Really. Go on, brother.
Matthew 13, and I'll start from the top. The same day went Yahushua out of the house and sat by the seaside. A great multitude were gathered together unto him, so that he went into a ship and sat, and the whole multitude stood on the shore. And he spake many things unto them in parables, saying, behold, a sower went forth to sow, and he sowed some seeds and that fell by the wayside, and the fowls came and devoured them up. Some fell upon stony places, where they had not much earth, and forthwith they sprung up.
And forthwith they sprung up. Go on.
Because they had no deepness of earth.
Because they weren't grounded and settled in, like Paul said. If you can pull that out for me too. What did Paul say? Paul said, look, that you be what? Rooted up and built up in it. That's what you want to get down to, man, because it's only going to be through Yahushua that we are going to escape death. He overcame death, so we have to cleave onto the one that overcame death so that we can overcome death. You ain't going to overcome death by your own merit. It's through his merit. He's the one that's coming with the power. We don't have the power. All right?
Yeah.
Go on, huh?
Colossians 2 and start at 6. It says, as ye have therefore received Mashiach Yahushua the Lord, so walk ye in him.
Right, go on.
Rooted and built up in him, and established in the faith.
Right, and established in the faith. Now, I'm going to say this too, man, just to be reasonable. Now, when you come into this truth for the first, couple of months or a couple of years in, you ain't, you're not going to be on that deep level like that. But you're supposed to what? Make progress to get to that point. To what? Be rooted and grounded in this truth. Because this is all that's what's going to save us. This is the ticket to our salvation from the fires is coming. As it is also written, that all of this was written for our learning, right? And as well as making us wise into our salvation. I'm merging the two scriptures together. Going on.
Yeah. Rooted and built up in him and established in the faith, as ye have been taught, abounding therein with thanksgiving.
With thanksgiving, abounding therein. Not for a while, but abounding in it. Okay? Let me read this as well. This is Psalms 20 and verse 1. The Lord hear thee in the day of trouble, and the name of the Most High of Jacob defend thee. Send thee help from the sanctuary and strengthen thee out of Zion. Okay, so in order for us to be defended, we have to defend the gospel. Once we defend the gospel and we walk accordingly to that which is of the rule, then the Lord is going to defend us. Doesn't it say in Psalms 30 and verse 7 that that as birds flying, so shall the Lord defend Jerusalem? That's right. Yeah. So how are you going to be saved if you're not walking according to the standards of the man that came to present life? Going up.
Matthew 5 verse 14. Ye are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hid. Neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel, but on a candlestick, and it giveth light unto all that are in the house. Let your light let your light so shine before men,
Right.
that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven.
Yeah. So that means you gotta keep doing the work. Keep coming out here, keep making lessons so that others can be enlightened. The elect can be enlightened. And that's a command of the Lord. Now, doesn't it also say in the scriptures, give not the Lord silence until Jerusalem is made a praise on the earth?
Yeah.
So that means we gotta keep doing the work. So even if we gotta be here for another 20 years, I mean, God forbid.
Yo.
But let's just say we gotta be here for another 20 years. We gotta be doing this for another 20 years. You know, you can't have the mentality, well, you know, if the Lord don't come in my time, then I'm gonna just leave. I'm gonna go start a business. I'm gonna go do something else. And let me just say this too, man. Like, this society's already done economically. All right, you got people that used to own their own businesses, mom and pop stores, you name it, out of business. Now them niggas gotta go to work, like everybody else, like the working class people. So now you don't even have a middle class. You have, what is it? The class of the poor and the class of the rich in this case. So if the middle class is no longer in existence, which is the backbone of any economy, those that have own businesses, guess what? That's telling you the state of the economy. There's no economy. Actually, right now, they're not telling you, but we're in a recession. So whatever you think you're gonna do in this world, hey, you might as well just forget about it.
Yeah.
Because this world is finished. Inflation, you know, we're suffering a great deal of inflation as well.
Oh, that's deep.
You know, like the price of good, I mean, boy,
But Elder, look at
you
these
seen the
people.
prices?
Yeah, I know. It's like it, Elder.
Go
Even
on,
certain people that had they're good jobs, well-established
Yeah,
jobs,
yeah.
and they're retired, right? They had to go right back into work again.
Yeah.
Retired at all 65, and
Yeah.
they moved that anyway. They retired, and they had to go right back into work again because taxes, inflation goes up. They're suffering. Their pension's not helping them.
Yep.
They're gonna have to go right back into the work again at
Yep.
that age.
Yep.
What kind of life is that?
You have to have free pensions. to
Imagine that.
Yeah,
To look after that one, to back up the other pension. What kind of life is that?
yeah.
Yeah.
You need, it's like to really be honest with you, you need a loan to get through out here. That's how expensive it is out here. Like, it ain't back how it was like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
15 years ago, where, you know, things were relatively cheap. Things are getting expensive. You like, you go to Tesco's. Tesco's is becoming like Morrison's, man, with the prices and shit. That's how you know it's bad.
That's bad, you know.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Tesco's and there's another store too. Yeah, you got Tesco's and you got Morrison's and you got Iceland's. These are more like cheaper stores, but they're becoming more expensive. Yeah, Marks and Sparks too, I call it. Right? That's getting expensive too.
Even down to the £1 shop getting expensive.
Yeah. When you go to the £1, all of this stuff is what, more than that.
More
now.
than £1, yeah? And that used to be the beauty, because I remember, right, when my mom was alive, she used to love to go to the £1 shop. Because years back, you know, there was good things in there, you know.
Yeah.
But after a while, you go in there, you see things off for £3.50. It's the £1 shop.
Hey, bro, they
You know
might
what I mean?
they might as erase what is called the pound
The
shop.
pound shop, take that sign down, man.
Yeah, call it
That's
something
the
else.
defrauding you. You know what I mean?
Like,
You see?
like in the States, man, you got niggas robbing a dollar store, man.
Oh, man.
Because everything ain't in the dollar anymore, man. The dollar went down the trash. Because everybody left the dollar with the bricks going out.
This is on the point you made just before about them requiring people to come out of retirement to go back to work because they can't make ends meet due to the, you know, all the inflation and the cost of living crisis and everything. This is Deuteronomy 28 verse 50. This is a nation of a fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old, nor shew favor to the young.
That's
Yeah,
heavy,
and I
man.
mean, they don't
That's
really
heavy.
care about the majority.
No, man.
They don't care about doing right by the people. Their thing is just, look, we got to bring it into this old world system. And the best way to do it, because everyone's under the currency, right? So let's manipulate this, let's deduct the base of the currency, and so that people can suffer. So that people can't buy stuff anymore, man. And then we're gonna what? Pretty much go on the media and say, look, we gotta do this and that and the third, but they started it in the first place. All right? Because it's about crashing this system here, the old system, and with the new system. Yeah? So in the midst of that, because the thing of it is, these devils, remember, they think that the house shall continue forever. But it's really the end of their world. They're really doing everything to put an end to their official world.
Back to Jacob and Esau.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Exactly. What is it? Esau's the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followed. So, you know, you having the mindset of, oh, I want to go back to the world, you know, to fulfill something else or whatever, right? I don't feel like this truth is it for me anymore. I think I need to know more about the world. Listen, there ain't nothing out here. What you're doing is, you might as well do that, because this world is there's no value to this world. You know what I mean? Let me specify what I'm saying a little bit more. This world is in decline. So if you invest yourself into a world that's under decline, you're going to decline with it. This is growing up in value. So as this is growing in value, this world is declining. Go on, bro.
What you said is spiritual, because if you look at the basics of investing, let's say you want to invest your money in a company, you're looking for that company's track record,
yes,
to see if it's actually successful. You don't want to put your money in a company that's about to collapse or fold. So as the elder's saying, if you're sowing into this world thinking that, you know what, man, I'm going to leave this truth and pursue a career as a rapper, or I want to be an actor, or whatever the hell it is you want to do in the world, you're basically investing in a sinking ship, essentially.
That's what this is. That's what this is. This is nothing more than a sinking ship. Go on, brother.
Ecclesiastes 12:1 says, remember now thy Creator in the days of thy youth.
Right, in the days of thy youth. Most of us came in the truth when we was in our youth. Some of us can say we came in at 16, some of us can say we came in at 18, early 20s, you name it, 13, 14, 15, whatever. Go on.
While the evil days come not, nor the years draw nigh,
right,
when thou shalt say, I have no pleasure in them.
Go on.
While the sun, or the light, or the moon, or the stars be not darkened, nor the clouds return after the rain.
Go on.
In the days when the keepers of the house shall tremble.
Right, your economists. Because they're responsible for keeping the house of the system, the economy. The word economy goes back to the word house, or house management, from the Greek word ecos. Go on.
And the strong men shall bow themselves, and the grinders cease because they are few.
Yeah, in other words, it's going to be a few jobs. Go on.
And those that look out of the windows be darkened.
Right, and those that look out of the window be darkened. Who are those that are looking out in the window? Symbolizing those that are looking for the future. And to be exact, young people, because young people represent the future. So if a bunch of young people are committing suicide at an alarming rate as they are, right, then that spells that there's no future for this empire. Because the people that keep the society going, you need young blood. You can't have a bunch of old folk that's getting getting stale out here. You need new blood to keep things going. All right. So if they're not seeing the future, then there's no future. They represent the future, and they're not seeing it. Go on. So let's read that again, Baba Bouchard. I want to make another point on that.
It says, Ecclesiastes 12:3. In the day when the keepers of the house shall tremble,
right,
and the strong men shall bow themselves.
Yeah, because I mentioned your economists, and when you actually read these articles, they're all saying the same thing, that they see the dollar going through its decline, and the way it's going is going to get worse. They see the economy, the economic collapse. They're all saying the same thing, but in a different way, of course. So you got to hear what these guys are saying, and these guys are coming from higher learning from these different schools. These different universities, these top universities, and all of that. And they've been in the business that they've been involved in, some of them for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. So they know the deal. They know the deal, man. So if, like you mentioned, if the old folk ain't making it out here, and they were supposed to, retire and have their their money for them, then a young person can't make it out here. Go on, brother. Ain't no space for anybody out here no more.
Psalms 37:16. A little that a righteous man hath is better than the riches of many wicked.
Go on now.
For the arms of the wicked shall be broken, but the Lord upholdeth the righteous.
And that's what's happening simultaneously as we're talking. The arm of the wicked, in other words, the power of the wicked is being broken, and we're rising up to the occasion, to excellence. We're being upheld now. Why is it that we're being upheld at this time? Because in this time or another in the future, we're going to be redeemed from the earth, and we're physically going to be upheld. That's why this road is on the decline, and that's why we're on the up. Go on, brother.
18. The Lord knoweth the days of the upright, and their inheritance shall be forever.
And their inheritance shall be forever. That's why we're going to have the forever ability to live forever, so that we can what? Enjoy the fruits of our labor and enjoy all of the things the Lord is going to give unto us forever, including the kingdom. Go on.
Can I make a little point on this? Because you was talking about just keep doing the videos and you know, doing the things that we should be doing, rather than going in the world, because the world ain't got nothing to offer. So the Lord, I read 18 again. The Lord knoweth the days of the upright, and their inheritance shall be forever. You may just think you're doing videos, but in the eyes of the Lord, you're actually building up an account with Him.
Oh, well, doesn't it? Well, I like what you said. Doesn't it say in the scriptures, build up your treasures in heaven?
Yeah.
Rather than looking for what is it? Your treasures in earth, where moth doeth corrupt.
Corrupt.
Yeah, come.
Thieves break through and steal.
So yeah, that's the point really that what I'm making. You know. 19. They shall not be ashamed in the evil time, and in the days of famine they shall be satisfied.
Right. They will not be ashamed in the evil time, because in the evil time, that's when this is going to work. Come in effect. This is going to be the new shine. All right. The men of the Lord are going to shine in the evil day. So while the wicked is going to be in decline physically, as we're going to see, we're going to be rising up. We're going to be the ones shining to represent what? That we're going to move forward into the future of Jacob's kingdom. All right? So it's just like what I said. This world that we know it as is declining, and this truth that we know it as is increasing in value. And that's why, if you notice, everybody's looking at us. No one ain't coming up here to bother us. People kind of respect us now because they see what we're talking about.
Yeah.
They may not see it all the way, but they see what they see within us. And they see that there's an aura about us. There's a brightness about us. And there's an aura of the future, which is bright. Okay? Go on, brother.
Yeah, a brother was saying, if I could just say, a brother was saying when he goes in a certain shop, you know the brother, you know him. I'll tell you after, if you don't know already, but when he goes into a certain shop, they're always glad to see him, because when he goes in there, purchase something, and he leaves, a lot of people they follow after the shop, go in the shop, and he was also told by the shopper that he gets more business when he comes. He comes and goes and he leaves, and other people, a whole heap of people follow after him. So it's just like the aura that he's got. He makes the man the owner of the business make more money, make business. So sometimes when we get that, sometimes I go in the shop and they're happy to see you. You can just see it, feel it. And they're just, oh, how can I help you? And one guy, a couple of weeks ago, he said, oh, you never seen it before in my life. He said, you're right, have a nice day and all that. Make sure you don't lose your card and all that. And he spotted me, man. You know? So the spirit is balancing things out. So as you were saying, just now, even that guy I saw him, the Edomite guy, come up and he wanted to spud you, innit? He's like, and he seemed like he might have been like really stoned, like drunk. But he just wanted to spud you out of nowhere. He just come up, wanted to spud you. He said, you just leave me hanging, man. He said, that's what he said, didn't he? Some words to that effect. And then he went and then he walked around there. But all those little things it shows, man, that let me finish last one, because it actually says it here. 20. But the wicked shall perish, and the enemies of the Lord shall be as the fat lambs. They shall consume unto smoke. They shall consume away.
They shall consume away.
Man look like he's on his way out. They should consume away. And collectively at the Edomites, you can just see it in the spirit. And even rich people, you can see they're not happy. The other day again, some woman, old Edomite woman, came to me and she said, have you got a spare cigarette, please? I'm not rude to him. I'm not rude to him, because there is definitely some pent-up frustration, but I'm holding it all in until the Most High says let it all out. You know, you got a spare cigarette, because they're courteous. They're what? If they're courteous with me, I'm courteous with them. Have you got the right time, please? You know, just in a begging, humble kind of way, they're doing it. You know. So, you know, the spirit is speaking, man, you know.
And I mean, that's a beautiful point that you made. All of what you said, it really just conveys the point that we represent a future which is bright. Like the same term, the term goes, you have a bright future. We have a hell of a bright future, and that's what we represent. So these people can see it in our faces. And I mean, I'm just like you to a degree. Like when people walk next to you, I kind of feel like, why is this person walking next to me? Get from me, man. You know what I mean? I kind of get irritated. Like, why you? I don't know you. But what it is an aura they want to be around. They're drawn to your aura. They like what they see because you're a positive vibe. You're under a positive vibration. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is, man.
I was going to say, when I was crossing the crossing, I was by myself in the middle of the crossing, and two Edomites come. And they come right next to me like this, and I don't really like that anyway, but I'm thinking, why are you coming right next to me when there's all this space?
Yeah. It's like I was watching, you know, a little bit of the live that the Elder Malcolm did, right? So there was this Edomite, he was in a park, and he had all of this space in the park, and he sat, you know, he sat closer to the brother, because they want to feel that aura. That's what that's all about, because they see what we're all about. They don't know what we're all about, but they can see something's different about this guy. His brightness about him. You know?
I've got a precept for you.
Going up.
This is the book of Mark. Yeah, Mark chapter 5, verse 24. I'll start from 23. And it says, and besought him greatly, saying, actually no, let me get to the point. Verse 24. And Yahushua went with him, and much people followed him and thronged him.
Yeah.
Get into that word throng there. It's G253. No.
Yeah, you can break that down.
Can't you? G4918. Hebrew, and it means to press together, to press on all sides, to encompass, to throng. You know, so they did it to the Lord, man, because he had the energy around him.
Oh yeah,
people just started crowding him, man. You know, people touching you and stuff. You know?
So that's what it is, man. Like that's all I mean, that's all we could pretty much go into. Like, you know, at the end of the day, like no matter how bad it gets for us, because I mean, like, you know, I'm the way that I am now at the camp, but I'm miserable as sin when I get back to the house.
Hey, I second it, brother. I second it.
Definitely, man. You know what I mean? Like we're all miserable as sin.
Miserable, bro.
But at the end of the day, look, man, we got a bright future ahead. We just gotta lift up our heads a little bit more, and you know, like the scripture says, gird up our loins like a man. That's all it is, man. We just gotta just be men and persevere and overcome. It's gonna be hard, but you gotta overcome it, my brother. You gotta be as hard as your circumstances.
Billy Ocean.
Yeah.
When the tough get going,
The tough gets going.
Billy
Yeah.
Ocean.
Yeah. Sometimes you feel like, man, I don't even want to, like sometimes you got that spirit, like, I don't even really want to even get up out of bed. I just want to stay in bed all day, man. I don't even want to look at my reality, man.
Yeah, man.
I'm just gonna keep it real with you. You know, brothers be getting like that. But guess what? Like I said, no matter how ill it gets for us, we already won. We just gotta keep our eyes single on the prize. Go on, my brother.
Philippians chapter 2 and 5. Let this mind be in you, which also is in Yahushua, who being in the form of the power, thought it not robbery to be equal with the Most High, but made himself of no reputation, and took upon him the form of a servant,
and took upon him the form of a servant,
and was made in the likeness of men,
and was made in the flesh,
and being found in fashion as a man, he humbled himself and became obedient unto death. Even the death of the cross.
Even the death of the cross. So there's certain things that the Lord didn't want to do, but he had to do it to fulfill his Father's will. So we have to do what's written in the scriptures, whether we want to do it or not. Because he became obedient even unto death. There it is. He's the begotten spirit of the Most High, the first created. But yet he had to be obedient. So how much more us? That's of lesser stature and of lesser position than he is. Come on, man. And the fire's coming as well. We ain't got no damn choice but to be obedient. Go on, brother.
Wherefore the Father also hath highly exalted him, and given him a name which is above every name.
And there lies the point. In the book of Proverbs, doesn't it say that humility comes first and then the honor? So you have to go to the humiliation. And that's what we're going to do right now before the honor. So it's a blessing to go through the humiliation. It's easy for me to say now, but when I get back to the house, I'm going to be miserable to sin again. But whether it's easy for me to say or not, that's what we have to go through to get the honor. was not going to be easy. It wasn't easy for Yahweh Shah to get the honor. So it ain't going to be easy for us. Again, arming ourselves likewise.
I've got another one.
I got something here.
Yeah, go on.
James 4 verse 10. Humble yourselves in the sight of the Lord,
Right.
and he shall lift you up.
And he shall lift you up. So again, I say, it's a blessing that we go through these different, miseries that we encounter.
It hurts, man.
It hurts, but guess what? It's a part of us what? Being humble. Because if we're not humble, then guess what? We're then bastards then. That makes us bastards. That makes us to be fatherless without a father. But we have a spiritual father, which is the Most High. We're really beginning with his son, because the father ain't dealing with us right now. His son is dealing with us. He's our father. Go on.
That's it, brother. That's it.
All right. You know what I mean? So that's just how it goes, man. If you can, brother, so you can find that as well.
Yeah, I've got this here. I've got two here. This is 1 Peter 4 and 13. But rejoice inasmuch as ye are partakers of Yahweh's sufferings,
Yeah, man.
that when his glory shall be revealed,
Right.
ye may be glad also with him with exceeding joy.
Yeah, because
Wow.
whatever hell that we're catching, we're actually suffering with the Lord with these hells, which is placed upon us. So if we're taking part of his sufferings, then we're going to partake in his glory. That's the order. In order for us to be glorified, we have to deal with this humiliation. That's the way it goes. There's no shortcut. There's no loophole. You know what I'm saying? You don't have a lot of loopholes like Swiss cheese. No, there's only one way, and the one way is to go through what we're going through so that you can obtain everlasting life. And it's for you to go through that. Go on, bro.
Romans 12 and 1, it says, I beseech you therefore, brethren, by the mercies of Yahweh, that you present your bodies a living sacrifice.
And that means you got to come out on these streets. You got to basically put yourself on Front Street. There's no hiding in a comfortable space where you have, hot air coming through when it's cold, or cold air when it gets hot. You out here on the streets dealing with the elements. You could drop dead out here, man. Or somebody could come up here and try to shank you. Or you may have a car accident, a car come flying and hit you. Anything can happen out here. Okay? And as well as not only that, we're sacrificing our time to come out here and do this work, because we could be doing other things. We're young men, aren't we? Go on, brother.
That ye present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy, acceptable unto Yahweh, which is your reasonable service.
Right, so this is what you call the spiritual altar. And we're putting our sacrifices up. All right? And we have to continue to give the correct sacrifices so that we can receive the recompense of what we've done.
Wow. Can I back up,
Go on, brother.
Can I
Back
back up my
up, back
beloved
up.
brother Uramia? Numbers 23 verse 19. God is not a man that he should lie, neither the son of man that he should repent. Have he said, and shall he do it not?
Exactly. Go on.
Or have he spoken, and shall he not make it good?
Now, what did you read earlier? You read earlier that there's no what? Variableness or changing.
Right.
Am I correct?
Perfect, Elder.
But there you go.
Earlier.
So all we gotta do is stick to the script, and we'll get the glory which the Lord said.
Yes.
All right. The Lord is not a power that he should lie,
Right.
but repent of his words. Read on.
Behold, I have received commandments
And
to bless.
And just in case of those that are watching, because I can't really see, the comments and all of that. But if you brothers are live and said shalom back to y'all as well.
Shalom, brothers.
Whoever you may be. Go on, brother.
Behold, I have received commandments to bless, and he hath blessed, and I cannot reverse it.
Right, and I cannot reverse it. That says that the Lord cannot repent of his words. So he can't reverse what he said. He can't reverse the covenant. Then he said that the covenant of Abraham is an everlasting covenant. Yes. Even unto 1,000 generations. So that's going to stand forever. All right?
Let me finish it, Elder.
Go on, bro.
Verse 21. He have not beheld iniquity in Jacob, neither have he seen perverseness in Israel.
Right, neither have he seen perverseness in Israel. So he's talking in the future tense, in this case, if I'm correct. Because in the future, when the kingdom is set up, we're going to be what? Clean. We're not going to sin anymore because we're going to be under the new covenant. We're going to be under the new covenant. So when the kingdom is set up, we're not going to have iniquity on us anymore. We're going to be clean forever. So what we're doing right now is going to transition us to that point. That's why this truth is beautiful. Because see, we don't see it because we caught up in our misery. But this thing is beautiful, man. Because of what this is going to lead to. Go on, bro.
Can I just say something to uplift our spirits, right?
Say it, brother.
There's about 4 people walked past a while ago. And one of the girls, I think she was a little bit intoxicated. She wanted to come over and do a little teasing.
Right.
You know what the Jake said? He said, no, you don't want to be messing with them. He just said it. You don't want to be messing with. It's not the time for playing around. You don't want to be messing with them.
And he's absolutely right.
He's right.
See, the little righteous that he had, man, he corrected them. Because he's women the wicked, man.
And that's showing that he's seen the prophets out there.
Thank
It might
you.
not be us, but he's seen it.
Something. You don't want to be messing with them. You know?
Hey, bro, you got one. If you got some more to say, say it, brother. I'll fall back a little bit.
That's it, brother.
Whoever got it, man.
This is, got something up?
No, brother.
This is Hebrews 12 and 2. Looking unto Yahweh, the author and finisher of our faith.
Ouch.
Who for the joy that was set before him endured the cross.
Go on, bro. You break it down. I want to break it down, but you go and break it down.
Despising the shame, and is set down at the right hand of the throne of the power, man. As the elder was saying, man, you've got to come out here and do the work, man. You know, because there's things that you know you don't want to do, or you might not be up to it. But at the end of the day, we're in a job, man. You know, you got to do it. And as the elder apostle said about 2 weeks ago at the camp, is that we have to remember that there's a reward for what we're doing. So where there's a reward, prior to that there has to be work. You're not gonna get rewarded for doing nothing.
Sit on your ass.
Sitting on your ass, man. So, you know, it says it right here. Who for the joy that was set before him. So before Yahushua got on the cross, he saw the kingdom, man. You know, he saw Israel back in their right state of mind. You know, he had a flashback probably of when he was Solomon, man. The 40 years of peace. But then you can times that to infinity, man. Israel never falling out of power, you know, never going off, man. You know.
Quick one to just put. Just said that. Psalms 145 and 13 says, "Thy kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and thy dominion endureth throughout all generations."
Yeah. So when the Lord gets up into power, in that He comes back and sets up the kingdom, it's going to be forever. It's an everlasting kingdom. You know. So it says here again, who for the joy that was set before him endured the cross, man. You know, Yahushua, you know, whoa, let's just speak as men. If you don't see the purpose or the end goal in what you're doing, at some point along the way, you're going to give up, man. If you couldn't see, like, we're out here because we actually believe, man. We can actually see it, bro. So if you can see it, you have to work towards it, man. That's why the scripture says, I press toward the mark of the high calling.
And just like you said, bro, I'm gonna just come in. This is gonna come in a second, because it says it says the people perish for the lack of the vision. So, like you just said, the reason why we're doing the work because we can see it. Like the saying goes, seeing is believing. So if you're seeing vividly clear, because I see it every day, we all see it every day. The ones that are sincere. So this is another reason why we come out here and we do the work, because we want to obtain what we do see in the spirit. All right? You got it, brother.
I got something here. Hebrews 6 verse 10. For the Lord Yahweh Shem Yahushua is not unrighteous to forget your work and labor of love.
Yes, the Lord remembers, man. Where's that that precept? I go to prepare a place for you. Someone can try and get that one. Read that again, Ahab.
Hebrews 6 verse 10. For the Lord Yahweh Shem Yahushua is not unrighteous to forget your work and labor of love, which ye have shewed towards his name.
Yeah, so you've got to actually do it, man. The Lord said he won't forget. All right, and people are like, oh yeah, the Lord don't forget. Okay, but you have to do something for the Lord to remember.
That's right.
You know, if you're not doing anything for the Lord to remember, then the promise of him not forgetting is redundant unto yourself. You have to do something that can be in the memory of the Lord, man. You know, but when you do it in righteousness and in sincerity and in truth, he then says that he won't forget, man. So you're not gonna come out here, you know, for however long you've been coming out, you know, believing, teaching, studying, doing the videos, coming to the camp, and it's gonna be a waste of time for you. If you're sincere, Abu Ratazar, it's gonna be in your spiritual bank account. Because there are people that you know, we got to balance that out, because there are going to be people that came out to the camp, you know, and did camp and all that stuff, and they still ain't going to make it, man. You know, there's a section of people that's going to cry, you know, Lord, Lord, which in the scriptures is Yahweh Shai, did we not do this? Because guess what? Here's the scary thing. You can preach the word, yeah, and you can even do miracles and get into the scriptures correctly and still be wrong, man.
Speak deep, brother.
The scripture, it says that have we not done miracles in thy name? So there's people that actually like, you're gonna, oh, he must be a man of the Lord. You know, you get in the chariots. Yeah, where's this guy? Yeah. You know, he's not there. And then you find out that, you know, yeah, he preached, yeah, he edified, yeah, he did miracles, but he weren't of my elect. You know, that's why the scripture says, work out your own salvation. Fear and trembling, because Jake get happy and excited. Like we're good at everything. We're the salt of the earth. So we pick up things quickly, we learn quickly, we innovate, we add on, we make things better and bigger, right? But that's the one thing where that characteristic of Jake can come against us, man. Just because we're in the truth, you know, I've been in it for this amount of time, and I know this precept, and I could, okay, you can do all of that, but are you of the Lord's elect? Am I of the Lord's elect, man? You know, that's where the fear comes into it. Hold that, bro. Let Ahab finish.
And just to say this, and that's why it says that we do all of these things to make our calling and election sure, because we're not sure.
We're not sure, and we still try.
Yeah.
Right? Hebrews 6 verse 10. For the Lord is not unrighteous to forget your work and labor of love, which he have shewed towards his name.
Right.
And
towards his name.
Yeah.
You know? So guess what? If you don't do the work, that means you don't really believe in the name of the Lord.
Woo.
You know, you're just there like, yeah, maybe this week, maybe not. That means in your mind, spiritually speaking, today Shahaba Hashem Yahushua, and tomorrow it could very well be Jesus Christ. Because you're not sure on the name of the Lord. The scripture says that in second, you can hold that, bro.
Hey, brother, I got a precept for you too, man.
Okay, that's in 2 Ezra 2:43.
Because you was reading about how the Lord has a place prepared for us, right? So I just want to just bring this out real quick, and then brothers can read. It says, let not your hearts be troubled, ye believe in the Most High.
Yeah.
And believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. Yeah. If it were not so, I would have told you, I go to prepare a place for you. Right? And it goes as far as saying this: if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, where I am, may be also.
Yeah, so that's the galaxies, the other realms, man. You know, Esau's seeing his through telescopes, you know, this new black hole that's discovered, angelic forces, man. Sometimes you see the chariots in the sky, you know, yeah, they're looking over you and stuff, but they that's not the only job they have. You know, the angels are actually preparing different worlds, man.
And as well as the point is in verse 1.
For the elect,
it says, let not your hearts be troubled, and ye believe in the Most High, believe also in me.
Yeah, believe, man. Believe. Okay? You know, and belief carries a track record. Like when you go to the bank and you want a loan and stuff, and you want to take something out on credit, they look at your credit score. You get into the word credit, it means with faith or with belief.
Right.
You know? So belief carries a catalogue of works, man. Yeah, you know, you've taken out loans in the past and you've paid it back on time, and you never went into, you know, the interest, and you paid everything back. So yeah, if you want a bigger loan this time, I'll give you. You know, it's the same thing, man. If you believe, it says, if you believe in the Father, believe also in me. You can't say you believe in Yahweh Hashem Yahushua, and then your credit gets pulled up. There's just nothing there. Or your credit is bad. You know, one minute you're here, next minute you're not. You know, you're sure, then you're not sure, and all of that. The scripture says without wavering. You know, that's another thing. Now, I'm not talking about the flesh, because the flesh gets weak for everyone, man. But we're talking about the spirit. We're at the end, man. We're at the end, and it's like sometimes I think about this, man. I pray I make it, man. But if I don't, shame on me. Okay? Because it's not for want of being told. You know, you should all have the same attitude, man. You know, everyone that don't, if especially the scripture says that it had been better for them to have not known the ways of righteousness, man. If you don't get your act together, man, shame on you, man. Because day after day after day, year after year, the brothers have been out here from the elder apostles on down, telling us what it is, man. Like there's no, the scripture says that, who in there is no variableness, man. No doubt, man. There you go. So we gotta stay focused on this, man, because this is the very end, man. The FDA just approved putting chips in people's brains, man. You know, they're talking about a whole new variant in China. You know, that's gonna somehow end up over here.
But then they tell you about the first one.
Yeah, they told you.
The COVID.
And then it came here.
Yep.
Yeah, the VID19. You know, it ended up here. You know, straight from Wuhan. You know, everybody forgot about Wuhan, man. It just became, yeah, get the yab, get it. But everyone forgot where the fuck this thing apparently came from, man.
You know what it means? People going into a deep sleep.
Deep sleep, man. Yeah, Wuhan, and yeah, 24 people came over, and we think now everyone's got it, man. Look at the algorithm of how they do things. The devil's very repetitive, man. He's just gonna do the same thing with another device, man. So when that chip comes again, most forbid I take it. If you take it, nigga, shame on you, man.
That's it.
So you was told, we was told, I was told over and over and over again. Despite other groups, oh, it's Christianity, oh, it's the white man, it's sin. No. You had Great Millstone telling you over and over again, it's the implantable, it's the implantable, the charagma, corrupts, getting into it, man. Okay? Did you finish?
Yeah, I finished.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was holding a piece because you were talking about
I don't mean to laugh, but I'm laughing, right? Because this Edomite, he was looking at us like, what kind of form of guys are these? Like, that's his interpretation.
Hey, thugs.
Yeah.
Man of melodies.
Yeah.
You were talking about the Lord not being unrighteous to forget your works and labor of love.
Yeah.
Revelation 22 and verse 12. And behold, I come quickly, and my reward is with me to give every man according as his work shall be.
Yeah, that's a good reward and that's a bad reward, man.
Yep.
When the Lord comes back, he's coming back with a bag full ready to hand out, you know, hand things out, man. You know? That's what we're gonna know, because we were just talking about it. We could be in this and not even be of the elect, right?
Well, you know, I got you right here, my
Woo.
brother.
Yeah, well, read
This
it.
is on Matthew 7 and 21.
That's deep.
Not everyone that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he that doeth the will of my Father which is in heaven.
Yeah, because you had people that believed in Yahweh Shai, man. You know, that's why when the Lord preached, yeah, to the masses of people, that's why he spoke in parables, because he knew it was for a set amount of people, man. Like out of the 5,000, maybe 200 was meant to hear that word. As an example, man. You know, the other people, they just came, oh yeah, he's famous. He speaks. He teaches the Bible a different way. He gets into the prophets another way. He breaks the Torah down like, oh, and you know, sometimes there's food.
I was going to say that, brother. I was going to say they come for the
That's what
barbecue. The
people are
barbecue,
there for,
man.
man. But guess what? Yahweh Shai still accommodated to them.
Yes, sir.
You know, the disciples, they were like, man, fuck these people. Told them to go into the cities and buy food, man. Yahweh Shai said, no, you give them something to eat.
That's right.
So, see, the Lord, man, you have to be a righteous opportunist, man. Because sometimes we use the word opportunist in a negative form. People taking a piss and violating and, you know, as much as they can. But we have to be righteous opportunists, man. Every time there's a chance, take it, man. Take it and use it to the best of our ability, man. Yahweh Shai was a righteous opportunist. He knew that the people's bellies he was feeding, them were niggas.
Yes.
But he still used them to do a miracle.
You see it? You see
Okay,
it?
I'm going to feed your nigga ass, all right? You're going to go home, shit it out tomorrow, and you're just going to be on your way, man. That's it, man. But he still preached to them, man.
So that's a very good point you made. That when he was feeding the niggas, they'd eat the food, they'd go home and they'd shit it out tomorrow and forget about the Lord. That literally sums up 2/3 Jake's mentality. They forget everything that Yahweh Shai has done for us.
Yep.
Even though they saw the miracles, they went back to their old lives and forgot about it, and it never meant nothing to them.
Yep.
If I could just say as well, we actually did something today. The most I know, you know, with that example earlier on. Now we don't know what seed we planted, but that was something. You understand what I'm saying? That person came up, he might have had no idea or didn't know what was going on, didn't have no intention of really learning anything. Maybe thought he wanted to get one over, be clever, but someone could have been there. We could have sowed some seed. So that's to your point. Like with a nigger came up. Just say it was a nigger. Just call him a nigger. But we used the opportunity, in naivety or not, to benefit someone sincere, man.
Yeah. And guess what, man? Guess what? Even the Lord, man, the Lord made the disciples. He actually made them do a nigger move to fulfill prophecy. He told them to sell their coats and buy swords. The Lord actually told the disciples to make a nigger move to fulfill prophecy, man. That's Isaiah 53. That he was numbered with the transgressors, man. Because they were kind of getting it. They were getting it a bit too fast, man. So for that to be fulfilled, he said, alright, cool, I'm gonna make you do something off so that I can fulfill this scripture. He was numbered with the transgressors, meaning that the people he rode with, they were sinners, man. You know? And but because he did no wrong, he was buried with the rich. That's where Joseph of Arimathea came into. He was a rich Pharisee, and the Lord got put in a nice tomb, man. Marbled out and shit.
Where you said that, bro?
Because he did no wrong. But he still had to pay the punishment, so that's the point. The Lord was an opportunist, man. Another example, we got precepts on debt, but another example, the Samaritan woman at the well, man. The Lord used her as an opportunist, man. First of all, you're a woman. Second of all, you're a known adulterer.
Hell.
He read her whole life. He cut her on the spot. Okay, just so that it could be brought out that ye know not what you worship, man. For salvation is of the Jews, But the Lord had a whole conversation with this woman, all right, just to bring that out. So her whole look, man, all she did in all her life was a waste of time for that one moment, man. So her whole existence was to appear at a well the same time as the Messiah to get cut to prove a point to other people. Tell me that's not opportunist, man.
That's an opportunity.
If I may add to what you're saying, that's actually a very astute observation, because the Yahushua always used opportunities to edify. For example, when they asked him, Lord, is it right that we should pay tribute unto Caesar? And it's like, they're trying to trick him and trap him up. He's like, render unto Caesar what is Caesar. So all the times when the Pharisees were trying to come with subtlety and all kind of shit, the Yahushua always was able to flip it back on them and turn it into an edifying point.
And let me say something here too, right? Even like a woman, we know that women are the weaker vessel. And a woman might meet a man, she might be in the truth, but just to bring in her partner, right? That is not a believer.
Right.
You see how the Lord could switch things around too. You see?
And she can then lose faith.
And she can lose faith too.
And he grows in faith.
And he grows in faith. You see what I'm
And she
saying?
leaves him.
And she.
Let's not talking shit about the camps.
No, I think there's examples of that.
Yeah.
Even in GMS, I think there is examples of that. She was watching the videos. The husband wasn't in the truth, but then he started to watch the videos. As a man, he obviously naturally he falls into the leadership role, the head of the house. So it can happen.
That's of the law, right? So if it's of the law, that means it's
Thank you.
bound to happen.
It's bound to happen.
Yeah, of the law. Yeah.
And you know what, too, I want to read this as well. As this reads, it says, many will say unto me in that day, Lord, Lord,
That's scary.
have we not prophesied in thy name, and in thy name have cast out devils, and in thy name done many wondrous works. So just going back to what the brother was saying is the fact that you're going to have guys that's going to even know the name of the Lord, and they still won't make it. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why they won't make it, because it goes back to what? Verse 21. It says, not everyone that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he that doeth the will of my Father which is in heaven. So the elect are going to know the name, and as well as do the will of the Father which is in heaven. All right? Because all of these other camps, they know the name of the Lord and everything. But if they continue to walk the path that they're going, they're not going to make it. We know IUIC, they know the name of the Lord. Certain guys know the name of the Lord. We know that, ISUBK, they call on the name of the Lord. But the way that they're operating isn't the right way. So you got to be of the elect, pretty much. The elect are going to have the right mentality. They're going to believe on the Lord and follow his will. Because if you're not doing that, then basically you ain't going to make it, regardless whether you know the name or not.
I got a quick one. Because you're talking of, basically we don't have a choice, man. Once you're in this thing,
Brother, finish
you don't really have a choice. So this is Zechariah 9 and 12. It says, turn you to the stronghold, ye prisoners of hope.
Yeah.
Even today do I declare that I will render double unto thee.
Yeah, I want to go into this, Ryan. I'm going to allow the brother to finish his point. Yeah, so it says, what is it? Say, read it again.
Turn you to the stronghold, ye prisoners of hope.
Right.
Even today do I declare that I will render double unto thee.
Right, exactly. So we have to return, as we've already done already. It shows that we've returned to the stronghold in what?
It says, ye prisoners of hope, even today do I declare that I will render double unto thee.
Right, as well as Paul was a prisoner of hope, wasn't he? So we're in like manner, we're prisoners of hope, looking for the kingdom. So if we're prisoners of this hope, then we don't, again, have a choice whether we want to sit back, cool in the cut or not. We have to do this work so that we can press towards the vision. And what is the vision? To obtain the kingdom. One more precept. Give me Ephesians 4, where it says that we will enter into our rest. And how we're going to enter into our rest. I believe it's Ephesians 4, or maybe it's Hebrews 4. I believe it is. Let's check it. They remain of a rest.
Yeah, that's right. This is Hebrews 4, starting at verse 6. Seeing therefore it remaineth that some must enter therein, and they to whom it was first preached. That's not the one. Forgive me. Stop here.
No, I think you read the right one.
Let me read from above, it'll make more sense. See if this is the right one.
Go on.
Hebrews 4 and 4. For he spake in a certain place of the seventh day on this wise, and the Most High God did rest on the seventh day from all his works. And in this place again, if they shall enter into my rest,
which is the kingdom. Go on.
Seeing therefore it remaineth that some must enter therein.
Some, it says some, the elect, the remnant. Go on.
And they to whom it was first preached entered not, because of their unbelief.
Because of their unbelief. Then we just read Matthew 7.
Yeah.
Right? So that we can connect that with that too, to a degree, among those that don't believe, that have known the name but didn't follow the will of the Father in various ways. That was. So they didn't enter in. It was the few that did the Father's will and believed him.
Yeah, it goes into it. Again, he limiteth a certain day, saying in David, today after so long a time, as it is said, today if you will hear his voice, harden not your hearts. For if Yahushua had given them rest, then he would not have spoken afterwards of another day.
There would be no need. If the rest was there currently at that time, then there would be no need for the future rest. Go on.
There remaineth therefore a rest to the people of God.
Go on.
For he that is entered into his rest, he have also ceased from his own works.
Right. He have ceased from his own works. So it's going to come a time where our works are going to be ceased. And that's going to happen in the kingdom. We're not going to do the work anymore.
Wow.
We're doing the work to labor into our rest. So when we do cease from the works. Now finish your point, my brother. I just wanted to bring that up.
Beautiful, yeah. Good precept. Something that was read.
Well, I was just reading.
I think this brother was reading.
One of us was true.
What do you want?
Quite remember. It was the point of doing the work. Doing the work.
I tell you, let me recap on your train of thought. Let me read Matthew 7.
Yeah, perhaps, yeah.
Oh, not everyone, Lord.
Yeah, that was it, yeah.
This is Matthew 7 and 21. Not everyone that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he that doeth the will of my Father which is in heaven.
Yeah, Lord. You people that the breakdown is Yahushua. How they're actually going to tell you the name, man. They're going to be saying the name, man. That's why let's get them precepts on Wait, how's it going, man? Prove them worthy before you give them the truth, man. If you find him, type that in. If you find him worthy, and let your peace be in the house. But if he'll not hear you, let your peace return unto you.
Oh yeah. I don't know.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, let's get that, man. You know, because now we're at the end, man. We're gonna see who's really about this.
Okay, let me get another one.
You know, the scripture says, "Blessed is he who is not offended in me." Man. You can pull that, bro. You know, that offending, like the bitterness of the truth, is what we're about to see, man. You know, we're talking about brothers getting ridiculed, you know, excommunicated from families, you know, not taking a chip, food and water not readily available. These sort of things, man. All the elect will suffer these things for the sake of Yahweh Shai. Someone can hold that, you know, Matthew 24 and 9 as well. You got that?
Let's see, dude.
What's that one?
24.
Yeah, 24 and 9. 24 and 9. Pull that.
Matthew 24:9 says, "Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. And then shall many be offended, and shall betray one another, and shall hate one another. And many false prophets shall rise and deceive many."
And this is why every time we talk about the kingdom and the joy, we read it. Who saw the joy that before him enjoyed the cross?
Right.
Every time we talk about the kingdom and making it,
Yes.
you have to talk about what you have to do to get there, man.
Right.
Because that's just Jake 101, man.
Right. Oh.
You know, oh yeah, the big car and the house and the women, but then tell them to wake their ass up and go to work. I don't know about that. Yeah. Well, how do you think the people that got these things, you know, the people that halfway actually lived the American dream, they actually had to work for it, man. You know? So you can talk about the kingdom, you can talk about spiritual power and 1,000 women, all you want. At the end of the day, before we get to that, we have to go through this, man. And we just read it. For the joy before him endured the cross. Yahushua can't be King of Kings, you know, and Lord of Lords, but then he just skipped over the cross.
No, I don't work like that.
It don't work like that, man. Now the flesh told him to try that. That's why he did those 3 prayers in the garden. But that no answer from the Father was an answer. You can't skip over this, man. You know.
Like the saying goes, hard work pays off.
Yep.
So if you want to do something, become anything, you have to work harder.
Hey, listen, even Esau knows that. When you're in the workplace, you're not going to grab up that. If it's nepotism, that's different, right? But in the workplace, if you're at the bottom, to get to the top, you have to work for
You have
that
to
shit,
work
man.
hard. But even in nepotism, that applies.
Even
because-
that too.
Yeah, because
You're right.
Esau, what did Esau do? Esau had to kill and spill a lot of blood and come up with all kinds of philosophies and doctrines to stay in power. To get the power, blood had to be shed. So they had to work to that, and they had to what? Use skill and knowledge to keep that. So it all involves work, hard work.
If I may add,
Going on.
Baba Kashar, also, there's a price tag with this truth, and the price tag is that you have to sell your soul.
Yes.
Now, the interesting thing is that you've got 2 choices. You can sell your soul to the devil in the world, and then you get your success in this society. Well, you've got to sell your soul to Yahweh and Yahweh Shai for the sake of this truth to receive their reward, which means you got to be in this 100% spiritually, not just, you know, present in body but absent in mind.
Right.
You got to be spiritually locked in, and you know that comes with a heavy price tag, because if you fall back, then that's your ass, man.
Yeah, Satan tried to get Yahushua to sell his soul, man. You know? Yeah, just bow down and worship me and I'll give you this and that. You know, but Yahushua was spiritually locked in. That's the beautiful point. Because he had just been baptized, man. Glad you mentioned that. The Lord just got baptized of John. And in the spirit, when you read the scripture, it says the spirit led him into the wilderness, straightway into the wilderness, man. So he was locked in. What if Yahushua just took them walks there and he wasn't locked in, man? You know? And it's the same thing for us, man. You come across the truth, you get, because baptism comes from the word baptismal, to be fully immersed. So when the Lord said to the disciples, go ye therefore baptize in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. He's saying immerse them in the truth.
Right.
Like you would dunk your head under the
Deep
water.
into it, man. Yeah.
Deep, go into
No
it.
surface business.
So then if you come back out of that, that's why the scripture says die daily. Because if you come back out of that and start living in the world, you can walk into Satan in the wilderness and get wooed, man.
Yeah.
Yahushua, I mean, he wasn't going to do it, but that's the two options. He stayed in the spirit and overcame Satan in the wilderness, or he just took that walk out there, and then he got confronted by Satan with them deals, and he sold out, man.
Because he wasn't fully persuaded.
He wasn't fully persuaded, he wasn't fully locked in. He wasn't fully immersed in the truth,
And he bared his cross.
you know? But the Lord did. We're just saying the other side of what's the two options. But the Lord did the right thing. So for us, we have to do that, man. We have to be fully locked in. Then you come in the truth, like you're more, I mean, niggas are dangerous, right?
Yeah.
But you're more of a dangerous nigga if you came in the truth and fell out. You fall out and go back into the world, you're more dangerous than them other dudes out there. You know, because you tasted of righteousness, you know the other side, but now you're going to be tenfold more a child of hell, man. You know?
Precept?
You got, yeah, go, bro.
This is Ephesians 5 and verse 26. We're talking about baptism or an immersion.
Yeah.
That he might sanctify it and cleanse it with the washing of water by the word.
And by the way, that baptism has to be into Yahweh Shai.
Yep.
Because the scriptures speak about that. There were some zealous men, I forget where it's at, I think it's in Corinthians, but they preached the baptism of John. Because they couldn't yet understand Yahweh Shai. So even when the apostles were on the scene, the other guys preaching in the name of John, you know, oh yeah, just go and get dunked and then yeah, you'll be alright.
Good, yeah.
You know, but they missed out the Messiah, man. So that's the heavy point there, that we have to always, when we're getting immersed, it's in what Yahweh Shai is into, man.
Yeah.
You know, what would Yahweh Shai do? That's how we gotta really think. You know, because you can go with other men, and they're right, but if you don't see the Lord in what they're saying, then you're just seeing the words of a man. And then you go and get chipped now, and then now your ass is in the lake of fire, and you're not having a nice time. You're gonna be complaining, Lord, Lord. Yeah, well, you didn't follow your house, you know. That's why the apostles said it, man. What they speak, pray to the Spirit, you get it. Because don't go start quoting them on the day of judgment. No, apostles to us,
Yeah, off their backs.
Nah, bro, you have to see the spiritual side. You know?
Yeah.
You know, the apostles been saying that, man. You can hear something we're saying, and we say the same thing, man. If you hear something that we say, right? Let's get that. Somebody hold that, type it in. For we are a savor of life to life and a savor of death to death. See if we can pull that out, man. Because you can hear the word of the Lord, man, and that can lead you to hell. How about that, man? You think the Bible is just the good book? Yeah, it's a good book, but it's also a book where bad things are inside of it. You know? We can show you that in the scriptures, man.
It says it's a two-edged sword.
A two-edged sword, man. You know, you got it, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get that.
This is 2 Corinthians chapter 2, starting at verse 15. For we are unto God a sweet savour of Hamashiach, in them that are saved and in them that perish.
Yeah. So this is the prophets are out here, and both people are liable, those who are saved and those who perish. Go on.
To the one we are a savour of death unto death, and to other the savour of life unto life. And who is sufficient for these things?
Yeah, so you can come across the word, all right, handle it wrong, and the Bible is deaf to you, man. You know, I'm an Israelite. Oh yeah, you coming into that knowledge might be your death, man.
Yeah.
You know,
It's like
oh Yahweh Shai, he's a so-called black man, and no, yeah, I'm from the tribe of Judah. Oh, that knowledge could be your death, man.
I was going to say, you can see that in a lot of these camps, though.
Yep.
You know, just the doctrines that they're coming out of, they're bringing death upon themselves.
Death upon themselves.
Now I was thinking of the example, the IUIC thing, recent thing, and the ICPK. Now they've come into it with that militancy, that kind of we call it nationalism, pride, black pride. Now because they have that spirit now in them, they're uncompromising. You know, with not wanting to just hijacking. Apparently they've been doing that a lot, going around and hijacking, building another men's foundation. So some brothers are saying, whatsoever a man sows, that he should also reap. So that they're using the truth now. You know, the two-edged sword. They actually got cut. They've cut themselves because whatsoever a man sows, that he should also reap. So they're using the truth in the wrong way, and it's come around to bite them.
And it's going to backfire. Because, and I don't mean to cut you too, brother. In the book of Matthew 13, it mentions about the dragnet, right? Where you're going to have what? Men that are going to be drawn in. Because what is the net? The net is this truth. So as this truth is being, broadcasted, you have a lot of men that are coming into this thing. And, you know, you have what? Obviously the good, the ones that have good intentions. And you have the wicked ones that have bad intentions. So they're all going to what? Take part of this word. And the ones that have an ill intent, they're going to what? Be condemned. Just to simplify it, man. Like, look, man, you know, you're going to have certain men that's going to come in this thing to be delivered, and as well as you're going to have certain men that's going to come in this thing to be condemned. That's just the point of it all. Just to add what you say.
Judas, he came into the truth to be condemned. You know, and many other people, man. There's the account of the Lord healing people. There was 10 of them. They were I think they were lepers, and only one of them said thank you, man. The others just ran off, man.
Yeah,
Niggas in the vault, man.
Niggas, bro.
That a couple of weeks ago.
You can actually be in a so-called good position now and still fucked. You know? No, it's crazy. Did you finish on that?
It's lucky, and I think he said to that one that turned back, "Thy faith has made thee whole."
Yeah.
So while he healed those niggas of their physical infirmities, they were still spiritually sick.
Spiritually sick, man. And then they were gonna all die anyway, again. So they died, and then they were finished in the flesh and finished in the spirit. Whereas the one that died, right? He eventually died again. The one that did stay back with Yahweh Shai, he was dead in the flesh but cool in the spirit.
Yeah.
Just like the two, let's get that, the thieves on the cross. Let's pull that, man. Where he said, today you will be with me in paradise.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Because there's something interesting on that, man. You know? Today you will be with me in paradise. What's that, Matthew 26?
Yeah, just trying to pull it. Wait a minute a second.
I got it here.
Oh, go ahead.
Matthew 26 verse, let me start from 40. But the other answering rebuked him, saying,
No, go up a few verses.
okay, brother. Let me start from 35. And the people stood beholding, and the rulers also with them derided them, saying, He saved others, let him save himself. If he be the anointing.
Lucky, are you in Matthew?
Yeah, Matthew, yes.
Matthew what?
Shalakia, Luke 23. Thanks for that correction. Luke 23. What did I say, brothers? What did I start from again? 35, yeah? Thank you. And the people stood beholding, and the rulers also with him derided him, saying, He saved others, let him save himself, if he be the anointing, the chosen of the Lord. And the soldiers also mocked him, coming to him and offering him vinegar, and saying, If thou be the King of the Jews, save thyself. And the superscription also was written over him in the letters of Greek and Latin and the Hebrew, This is the King of the Jews. And one of the malefactors which were hanged railed on him, saying, If thou be the anointed, save thyself and us. But the other answered, rebuked him, saying, Thou shalt not fear the Lord, our power.
That shows that those two malefactors on either side of the Lord represented what kind of person you can be in Israel. You can be of the elect or you can be of the non-elect. The guy that was talking shit, he said railed on him because he was in pain, he was angry, he felt hard done by. So he said, well, you know, them people down on the ground, they're having a go at the Lord. I'm on the cross, I might as well have a go at him too. So that guy, that nigger on the cross represented the 2/3 and those who ain't gonna make it. Go on, read.
But the other answered, rebuked him, saying, Dost thou not fear the Lord our power, seeing thou art in the same condemnation?
Yeah, so you want to chat shit about the Lord, but look at yourself, man. You're on a cross too. You know, there's two outcomes here. You die before him or he dies before you. But guess what? At the end of the day, we're all gonna die today. So why are you talking shit? You know, go on.
And we indeed justly, for we receive the due reward of our deeds.
So see again, that guy on the right hand side, he represents the elect of Israel, understanding that they did wrong. Okay, he said we received justly because they were thieves, man. So he accepted that. Okay, cool. What's happening to me right now? This execution, I deserve
it.
But he don't deserve it. Go on.
But this man have done nothing amiss.
Yeah, I mean, he ain't done anything wrong, man. You know.
And he said unto Yahushua Hamashiach, Lord, remember me when thou comest into thy kingdom.
Yeah.
And Yahushua Hamashiach said unto him, Verily I say unto thee,
so it is a truth I say to thee, yeah.
Today shalt thou be with me in paradise.
Yeah, because he knew that they were all about to die in a matter of moments, man. So he said, today you will be with me in paradise. Now to back up the point I was making before, guess what? The nigga that was talking shit, he ended up in paradise too. He was in paradise too. But it's just that his spirit was condemned, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, Daniel saw, what is it? How does it go? Some shall wake up to everlasting life and some shall wake up to everlasting contempt.
Yeah, because when you die, there's not no endless possibilities of where you go. Now you're gonna end up in the spirit realm. It's just that the one that said to the Lord, remember me, he was in good standing. But that other guy, he when he grows up in the spirit realm, he was in contempt, man. You know, it was declared to him that he's a nigger, man. Okay? Any more on that?
If I'm able to show when you went,
yeah. Is they finished on that?
And it was about the 6th hour, and there was a darkness over all the earth until the 9th hour.
Yeah, so that's around what, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. You know, there was an eclipse, man. Now you know that he regretted what he said, man, because they were all alive on the cross, right? You know, he regret when he started seeing the eclipse go down and things, you know, start shaking up. Oh shit. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Man.
Yeah.
You know, but it's too late now, man. Yahushua didn't even regard him. He was only dealing with the believer, man. Alright?
Just to back up what you said about them both being in paradise. It says Ecclesiastes 12:7. And it says, Then shall the dust return to the earth as it was, and the spirit shall return to Yahweh who gave it. So that's everything.
There's no way around it, man. You know, you're gonna die. That's where your body is going in the ground, right?
If I may add to your point, Ahab, do you have that precepts again where you talked about what the unrighteous nigga said on the cross? Because there's a little bit of meat on that bone.
All right. Which one we start with?
See, that's like balance, man, because I was bringing out the positive side of the scriptures. Now he's going into the negative side. You know what I mean?
Bitter and sweet.
39.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can't
balance.
stop. Balance is that bitter and sweet, isn't it?
Yeah.
As a brother Caleb called for this, Luke
You got it, dog.
Luke 3, verse 39. And one of the malefactors which were hand-railed on him, saying, If thou be thou the anointed, save thyself and us.
There you go. That's the point I want to get, because the malefactor, he didn't give a damn about Yahushua. He was only about his own well-being. He said, if thou be the anointed, save thyself and us. So he wanted to be saved. That's why he was talking shit to the Lord. But he wasn't of the elect. Now, this is Matthew 12 and verse 36. And it says, but I say unto you that every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment. For by thy words shall thou be justified, and by thy words shall thou be condemned. So he's basically condemned himself because he's trying to be slick. Yeah, if you're the Messiah, get down to the cross to save us too. But the other one was like, no, we deserve to be here because this is the recompense of our actions.
He repented.
Yeah, but he doesn't, Yahushua doesn't need to be here because he didn't do anything wrong. But we deserve this. So that's why Yahushua turned and said to him, you know, you will be with me to stay in paradise. And as the brother rightly said, the nigga's still there too. But guess what? He's going to have to come down here and die at the death of one of the wicked Israelites. So he's going to be in bad case and he's going to be ashamed in the kingdom for ever having run his mouth to the Lord like that.
Slick and sly.
That, you can never underestimate how crafty a nigga will be, man.
Sly, man.
Trying to front like they're saying something for a greater good,
Yeah,
but
like
really it's to
you.
serve themselves.
Yeah. You hate that fucking sly spirit.
That's Jake's biggest problem, man. But that goes back to the curses. A man's your eye should be evil towards your brother. That's why Jake can't come together, man, because Jake is always trying to supplant his neighbour.
Yep.
Yeah. Nomen again.
Yeah, man.
But that's what go on.
No, well, in the conscious community, they've been doing it from, you know, from time out of Egypt, man. Supplanting on it, because it's all about supplanting with words, yeah, getting one over, and also making money on your, you know, making money off the weaker person.
I think Apostle Kabar uses the term reservoir dogs to describe these types of people. Like they'll eat each other, you know what I'm saying? It's like they're not... The only people who are really focused about the actual well-being of Israel as a whole is the elect. Because we want to see our nation restored. We can't have our nation restored when Jake's constantly going at it with each other. Look at the other nations, man. That's how you know we're under curses, because you don't see the other nations trying to fucking kill each other like the way we kill each other. Trying to backstab and get one over and sleeping with... Well, I know adultery goes on in the other nations, but Jake takes pleasure in sleeping with the next man's woman. Yeah, I fucked your bitch.
They sing about it.
And they get street cred for that. See, Jake glorifies wickedness, man. It kind of makes me sick to see how stupid Jake is, but you know what? That's just the nature of the game. The Most High made it that way. Back to you.
Right. What's reading?
About the... I'll make the point again. So he was reading about the malefactor on the cross. Could you read it again?
Oh, yes, brother.
For what?
And one of the malefactors which were hanged railed on him, saying, If thou be the anointed, save thyself and us. But the other answered, rebuked him, saying, Dost thou fear the Lord our power?
Okay, so the point in that was that the wicked nigga was saying, if thou be the anointed, save thyself and us. So really he only wanted to get off the cross himself. He didn't care whether Yahushua was the Lord or not. He just wanted to get off the cross. That's why he was talking shit to Yahushua, like, well, save yourself and save us too. Obviously the caveat being you wanted to get off the thing. So that's why I was saying for every idle word they should speak, they should give account thereof, because he condemned himself with his own words. Like Jake tried to be sly, like, yeah, well, I'm gonna say it this way and hide what I'm really trying to say. But no, man, you're actually telling on yourself. That's the point I was making.
There's a scripture where it says, my own mouth shall prove
Condemn
condemn
you.
me. Yeah, let's get that. Yeah, be careful that talking shit spirit, man.
Yeah.
You know, you just say one, you know, that little jot that you just said, that's now against your name, man.
Yeah.
You know, like niggas they just try to scoff like, yeah, I hear. You know, them thoughts and, you know, them thoughts, them little words you say in your mind, that's against you now, man.
Yeah.
Every idle word that man shall speak.
You know, he may not even come, because that's the thing. Like you were saying, he didn't come out and say it boldly, or just take me off the cross. He went around the back, all sly. And take yourself and then bring us with you. That's niggas, man. Always going around the back, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
You know, but I'll condemn you, man. You got that?
As the scripture says,
You
man,
know?
every idle word that man shall speak
Speak.
shall give an account at the day of judgment.
Judgment, man.
Even them people when they says, let his blood be upon us.
Yeah.
Even that one too.
Oh yeah, that was
I was taking into consideration too.
Oh,
But
boy.
you know what? The spirit was on them for them to say that, because the Most High wanted that to happen to them.
Heavy.
Fall back on them.
Heavy.
So it's deep, you know, but at the end of the day, it's not really that deep, because the Most High, that was their judgment. The Most High put that on them
Yeah.
for them to say
Yeah.
that. So
Yeah.
they fall into their own snare.
Yeah, this is Job 9:20. It says, if I justify myself, mine own mouth shall condemn me. If I say I am perfect, it shall also prove me
Yeah,
perverse.
you don't think you're in line of the judgment? You're a known thief, you're a known robber, bro. Now you're getting killed. You're gonna be saying, no, I shouldn't be here. You know? But then he did that diversion tactic. Let's try to bully the Lord. You know, you said this, you said that. You know,
Try to
but
tempt him.
he tempted him, but then he said, it shall prove me what? Perverse. So he got proved perverse on the spot, man. And as I said, when it started getting dark from the 6th hour to the 9th hour, you know he was regretting that. Even the wicked scribes and Pharisees, the veil ripped from top to bottom in the temple, they saw that. They felt the earthquake. They started regretting that, man. Oh, shit.
And the saints coming out the tombs.
Yeah. Tombs coming out the tombs, man. You know, they started, you know, thinking twice, but it's too late now, man. You know, I always mention that movie, Jesus of Nazareth, man. When they had one of the temple guys go up to Pilate and say, "Oh, put soldiers outside the tomb and seal it with the Roman seal, so no one, you know, because the disciples will come and take the body and say he's risen." You know, and then they had the Pilate guy scratching his head, sitting down, and he goes, "This man Jesus is more dangerous now that he's dead
than he was alive."
than when he was alive. And it's true, man. The Lord became more dangerous, as it were, when he was off the scene, man.
Yeah, you had believers too.
You had believers.
Yeah.
Now you got dead people coming out of graves talking about him. You know. So my point is, imagine all the people that was talking shit. You know. Now this guy's known to have been dead 8 years ago. Yeah. Now he's coming out the tomb talking about the Lord, but you were just talking shit.
Yeah.
You know. Now I'm kind of, you know, but for real, man. We got to even say that to ourselves, man. Stop talking shit, bro. Sometimes you have them dumb thoughts in your head.
Yeah.
You may think about a brother away, or you may just, nah, cause tomorrow, and that willy-nilly spirit about the truth, man, that could get held against us, man. Because when earthquakes start happening now, you start seeing angels and, you know, the chip coming and all of that, right? You're fucked now. You know? Just like them dudes, man.
Proverbs 18 and 21.
We got a few more then, go.
Like, can't. Proverbs 18 and 21. Death and life are in the power of the tongue,
Yeah.
and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof.
Yeah.
So if you love to talk shit, boy, you're gonna eat the fruit of that.
Yep. That's right, man. You know? You had a couple of people that like talking shit in the scriptures, man. You had Ananias and Sapphira.
Yeah.
They was talking shit. You had Alexander and Hymenaeus. They was talking shit. They shipwrecked the truth. Apostle Paul named and shamed them, man. But man, fuck these guys, man. And he actually said it, whom I have given to Satan. So he put curses on them, man. You know, he wouldn't be misrepresenting the truth, you know.
And you know too, that means you can send guys to Satan.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yep. You can send people to Satan, man. Now, that's not a free for any little thing. He stepped on my shoe. I said, nah, man, nah.
You know, it has to be over something.
But if it's something serious, man, and you get sent to Satan, man, that's, you know.
No, brother, you mentioned those two names, those two infamous characters.
Yeah.
The brother was saying it, not as fact, but the two characters that are in Mississippi. I'm not saying it, but the brother was saying
knows, man. He knows.
You know, potentially, they you know, because them men have to come back. They have to be back.
Yeah.
So they're in their lot if they are.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it.
Them guys, you're not gonna make it.
Proverbs 10 and 32, it says, the lips of the righteous know what is acceptable, but the mouth of the wicked speak forwardness.
Yeah, because we have to filter our thoughts, man. You know, you're gonna say something, nah, that's off, man. You know, the lips, read it again, the lips of the righteous.
The lips of the righteous know what is acceptable,
Yeah.
but the mouth of the wicked speak forwardness.
Yeah, some things aren't acceptable, man. Like Ariel mentioned them dudes, man, are wearing the new covenant. That's what it sounds like, really, man. Just Bible bullshit, man. Right?
And not only are they in the new covenant, they're the ministers of it.
They're the ministers of it. They're in the new covenant, they're the ministers of it, and they can't die. You know?
Al-Azhar says so. These guys are saying that these niggas can't die.
They
man.
can't
That's the
die,
way
man.
he said it. It was
Yeah.
funny the way he said it.
And Al-Azhar, he's a piece of shit as well. By the end of the day, he still ripped them to
Very
shreds,
slick,
man.
very slick. He's slick.
You know?
I'm gonna say this. He's more slicker than them, man.
Oh, he, of
That's
course he
all
is.
I'm saying.
Of course he is. Because he
Yeah.
knows the scriptures better than them, I would say.
Yeah.
You know, he twists them
Doesn't
up
make
in
him
it.
better that
It
he's
doesn't, but it doesn't
Yeah.
make him better.
It actually makes him worse.
It makes him
sometimes.
worse. Yeah. You know, see, we read it. For we are the savior of death to death and life to life. Here it is, Al-Azhar knows the scriptures better, but that makes him worse
That's right.
of an individual, man.
Oh, and it says that who that know of, what is it, the will of the Father, but endure for not shall receive many stripes.
Yeah. You know?
What a precept.
You go.
Yeah. 1 Corinthians 9 and 27 says, but I keep under my body and bring it under subjection, lest that by any means when I have preached to others, I myself should be a castaway.
Yeah, so he keep under his body, meaning that he was disciplined, man. You know, that's something we gotta have in the truth, man. Discipline. You know? And he even said it in the word, and it's true. Fuck motivation. Don't worry about motivation, man. To hell with motivation. Alright, because 1 minute you're motivated, next minute you're not.
You're not, man.
You know, you come out on the highways and the byways because you're motivated to do so. You're not gonna last, man. We know guys that was motivated, man. And they had a battery in their back for like 3 years, you know, just about 2 years, I would say. They were hella motivated, man. But the motivation ran out, and then their motor stopped. You know. All right.
I mean, you have to be motivated, but it's through the Holy Spirit.
The Holy Spirit.
That's the true motivator.
But then that's true. But then also the Lord called his people disciples, which means to be under discipline. So yeah, motivation is good in its right place, but the key foundation is discipline, man. And then when he disciplined the 12, the 11 enough, he said, I no longer call you disciples, but I call you friends, which means now you're brothers, now you're on my level, man. So the real thing we want is discipline, man.
Yeah.
When you're disciplined, do things when you might necessarily might not want to do it.
Not want to do it,
But
man.
you have to do it.
Yep. Yahushua didn't want to do certain things, man. He didn't want to go on the cross. Okay. You know, he didn't even want to do the first miracle he did. He didn't even want to do it.
And brother, can I interject this real quick? I know you're on the motive saying what you're saying.
Yeah.
But it says in the book of Sirach too that a friend must be proven. You can't compliment a friend quickly if he's not. You have to prove.
Yeah. Yeah.
Being proven.
So as the Lord put the 12 through their paces, he's putting us through the paces, man. To prove. That's why, you know, we don't enjoy, you know, you're not worthy, man. That's why the scripture says, he that endureth to the end, the same shall be saved, man. We're trying to endure to the very end.
Yeah, man.
You know?
And that's why it says that, you know, to fall into the hands of the living power, that's a frightening thing. They've got in Psalms 2, verse 4. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh, and the Lord shall have them in derision.
Yeah.
Then shall he speak unto them in his wrath, and vex them in his sore displeasure.
Yep. I think the precept to pull this full circle. Because when I was talking earlier on today, I was saying that Abraham went through all that he went through because the Most High was proving him as a friend. So just like you said to Yahushua, said to the disciples, I call you no more disciples but friends. This is Isaiah 41, forgive me, verse 8. But thou Israel art my servant, Jacob whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend.
See, there you have it, man. The seed of Abraham, my friend. You know, so the Lord shows people to actually go through certain things, you know. And again, even in our personal walk, it's like we go through things that we can handle, man. Because there's even certain good things that there's certain good things that's too high for some of us, man. Like who is it? Peter, James, and John. They were the only ones that saw the Lord transform into his heavenly body and have Moses and Elijah stand next to him. You know?
Yeah.
But in the others, they weren't called to see that, man, because it was too much for them. And he even told them once it all had finished, he said, "Don't tell them until I've resurrected from the grave, man." You know, so there was even certain. That's why there's certain things we don't even go into as much, man. You know, they're kind of secrets that's kept in house. Because you start publishing everything, and it's like you have guys scratching their heads. You know, because even with good things, there's levels to it, man. The scriptures speak about honey. Honey is good. You have too much of it, it start fucking you up, man.
Yeah.
You know. Read that again, brother Kishab.
This is back in Isaiah 41 and 8, I believe.
What's the time as well?
It's 29 minutes past 8.
We'll be close on this.
Isaiah 41 and 8 again. But thou, Israel, art my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend.
Sorry, read it one more time.
Isaiah 41 and 8 again. But thou, Israel, art my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen.
Jacob, you know, his name was changed to what? To Israel. Okay, he's chosen, man. You know, out of him, you had the guy came up earlier. You know, oh, the Jews, all of that crap, man. Okay, whatever, man. All right. The Lord chose the Israelites. Go on.
Jacob, whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend.
The seed of Abraham, my friend. So the Lord, he tried Abraham. All right. So we come from a lineage of forefathers that's been put through the paces. So how can we come back and then just have an easy ride? It's not gonna happen like that. We're gonna be put through it, man.
Oh, yo, and one last precept, because I forgot to bring this out, to get Acts 14 and 23. Because that's a good point. It goes back to the point of, if you want to get something that's good, you got to be patient and you got to work harder. You know, you have to put that hard work in. And some things are required depth. Sometimes things that you want, you have to sacrifice your life. And there's going to be some of us that maybe have to be on the chopping block.
Yeah, Yahushua died for the truth.
Yep.
He died for the kingdom, man.
Yep.
You know, you had Abraham who was gonna sacrifice Isaac.
His son. Yep.
That was the Lord, you know, to foreshadowing of what would actually happen.
Yeah.
You know, and let me say this before the elder brings that out. Sometimes you'll get brought through things, right? You know, there's a scapegoat. You know, like the what did Abraham call it? I forgot the Hebrew, but the Lord provides basically, because the angel came and gave him a lamb. You know, called out to him from the mountain, and in the thicket of the bush there was a lamb to replace Isaac. Yeah? But just because the Lord delivered you out of something last time, don't mean He's going to deliver you next time.
Exactly. Yep.
Boy, fear the Lord.
Isaac's
Fear the Lord,
little arse got saved back then.
Yeah.
Guess what? When he came back,
When he
Yeah,
came
when he
back,
came back,
he
yeah.
no saving
different
him.
ball game.
You know, he went all the way to the death, man.
Yeah, man, the angel stop it, you know, he's just about to
Yeah.
strike him. And stop there!
And you got no, but you have to think. Your house would have been thinking, man.
Yeah.
Last time, where's the angel? Man?
Yeah.
No angel taking him off the cross, man.
Right.
He was all alone. That's why he said it. Aliyah, Aliyah, man. My power, why have you forsaken me? You know?
That's a good point.
You know, we in the truth, yeah, the Lord delivered me, man. Hey, I might be that brother that dies. You don't know. You could be, man. You know?
And you know what too, is like if you look at the Apostle Paul, he was fully persuaded to the point of death.
Yeah.
He said, look, I finished my course and I shall receive a crown of life. So when he said what he said in Romans 8, he meant every word.
He believed it.
He believed it because he was in the spirit. So what I'm saying is this, in this truth, you have to be all the way in, man. If you're thinking that, oh, well, I'm going to just make it to the chariot, and because most of us may not make it to the chariot.
Yeah.
Most of us may be put to death.
Definitely.
So you gotta think the worst case scenario so that you make it eventually. Because if you're thinking, well, the worst can't happen, well, what if it happens? Then you're not going to be spiritually prepared for it.
If I say something spiritual, right, even that in this so-called world we live in, when they get married, right, they say, through death do us part.
Right,
That's
exactly.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's the same thing in it. When you go to the Lord, when the Lord puts together,
Yeah.
He's the one that separates, yeah?
Yeah.
Right?
Even the Apostle, Apostle Paul, right? He was in the apartment waiting. He knew he was gonna die. He wasn't trying to escape it. He was like,
No,
I'm
he
down
went
with
with
this,
it.
man.
Yeah.
That final letter, he was in the apartment. And he had it written, man. He already got given his execution. They said, cool,
Yeah, I'm with it.
cool, I'm with it, man.
And
Go
that
go
comes
ahead.
down to the being fully persuaded.
But you're fully persuaded, man. You know, imagine you're in the apartment, someone bringing you food and
Yeah.
water, you know, And then the execution date comes.
Yeah,
Alright,
yeah.
cool, let's go.
Yeah, come, go. Yeah. Let's get on with it.
Let's get on with it. But he died anyway, so he knew. The Lord ain't gonna give you anything you can't bear, man. Like Apostle Paul got stoned to death already before, and he died.
Wow.
So he knew that, yeah, they're gonna take my head off, and I've been there before, man. You know, yeah.
Remember, he was in the spirit.
In the spirit realm, man. You know, I knew a man in the flesh, whether it be 14 years ago, I cannot tell. You know, because the time perception on earth and in heaven is different. So he was a bit, I don't know, but maybe 14 years, whatever. You know, so when he got put on the execution block, he was cool with it, man. Like,
And the reason why he was cool with it because he always expected
he
it
expected
anyway.
it, man. You know, he got up into the spirit realm. Yeah, Lord, it's me again. You know, he's cool, bro. But the point is, as Amon said, he was persuaded, man. You know, read that last one, close.
This is Acts 14 verse 23. And when they had ordained them elders in every church and had prayed with fasting, they commended.
Psalm 21.
That's like
No, it's my bad because I said the wrong verse. It's my bad.
Acts 14:21. And when they had preached the gospel to that city and had taught many, they returned again to Lystra and to Iconium and Antioch, confirming the souls of the disciples and exhorting them to continue in the faith.
See, it says confirming the souls, man. You know, confirming the souls. That's why, like, bro, you can't have, you know, like, fuck it, man. You can't have weak people around you. You want to be around brothers that, like, they're serious minded, man. The elders, they went around confirming the souls, man. Like, yeah, you cool, you good. You know, when you got niggas in the world, oh, they're trying to make the camps a gang thing.
Yeah.
It's not a gang thing. You know, or if you're not in this group, then, bro, the elders went around confirming people, man. You know, go on, read it again.
Confirming the souls of the disciples
Yeah.
and exhorting them to continue in the faith,
Yeah.
and that we must, through much tribulation, enter into the kingdom of God.
So this is what we do to each other, man. We're exhorting one another to continue in the faith.
Enduring.
You know? To endure. And that word endure in the Hebrew, yakar, which means to make hard.
Right.
So to enjoy, you're gonna go through things that are tough, man.
And you know too, it says, it didn't say tribulation.
Much.
It says much
Yeah, man.
tribulation, man. You know? Much. You know? So we're gonna have to go through it. Now, it's really gonna get physical at the very end. You know, back then, you know, disciples had to be on the run. They was getting whipped, they was getting shipwrecked. You know, next man getting beheaded, other man getting whipped to death, other man getting, crucified upside down. You know, that's not happening to us right now. You know, we just have to come out here and preach. But the time will come, as we said, where some brothers will have to die. So no matter the intensity, we have to endure. It says through with much. Read it one more time. Yeah, I'm close. Read it, man. This is serious, man.
It says, confirming the souls.
Because to some people, this is just once a week you put on a garment and then just say a couple of shalams to brothers and, oh yeah. Nah, man, this is serious, man.
That's serious.
Go on, bro.
Acts 14:22 again, confirming the souls of the disciples and exhorting them to continue in the faith, and that we must through much tribulation enter into the kingdom of God.
So we're going to get to the kingdom of God, but it's through much tribulation, man. You know, much hardship, man. Look at the men of old. The servant is not greater than the master. If the master had to come down and be obedient to a cross, you think we're not going to have to be obedient to some form of weight? You know, because the cross was weighty, man. So we're going to have a weight on us, man. That we can bear. But the point is that, and you're going to have people around you that can help you bear that. Yahushua had someone to help him. We mentioned it earlier, Simon of Cyrene. He fell over 3 times, you know, and then they grabbed someone from the crowd. The Lord had it all positioned anyway, an Israelite that was in the northern African diaspora. They probably thought he was a Hamite, but he was actually an Israelite. He helped the Lord carry the cross.
Ooh, heavy.
You know?
Heavy.
So if Yahushua got, if Yahushua got help carrying his cross,
yeah, man,
then we're helped carrying ours. But the point is, you still have to go to it, man.
Damn.
Well, you know, look at Job. When Job was going through all of the hell that he went through, he had certain men that helped him. If you read the whole book of Job, you see that.
Yeah.
There were certain men that was trying to steer his mind in the right kind of way. And some of them were prophets too.
Prophets too, man.
Mhm.
You know, even he had friends, right? And sometimes help isn't extravagant. Help can just be being there. I think there was a time with Job, he was so distraught, he was so stressed out. He had 3 friends with him, and they sat for like 3 days in silence. They were just sitting there. They were just sitting there in silence, man. But that was enough to comfort him.
Yeah.
He was going through so much hell.
Couldn't even
He
speak.
couldn't even speak. They just sat there. Yeah. And it's like sometimes we've been in the elders' house, we're just sitting there, yeah. And you can feel the tension of like, but brothers are going for it, boy. You know. But no one's saying anything. But you can just feel it like, man, this is fucked. Like, brothers are catching hell, man. But sometimes sometimes you come to camp, you just look at a brother like, yeah, he's had a hard week, man.
And you know, going to the as
No
right?
hiding, you can't hide.
And when we come together, we're actually helping each other.
Yeah, helping each other.
Because it says where 2 or 3 are gathered together.
Yeah, right.
No.
Yeah, you're
That's the right one.
Where 2 or 3 go. No.
There I am.
Yeah, that
There
one
I am.
too. No, there's the other one too. That slipped me. The other one it says when can 2 or 3 walk together unless they agree?
Yeah.
Because we agree with the pain that we all going through.
Yeah.
So as the brother said that when he see each other coming in like that, go, you know he's weak, boy. You know he's weak.
Got the world in
It's
each
something-
other.
That's,
It was a hard
that's what
one,
I'm saying, right?
Each other's pain, man.
So are we actually helping each other when we come week in and week out to each other? You know what I mean?
Scriptures do say that we're supposed to
Comfort one another.
and bear each other's infirmities.
Even
Yeah.
me says that.
You know?
Yeah, man.
No, I get what she said.
So when we come here, as early as we can, you know, for all of us, you know, we're shepherding each other, but if we're all in,
Yes.
I know everything happens, things happen, but I try to be. I'm a little bit sadomasochistic because I want to be from the beginning to the end,
That's beautiful.
to the best of my ability.
That's your love,
you know.
brother.
No, but
Yeah.
we're all enjoying to our own individual ends. You understand? You understand what I'm saying? When you come, that's your beginning, and when you leave, that's your end.
Right.
And that's how it is for all of us, man. That's our measure. No, and we all come mainly different times, but that's still your individual beginning and end.
Let me bring out something here if you don't mind. Isaiah 55 verse 8. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are my ways my way. Ways, select it again. Isaiah 55 and 8. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, saith the Lord our power. For as heaven are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts.
There you go. Hey, man, you know, obviously we didn't know the man personally or anything, but we're told from our apostles that when Elder Rabbi Albert Bivens used to finish teaching, he would always say the Lord's Prayer. So let's get that in Matthew 6. Close out there. You all right there?
Oh, that's very kind of you.
Offering you some fish.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh, really? Thank you.
Thank
I
you
will
very
take
much.
it, yeah.
It's very kind of you.
Thank you.
Bless you, bless you. Thank you very much. Yeah?
Thank you.
That's very kind of you. It smells lovely. Thank you. Thank you.
Like, oh,
Yeah, she's
you know,
one of the tribes.
you know,
She's one of the
you're Israelite.
You're special. You're special.
Ecuador, the lady
Yeah.
Ecuador.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm Nicaragua, no me.
Okay. Where are you from? Where are you from?
I am from Peru.
Peru.
Yeah, one of us.
She's still with the tribe.
Beautiful sister.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, bless you, bless you.
Bless you, man.
Bless you, yeah? May that be a blessing to you, yeah?
But you know what
Thank
the
you.
scripture says, whosoever giveth, what is it, a
Yeah,
cup
yeah.
of cold water unto the
Yes.
prophet shall receive a prophet's reward.
Oh, that's beautiful.
She gave more than
What fish is that? Let me see. Open the plate quickly, bro.
Straight to the camera.
No, don't put it. Don't put it.
Perfect snap.
Lentils.
Someone just come and offer some food.
That's beautiful, man.
She might make it now.
Not that we're in it for the food,
No,
right?
no,
but
no.
but some you have good days, you have bad days. Sometimes people are very nice to you in this truth. You have your bad days, you know, but this is the day where someone come up.
And I
with
know
two
what
in
you're
a
going to
row
say
showing
now. I know what you're going to say
hospitality.
now, brother. Go on, you say it,
Yeah.
brother. You go and say
So
it.
that's 2 times in a row. 'cause
Thank
on
you, brother.
Thursday, when we were teaching in the other camp, another woman came up and offered us to buy us food and stuff. So the second thing's happened.
Beautiful.
It's happened again
Rocket for
today.
Yahweh, Bashem, Yahushai, Bashem, Makaka.
Okay.
Woo!
Read that. And
Are we talking earlier about the Lord fed the fish to feed the fish?
Ah, that's the spirit. That's the spirit.
Ooh.
Right, so the way that fish is done, that was your Yahushai's favorite way fish to be made. Boiled
Oh, I
fish,
can
boiled
smell it
fish,
from here, brothers.
Steam.
steamed,
steamed
boiled fish. Go on, man.
You got a couple of thoughts.
Matthew 6 and 9, it says, after this manner therefore pray ye, our Father, which art in heaven,
Beautiful.
hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven.
And look how the woman brought the food just
I
in
tell you,
time.
repeat it again, we all repeat it.
Wow. That's beautiful.
That's the way to do it, yeah.
After this manner therefore pray ye, our Father,
Our Father,
which art in heaven,
which art in heaven,
hallowed be thy name.
hallowed be thy name.
Thy kingdom come,
Thy kingdom come.
thy will be done,
Thy will be done
in earth,
in earth
as it is in heaven.
as it is in heaven.
Give us this day our daily bread.
Give us this day our daily bread.
And forgive us our debts,
And give us our debts
as we forgive our debtors.
and forgive our debtors.
And lead us not into temptation,
And lead us not into temptation,
but deliver us from evil.
but deliver us from evil.
For thine is the kingdom,
For thine is the kingdom,
the power and the glory,
the power and the glory.
forever. Amen.
Amen.
That, man. All praises be to Yahweh.
Yahweh, Bashem, Yahushai, Bashem, Makadash.
Catch you in the next one, man. Shalom.
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 That's spiritual. That's spiritual. Brother?
And
Come
in
here.
the prayer,
That
he
is
said he was going to
spiritual,
do it before the
honestly.
sin. He says, give us our daily bread.